#Utah.
You know, that's the one thing about this place that is special in an environment in this day and age of college football where everyone's telling these young men to get theirs, and teams will continue to win championships, not individuals. And so it's always going to be about the team at the University of Utah. Change is going to happen. That's just the environment we're in college football. But your culture has to be strong enough to withstand it.
That's Morgan Scalley in Las Vegas, where the Utes blew out Nebraska 44-22 in the Las Vegas Bowl. PK, you were there for Devin Dampier putting on a show. 458 total yards, 5 touchdowns, some long throws, a couple of big long runs. That offense, it's going to look different next year, maybe very different, but one last exclamation point on 11-2 season. If people could ignore all the change and just stay in the moment in a 3-hour game, that was pretty awesome.
Well, yeah, but the moment was the change.
The change is there. It's hard to ignore that's happening.
In Vegas, talking to people before the game, getting one side, and then later on during the game, getting just a slew of texts after the game, getting all that stuff. Yeah, it's all about this other stuff right now, unfortunately, as far as the season goes, because in 11-2, it was a fine season, and Dampier, that was his finest moment. But if you listen to him, and he can't make a commitment to the University of Utah. I'm a Ute. No one is a Ute. Somebody is a Ute. Who's a Ute? I don't know who's a Ute. They're a Ute until something better comes along that they think they need to take advantage of, right? And all that stuff going on. My head was spinning, really, metaphorically, from all the conversations that I had. The ball game was something that, I thought was going to happen. To the degree that it happened was even probably more impressive. That was the Dampier's finest hour. If he was auditioning for other programs, wow, what an audition, because he was sensational. And Utah's a football team in 2025. It will go down as one of the better on-field performances and probably the craziest off-field performance or storyline and saga and drama and all that stuff. So you got it all in there. And where do you want to go? How do you want to approach it? It's up to you.
Well, the off-field drama, Jason Beck to Michigan as the offensive coordinator. He'll take with him quarterback coach Coy Detmer Jr., who's been with him on previous stops in New Mexico and Syracuse, so no surprise that those two are staying together. Wide receiver coach Micah Simon, who was also with him in New Mexico, is making the move. O-line coach Jim Harding, who spent 11 years with Kyle, is making the move. And tight end coach Fred Whittingham Jr., who's Kyle's brother, is also making the move. I don't think any of those were that surprising. I think they were pretty predictable. I think people might be surprised, though, defensive ends coach Lewis Powell is making the move also to Michigan. So that looks, maybe there'll be more, but it looks like that's probably it. You think there'll be one more, or you think that's it?
I don't know. I can't say that. I'm not surprised at Lewis Powell. You have an opportunity to go to Michigan. Why would that be surprising? I mean, Utah is Utah. It's a great football program, but Michigan's is on a higher level. There's no question. And your resume will look better if you had success at Michigan. I even had, I think for the first time, and I go on the field in the fourth quarter, a coach during the game come up to me. During the game was actually going on, and a coach come up to me and say something. And that's how crazy this whole situation has been these last 2 weeks. I've never had that. After the game, making walks in the locker room, that happens frequently. But literally during the game, saying something to me in a level of disgust, wow, that's pretty unusual.
They had to get it off their chest, huh?
I guess so. Yeah. And they saw me, came up to me, and obviously they know me, and I would never give that up. But I'm just talking about that in general. I would never be specific. But it was a crazy day in Vegas, and I wasn't even there the whole day. I'm still in the St. George KSL Sports Zone offices because I want to watch the games yesterday to be able to take them all in. And obviously the Georgia game, the late game. So I'll be coming home this afternoon and go from there. And I suspect on my drive home this afternoon that things will be happening.
The St. George Studios.
Yeah. Don't you remember Locke when he would do the show from Park City? They were giving away prizes and whatnot. He called and asked if he could just pick up the prize at the Park City Studios.
He did. All right, more on this and all the changes in Utah coming up. Stay with us. DJ and PK.
#BYU.
Jay Hill is headed to Michigan as the Wolverines' defensive coordinator. He will be calling the shots, reunited with Kyle Whittingham, who, of course, he played for when Kyle was a defensive coordinator, and then he coached under him and was multiple position coaches and special teams coordinator before he went to Weber State. Jay Hill back to Michigan. You've got to be about 0% surprised by that.
Oh, no, I expected it all along. Yeah. The two things that I was most assured of were Jason Beck and Jay Hill becoming the coordinators for Kyle Whittingham. I was going to say Kalani, but obviously that's no longer Kyle Whittingham in Michigan. Those were the two things that I was most assured and have been for a number of days now, and was asked not to say anything until the things were official and all that stuff. And after the game what was the game? Wednesday? What's today? Friday? Holidays kind of screw up with the days with you a little bit, but it feels like a Monday in a sense. My wife came with me, and on the drive from Vegas to St. George, I had her drive because
you wanted to be texting.
Yeah. And I text that I got was that we have matched basically Michigan's offer. That's from the BYU perspective.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, but I still think your resume will be better for a man who wants to be at the top coming from Michigan, because then you got Weber, you did well. You got BYU, you did well. Now you can go way out of your comfort zone and go to Michigan. If you do well there, well, that's 3 stops in a row where you've done well. And that ought to set you up. And who knows, maybe it's even at Michigan in a few years or someplace else. In my mind and my line of thinking, that the financial compensation was going to be there. And, kudos for BYU for basically matching is what I'm being told. I haven't seen the numbers. I can only go by what I hear. And that's what I'm telling people. If you want to believe it, it's up to you. If you don't, I'm fine either way. But now you have an opportunity. I think if you have success at Michigan, which I have no reason to think that you won't, you'd have an opportunity to get a better head coaching job rather than, say, maybe a group of 5. Would a Power 4 team be interested? Because now you can have big time exposure.
Yeah, I'd accelerate. I see where you're going, and I'd accelerate down the road. If he does well in Michigan, Utah, he should be a candidate. If Utah comes open, he should be a candidate. If BYU comes open, he should be a candidate. If Michigan comes open, but now honestly, he should be a candidate anywhere in the Big 12 or Big 10. The SEC, They may still be doing their own thing. I can see where this would line him up for literally dozens of Power 4 jobs. If you've crushed it at that many stops.
Yeah. So you were always going to lose him at some point.
The problem
this is a great place to lose him to.
He'd been so regional. He could be dismissed, and people who love him would hate this. But you could see easily if you step away and say, yeah, well, he's great over there, but could he do it here? And if he does it at Michigan, anybody who blurts that out is an idiot. You can't say that anymore if he does it well at Michigan.
I don't think you can, yeah. So this is a move he had to make for his career. And I'm sure there was some angst. He's leaving behind a good situation, working for people he loves and all that stuff. So it's bittersweet, mixed emotions, however you want to phrase it. But career-wise, I don't see how you don't make that move. And it's literally the same thing for all the folks at Utah. And I've been getting emails and whatnot and conversations. Oh, yeah, well, talk about leaving the program in a good spot and taking all these shots at Kyle. I understand because you're a fan and emotions are involved. But the individuals, Micah Simon, how do you not go to Michigan? I mean, the list goes on. Every single guy, you can see how do you not do it. And you can argue whether Kyle should do it or not. We can get into that later. But for the individuals making the moves, yeah, how do you not make it, man? It seems like it's the choice that you would jump at, and you've had this opportunity, and you got to go for it.
All right, more on this one coming up as well. DJ and PK.
#college football.
The semifinals are set. Wow, wide open. What a scramble. I don't know that. I mean, obviously, no one picked these 4 teams in the preseason, but really nobody was picking these 4 teams in November. I mean, with Ole Miss losing Lane Kiffin, no matter what you thought of them, could you pick them as a semifinalist? They won what I thought was clearly the most entertaining game of the 4. The most impressive one, Indiana is the only conference champion who's been able to overcome that bye and win a game in the college football playoff in this 12-team format area. The other conference champs all get beat. Conference champs are 1-9.
I just think that's
Indiana. You think it's just happenstance that 7 teams with byes have lost?
Yeah.
I think that's a long time to leave a team off, and they're going to change. I'm convinced they're going to change the format, and I'm looking forward to what they're going to do. Just keep playing every week. I like more football.
I asked Brett Yormark about changing the format, and he said he didn't think it would get changed for next season.
Wow, really?
Eventually, it'll get changed. Yeah, I mean, that's what he said before the game. Yak was sitting right in there in that same room.
Interesting.
When I asked him that question, he said he thinks it's too late to change it for next season.
Well, they kicked the can down the road. They could have done the format because they had the deadline. They decided, well, let's do it after the championship game. And that'd be college football for you.
I mean, that's what Brett Yormark said. I have no information.
I'm
not in on any of these meetings.
I believe you, and I'm not in on them either. But it's like you waited to this kind of info, and this is the kind of info you're getting. You know,
yeah.
Indiana taking apart Alabama.
If it were that impossible, Indiana wouldn't have won. Play better and you win.
Indiana played great.
ASU lost because they had a bye. Is that what you're telling me last year? No.
The offensive numbers for all these teams in the first quarter coming off byes are terrible. It's awful. Miami beat Ohio State. Who do you buy after what you saw in these 4 quarterfinal games?
Buy all of them. By Miami. Ohio State, they had a bye. They had 7 or 8 months as a bye, and they had a lousy offense in the first game against Texas. Then they played, and they had a lousy offense against Miami.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just about making
and
who
a lousy
the plays,
offense
man.
against Indiana. Against the top competition, that offense has struggled. There's no way around it.
Yeah, I mean, who are these teams? Which team has beat whom? I mean, we can go back and your guy Wolken from USA Today ripping the Big 12. Well, yeah, he went to Vanderbilt as an SEC guy, but there's no ripping of Alabama there. I mean, okay. I mean, come on. And so, I mean, Alabama, they beat Georgia once, but then got slaughtered by Georgia the next time. And then beyond that, they beat a bunch of teams who beat nobody. Vanderbilt, Missouri, Tennessee. Yeah, they're all ranked because they're from the SEC. But how good are they when they're turning around now that the season is done? And then some of these teams didn't even beat anybody over 500. And you go in that direction. And Cody Campbell, yeah, you bought a great defense, but you didn't buy a quarterback. And it came back to bite you.
NCAA transfer portal opened overnight. 1,000 players immediately populating the database. Projected to have thousands more enter. The window's open for 10 days. Get ready for a big-time shuffle.
Populating the
database, yes. Data. Take that for data.
I'm a data guy myself. Yeah, well, they can transfer anytime they want. It's just a question of when can the teams talk to them and all that stuff. But it's been going on.
Yep.
It's been going on for weeks. And so, yeah, now's the time to make your roster.
Take that for data.
Yeah, you got to make your roster. This is what's going to determine. Your recruiting class now has become secondary. It is about what you do right now to build your roster for the 26th season.
4 more bowl games today, 2 of them with Big 12 teams. Navy and Cincinnati, the Liberty Bowl at 2:30. Arizona and SMU in the Holiday Bowl at 6. DJ and PK.
#NFL.
I don't know that I've taken time to ponder that. I'm just committed to making sure that it's not. He's certainly been an awesome contributor to our efforts, and not only from a talent perspective and an experience perspective, but just his professionalism, his relationship with the game, his love for his teammates, and his willingness to help them grow and get better and gain better understanding each and every day has been cool to be a part of.
There is Mike Tomlin, the Steelers coach, on quarterback Aaron Rodgers, and is he coming back for another year? Could this be his last game? What is going to happen? Ravens-Steelers Sunday night. Winner is the AFC North champ and is in the playoffs as the 4 seed, and the loser is out. 2 other winner-take-all games here. Panthers-Bucks, almost winner-take-all. There is a chance the Panthers could back in if the Falcons win. But for the Bucks, any shot they have rests on they've got to win this game. That's Saturday afternoon at 2:30. Seahawks-Niners, so this is a winner gets the division title game. Loser is a wild card. That's 6 o'clock Saturday night. The Saturday games are on ABC and ESPN. So finally, the last weekend of regular season football, PK, but it is sudden death here for a couple of teams.
Yeah, well, wouldn't you want to have the wild card? Because then you don't have to have time off.
Well, 1 week off is different than 23 or 24 days off or whatever it was. But
except it's not 1 week, it's 2 weeks.
Okay, well, usually you have a week off before a game, so now you have 2 weeks off before a game.
Right.
But it's not 23, 24 days.
So then create the college system where they only have 2 weeks off. Then that'll make that'll make a world of difference. I'm not buying it.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Kawhi, right wing extended, feeling good. Leonard firing, rips the ropes. Kawhi Leonard stuck on automatic. 37 points and another 3 here in the 4th. Collier's got their last 6 points. He drives, he pumps, he throws it away, but 2 in the steal. Leonard's got a red carpet. Kawhi to the rim, smashes it with 2 hands. Kawhi Leonard, 39 points. Kawhi drops it to his left hand. Straight away, goes right around the screen. Pops a right wing 3, and got another. Kawhi Leonard.
Utah Jazz lose to the Clippers. 118-101 the final score. Kawhi Leonard's hot streak continues. 45 points in the game. He's averaging 39 points a night during this Clippers 6-game winning streak. The Jazz played without most of their starters. Markkanen sat. Keontae George sat. Nurkic sat. Kevin Love off the bench was arrested. It's a shorthanded Jazz team. Any of the young guys impress you, PK? It was a career-high night for Cody Williams with 18 points.
How many rebounds did he have?
0.
He matched a dead man.
He did. I knew it. Rick Majerus comment. That one lives on.
When you get out rebounded by 12.
Yep.
You need guys to rebound.
Absolutely.
And especially, and the Clippers don't have Zubac, their big man. He's been out for a good while, and he's their leading rebounder, I believe. So, I would like to get that. I didn't know Kawhi. I thought Kawhi Leonard was just an unusual first name. I did not know it was named after a Hawaiian island, Kauai, as that announcer was saying it. But what we're going to see here is nobody wants to load management against the Jazz because that's a game in which you can pad your stats.
And get some numbers, baby.
Yeah.
Having said that, 3 of the Clipper starters didn't get to double figures. But other guys did, and they ended up with 5 guys in doubles, and Kawhi Leonard went
right,
nuts.
But who's the guy who usually sits? It's Kawhi.
Jazz are now off today, and they will play the Warriors in San Francisco tomorrow night, second game on the 4-game road trip. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Denver Nuggets have lost Jonas Valanciunas for at least 4 weeks to a calf strain. He's Nikola Jokic's backup, and Jokic is out for a month himself after hyperextending his left leg. And Denver missing multiple starters also. They're getting hit with a run of injuries here, so the Nuggets will be shorthanded for the month of January.
Maybe the Jazz can pick up another draft pick then.
Spurs star Victor Wembanyama did not suffer any ligament damage in the left knee. He hyperextended it Wednesday. He's questionable for the game tomorrow, but it's not thought to be something that'll keep him out for the long run.
You wonder, with him being as gangly as he is this going to be something? Because he's had some injury issues. This is his 3rd season?
Yep.
Just halfway through, not quite halfway through the 3rd season. And it seems like they haven't been catastrophic, but there's been
numerous
injuries that have basically sidetracked him. And obviously he's a long body with some seriously long limbs, and wonder if that's going to be an issue.
The teams that are bad in the NBA, they lost. So the Jazz don't pick up any ground on anybody other than obviously the Clippers, who beat the Jazz, and they now are tied with identical records. But the Kings lost to the Celtics, the Mavs to the Sixers, the Nets to the Rockets. It was fairly predictable in that regard. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Tomorrow, BYU opens Big 12 play there at Kansas State. The game's on CBS at 11:30, and Utah's going to play number 1 Arizona at 2 o'clock on the NBC Sports Network. Conference college season is here. We're done with all the cupcakes, PK. Maybe an occasional bad team in the league, but a lot of showdowns now. The tests will start coming fast and furious for BYU, who's played a pretty good non-conference schedule, but now it really heats up.
Yeah, it's funny. You talk to some people and they thought they didn't play a good non-conference schedule, and you talk to others that they did. They played better compared to last year. They did, and Kevin Young has a much better handle on his team this year. Just has a handle on the situation because everything was brand new last year, and now you're going to go through it again. You have a better idea of what the opponents are about. I'm really looking forward to it. It's like all eyes are on BYU at this point. They're going to make the NCAA tournament, barring something outrageous. And what's going to be their seed, how they're going to be playing. It's in terms of their seed, the seed is the number that's assigned to you, but it doesn't necessarily dictate how well you play. And so with that in mind, now we get to follow this team for the next 2 months, basically. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they do, because when the non-conference was winding down, Devonta had basically said to himself and made a statement, okay, I'm just going to dominate now. I've fit in, now I'm going to dominate. And he has been dominating to a high level, and he wants to be the number 1 pick, I assume. And so here's the opportunity to put it on display. So starting tomorrow, I'm going to be sitting there in my couch watching that game tomorrow and go to as many home games as I can and then be prepared for March. But it all begins now, and my interest will start to build to a peak the end of next month and into the conference tournament the first week of March. And I'm excited to see how the Cougars can do.
Arizona's ranked number 1. They are undefeated. They beat the UConn team that beat BYU. They played some other brand names, Florida, UCLA, Auburn, Alabama. You think they're overhyped, or has Arizona finally got a team that matches their hype and their dreams?
I don't think they'll win the national tournament, if that's what you're asking, because I don't know that I would put any one singular team as the favorite to win the tournament in March. But I think they're very, very good, and they've got an excellent program. They've had one for years, so they are legit. What does that mean in a one-and-done situation? Because it's really nothing that they're going to do in the conference seasons that's going to determine the success of their program for the 25-26 season. It's going to be the tournament run. And would they have a chance to go to the Final Four and win it? Yes. Would they? Yeah, I wouldn't have any idea.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL. Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Houston Astros have given Japanese right-handed ace Tatsuya Imai, did I get that right? Imai? 3 years and $54 million. PK, you've read a lot about these guys coming over, and we've seen multiple teams and multiple players hit here. Have the Astros and Imai hit? You got a feeling for whether this guy's a big deal?
A big deal. I think he's definitely a deal. Is he a big deal? I think it's sort of like kids that you draft. They have credentials. Now, I do think the elite Japanese players have more credentials than a kid coming out of college, or obviously even more than a kid going into the high school ranks. And we're talking from the high school ranks into the professional baseball. And that's the system that they have, because I think if you prove it over there, and I think it's the same thing, maybe not as much, but in the Korean League or some of these kids that come from the Caribbean, if they've had, and Latin countries, if they've had a lot of success there, what does it mean? My guess is this guy is a rotation guy for the Astros. Is he an ace? I can't say that, but I would be surprised if he wasn't in the rotation for 5 years or so and see what happens. You never know about arm injuries with pitchers, so that's always a factor. But the point I'm making is if you've established yourself to a degree in the Japanese league and you come over here, particularly as a pitcher now, as they have become more and more prevalent in the American game, in the MLB, that you should be having a level of success, and that's what I anticipate with Houston.
The fact they gave him 3 years and $54 million, the way they slotted him in there, and the fact that he was willing to agree to that, I think suggests exactly what you say. You're good, or you wouldn't get that kind of money. But if they thought he was great, or if he thought he was great, he'd be demanding more. They'd be giving more. Somebody would be giving more. So that price tag suggests just what you said there.
Yeah.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Here comes Adam Pellick, funneling one to the front of the net, sealed off by Vamelka. Jersey goes off the glass and out. Here's a 2-on-1. Krause and Gunther. Gunther on hat trick watch. He shoots and scores! Dylan Gunther has his hat trick, and it's 6-2. Keller looking in, finding Peterka. Schmaltz in tight, shoots and scores! Touchdown, Mammoth!
Good luck figuring this out, PK. At home, where the Mammoth are better, they played a team that's slightly worse than them, Nashville, and they blow out and lose in the last 10 minutes. And then on the road, they play a team that's slightly better than them, and naturally they blow them out. They had the rare 2-goal lead going to the third period, and they extended it, and they win 7-2. Gunther with a hat trick and a pair of goals for Nick Schmaltz. There's no figuring this out. Just game to game, they drop the puck, and you see what happens.
What a game, though. My gosh, man. I'm watching football, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm switching over. I'm going back and forth. And it seemed like every time I went back, they scored a goal.
So your timing
lead increased.
Yeah, your timing was bad. You were missing the goals. You came back, and the ticker, the score on the board was wrong.
Yeah, up on the left-hand side or right-hand side. Yeah, this is like, wow. Man, I can't I want to watch the football. It's a little more important right now. Obviously with the playoff versus a regular season game. And there they were scoring. And then I did watch during halftime. That set it up. But then they have their 20-minute intermission, so they overlapped a little bit. But, wow, they kept scoring. I watched the last several minutes, and in New York, the crowd was booing. They're just booing their team. A pathetic performance. And it's all about, okay, this is one game. Now, what do you do? What can you build upon it? We keep waiting for a good long streak or a decent streak, a 4 out of 5, 7 out of 9, 8 out of 10 type deal. And maybe this is the impetus that gets them there. Well, we'll see. When we talked about how January is going to be a big month for these guys to solidify a potential playoff base spot.
First of 3 in Gotham. They're off today. They play the New Jersey Devils tomorrow, then another day off, and they play the Rangers. Hey, look at the standings. The Islanders are the best team of the 3. However, there isn't much separation. There's Islanders are in second place, and the Rangers are next to last, but it's only 5 points. So just turn the game on and see how it goes, because figuring this stuff out in advance seems pretty hard.
You're our standings guy.
Yes, I am. Everyone's got to have a role. That's one of mine. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Kevin Graham is here to talk football at 8 o'clock. David Locke is here at 9 o'clock to talk Jazz as they get ready to play the Warriors. And coming up next, the question of the day. So many coaching changes. We will get to that. Stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz fall to the Clippers in L.A. Kawhi Leonard's hot streak continues. He scores 45 points. Will Hardy on the matchup with the Clippers.
It's a hard one to win. I thought we did a good job controlling the paint for the most part, which was good. But, our attention to detail in our team defense guarding an ISO tonight wasn't good enough to win. Kawhi Leonard and James Harden are really special ISO players, and they took advantage of our mistakes.
This Utah Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK. It is time for Hot Takes or Toast. The question of the morning. There are so many questions, PK. Let's start with BYU. With Jay Hill leaving, what should Kalani Sitake do now? Travis, hire Morgan Scally, LOL. Harry, call Penn State back. Harry's ready for him to throw in the towel. Reed says hire Gary Anderson as assistant DC with Papinga to mentor him. Promote from within and give Gary more responsibility. There's a problem with that, isn't there? There's probably a couple problems with that.
What are you talking about?
Hiring Gary Anderson as assistant defensive coordinator with Papinga. He's already there. Is Gary going to end up in Michigan? Nope.
I would say no, but he could be. That's just me looking at what Gary Anderson is about in his life right now.
Don't move around, and he's got a good thing. Don't change what he's doing. That is something he's said a few times. Now we'll see when he gets an offer and push comes to shove what he decides. But he has said that. Maybe that's the way it'll play out.
And you're working with guys you like, you're local, your family, and all that stuff. It seems like this is a man who's in the mentorship role and really, really enjoys being in this role. We've seen veteran coaches be in this situation over the years. You can go back. Remember Pete Carell, what was he up in Sacramento? Princeton coach. I forget who his connection was. There was a Jeff Petrie or something. He had a connection, and so he's veteran dude on the staff. Gary Patterson has done that here in recent years, where they have an opportunity to be involved in the game and contribute in a way that is effective. Jerry West, from a management perspective, has done that with various teams. So we'll see how that plays out. But he's already on the staff and making contributions, him and some other guys that have been around. So I've been so focused on what Utah is doing, even though I knew that this was coming, or I highly, highly suspected that this was coming, that they'd have a defensive coordinator opening. And when you're listening to Kalani talk at the bowl game, I'm going to let Jay make that announcement. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Not exactly nuclear secrets here.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a huge shock.
Codes. I mean, it was obvious that was, and he has to take it. He owes it to himself to have this opportunity to expand your opportunities down the road. Now he'll be in the moment and coach his butt off for Michigan. He won't be looking at with one eye, what can I benefit from this? That'll happen naturally with the success that we anticipate him having. So with that in mind, Kalani has known about this in the same manner Morgan has known about this. When he got to Vegas, he is the coach, right? No longer coach in waiting. And he talked about how we've got a plan. And he knew on Wednesday that Beck was gone. I mean, that's another thing that had to happen for the career of Jason Beck. Now his kids can go paint their faces Michigan because he's a Michigan man. I mean, I'm not into that. I mean, they are who they are, and they have to make career choices based on the situations that they present themselves. And who among us would turn down Michigan if you're Jason Beck? Of course he's going to take it. He has to take it, right? And so Morgan has known about this. Kalani has known about this. And with the transfer portal literally opening today, and it's been open, since midnight? And what are we now here at almost 8 o'clock? So that's 1, 2, 3. That's almost 8 hours, right? And so with that in mind, they've got to act quickly. BYU has to act quickly to get a coordinator. Morgan has to act quickly to get coordinators, because obviously he was the defensive coordinator, so he's going to have to replace himself. And they have these plans in place. Progression is being made, and I would suspect by Sunday we'd have everything wrapped up as far as the leadership. Now, you have to have the coordinators have an opportunity to hire position coaches and all that stuff, and particularly on offense. I mean, it's a major overhaul for these guys, for the Utes. For BYU, does he have candidates? Kelly Poppinga has been coaching football for a good while. I covered him. We covered him. Another one of these guys that we literally covered as players. And so with that in mind, we like these guys. They're very personable. Kelly Poppinga is a guy that if I had a kid and Kelly Poppinga came into my home and said, we want to offer you a scholarship, I'd break down in tears. I would be so happy, because that's how much I trust him. He has the knowledge, he has the intensity, and he has the ability to communicate. He's an excellent representative of the faith and all that stuff. So with that in mind, that would be a great choice if they went in that direction, and it's not just Kelly that we're talking about. It's the support system around him. The Chad Kahaha is there, right? Sione Puha, these veteran dudes, Justin Enna, that have been around, and they can they're not just helpers, they're vital contributors. So losing Jay Hill clearly is a blow, but it's not a blow that cannot be overcome.
Most of the suggestions here are to promote from within. People have liked what they've seen from the BYU defense. Yeah. They want continuity. Gennaro Guilford is getting shout-outs. Justin Enna is getting shout-outs. Kelly Papinga is getting shout-outs. So mostly it's promote from within. And I get that, and that is how I would lean 99 times out of 100. And it's actually how I think it'll go. But Kalani's had some success here hiring people lately. If he sees somebody from outside the program, it'd be risky. It would go against the grain. It would go against everything I would normally think or suggest. But I also have to look at his track record and go, well, he probably knows this person better than me. Maybe he's got something.
Yeah, the problem there is very rarely does a coordinator come in and keep the entire staff intact.
Yep.
So you're only losing one person right now. We'll see if there's more. But right now you're only losing one, right? So the idea of promotion from within would be something that would be more amenable, because then you're still working with the same guys, and
presumably
probably that individual is not going to look to bring in more guys. But very rarely does a coordinator come in and just comes in himself. You know, you look like you use Jason Beck as the most recent example.
Mm-hmm. He
comes in and he brings in some coaches, right?
Detmer and Simon both. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's something that you have to anticipate. And do they want more change when things are going well? You speak of a Justin Enna. Now, Justin Enna was at Utah, goes to Utah State, and was a coordinator under Gary Anderson, if I have my timeline correct. So there's so much going on internally that's the way I think that they can go. But if he doesn't want to go that way, so be it. Kalani's the boss, and he has the opportunity now, and he's earned the stature to do essentially whatever he wants. When he got the job, he didn't have the stature, and basically they forced Ty Detmer on him.
He was assigned him.
Yeah, that didn't work. So be it. Nothing against Ty. It just didn't work. And then you go on. And then when they hired Grimes, the athletic director made it a point, this is Kalani's hire. And then Grimes went on, and A-Rod was there. A-Rod is his guy, has been his guy, worked together at SUU. They worked together at Utah, blah, blah, blah. I think A-Rod's done a fine job there. So you can see the connections and the personal relationships that matter. And all that, I think you can put that under the umbrella of one word, and that one word is trust. And the trust is there and going back and forth. And I think that's what A-Rod is doing now. If he should have the opportunity to go to Utah, well, man, he's extremely loyal to Kalani. Kalani it's something that he builds loyalty. It's a two-way street. And loyalty, you have to be careful with that word, because a lot of Ute fans, and I got an email this morning just already in the first segment about how awful it is for Kyle to do this, blah, blah, blah. Loyalty is a tricky word. And I only spent in Las Vegas game day, 6 hours, 7 hours. But as I said earlier, man, all the information that I was getting from both sides of going back and forth on this, well, who's right, who's wrong? We had to do this. No, you didn't have to do this. You didn't do what you had said you were going to do. Well, I changed my mind, and so I deserve the right, yada, yada. You're classless. You suck, blah, blah, blah. Some vicious stuff being told to me back and forth, all that. Here, you have an opportunity for BYU to make a clean replacement, which I think that they will do, and then they move on. And Jay was always going to move on. Kelly Papinga, among others, not just to pick out him, but because you brought up his name, they all thought Jay was going to take the Utah State job last year. They were certain that he was gone, and they were preparing for him to leave, and then he says no. So that's what you got going on there.
DJ and PK, there's so much more to say there, but we do have to get to all the Utes changes as well. I mean, Morgan Scally just craves our advice. PK's advice, my advice, the advice of all the listeners. So we'll give Morgan what he needs and what he wants. Next, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
And a new crash northbound I-15 just before the north interchange in North Salt Lakes. Look at the right lane is blocked in that area. Also have a crash northbound I-15 near 146 South. in the Draper area. That one's over on the right, not causing any delays currently. And also looks like we got some fog if you're on the west side of the Salt Lake Valley this morning. Watch it as you travel the Mountain View Corridor as well as Bangerter Highway. This update is brought to you by UTA. When you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. Joining us on the program right now, Andy Phillips, former kicker for the University of Utah.
Coach Scally wears a little bit more emotion on his sleeve and is not afraid to joke around with you. And I go to our blackout game, and there he is in a white shirt, and I can give him a bunch of crap for being in a white shirt at a blackout game, and he can turn around and give me all kinds of crap as well. And he brings totally different perspective than Coach Witt, and so a lot of people are like, you're going to get a lot of the same with Scally, and I don't necessarily think that's true. And I think it's going to be just a great change at Utah in leadership, in the sense that there's new blood and new energy. And I know that Coach Scally's been preparing for this for decades, and we'll take all of the good that he's learned from Coach Witt and the coaches that he's worked with, and then we'll put his own flavor on the program. And so I'm really excited to see what that's going to turn into.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
New year, new goals. What do you got set for yourself for this year in 2026? Well, when it comes to finances, those should always be the goals, to have that money be working for you while you're sleeping. How about that? Because you work hard while you're awake. And what you want to do with your investments is to have them continue to progress the way you want them. Well, I'm telling you, don't do it alone. What I am saying is get with the folks at Trajan Wealth, because they are your local trusted financial fiduciary. I have firsthand experience with this. Man, I can speak from my own situation. You want to have trust, especially with people who are dealing with your money. And I believe that's what you'll have when you get with Trajan Wealth, because you're dealing with folks, men and women, who know what they're talking about, and they're going to be available for you at any time you may need them. And what they'll do with you is listen to your story, right? And then once they have all that down, they will create a plan working with you, not just on their own, but with you, just to where you can have peace of mind to know what you're thinking, what you're doing, knowing that, okay, I've got a plan and I'm going to be okay when that time comes. The money's going to be there. Make 2026 the year that you do that. And even if you've already got an advisor, why not get a second opinion with your local trusted financial fiduciary? Give them a shot. You got nothing to lose. Why? How do I say that? Because the initial consultation is for free. That's why. So call your local trusted financial fiduciary and set something up. That phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. You can meet with them at Draper and Farmington. I met with them in Draper, right off the freeway there on the south part of the valley. And if you are up north, no problem. They'll get up there and meet with you in Farmington. Check out the website too. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit, because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding. Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brought to you by Live Nation. For all live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com. All right, PK, we just gave Kalani Sitake all the help he didn't ask for. Now it's time to give Morgan Scalley all the help he hasn't asked for. What should he do at offensive coordinator with Jason Beck going to Michigan and most of the position coaches going with him? Now what? Chris says, if you could pry Brian Johnson away from the pros, I would like that hire. We just going down the whole Andy Reid path here? Find the person who's gone to pro football and seems locked into pro football and dream of bringing them back?
Well, I think that if you're a fan, you're not going to know of all the possible candidates, but you know of Brian Johnson. You know the success that he's had at the pro level. So he's a name that you would be familiar with, whereas Morgan Scalley, through help of others, can broaden his horizon to see who's best and who he trusts, who he has a relationship with. It's first and foremost on his mind as the portal opens. You need to act quick because you're not going to get any offensive guys if they don't know who they're going to go play for, right? And so you need to act as quickly as possible. And Dampier's kind of danced around like he does out on the field around would-be tacklers is the question of, are you coming back? You know, I love it here, blah, 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 blah. Are you coming back? I love it here. You know, you can just go around in circles with him answering because he has to. He knew full well, most likely, I'm sure he did to a good degree because we all did, I did, that Jason Beck was going to take off. It's Michigan. You got to go. He has no loyalty to Utah. It was a job. Then he had no loyalty to New Mexico. It was a job, right? And his loyalty is to himself and to his wife and children and what's in the best situation. That's where loyalty comes in. And people need to realize that. And you know, Whittingham is taking a lot of heat. Well, Whittingham right now, his job is to put as many qualified people on Michigan staff to win games. It's not any longer to worry about how I'm going to leave my legacy at Utah. I know that's harsh to say, but that's the reality of the situation. Plus, you can go back and forth, and there are some harsh feelings. All that stuff was not all of it, but a good portion of it was explained to me when I was in Vegas. It was not a smooth transition like he said that he wants it and all. There's some harsh feelings, and I know at his press conference he was asked how he was treated, and he was treated well and all that. But nevertheless, there's some bitterness there. Absolutely. I can just leave it at that. There's some bitterness there. And so away he goes. So they got to find a replacement. And then that guy has to hire together, the two of them, not he, but they need to hire basically an entire staff. If they want to keep Ottawa, which I assume they would, that they have to hire everybody else. Wow. This is a tough situation that Scalley has inherited, but he knew that was going to be a good possibility. So away you go. And whatever he has relationships with. Brian Johnson, I would jump on that if that were the situation, but I don't know that he would want it. A-Rod, yeah, talk to him. Yak was telling me about Jonathan Smith. You know, I've heard that name. Obviously, he had success. He was an Oregon State quarterback, coached at Oregon State. He only got 2 years at Michigan State when the program was in total turmoil. I don't know what you expected him to do. Give him 2 years and he's out the door and all that stuff. But as far as being an offensive guy, yeah, he's got credentials for sure.
That's where a lot of our listeners are going. A lot of them are saying A-Rod. A lot of them are going to Jonathan Smith. Cooper says, let's stop cycling through the same circle of coaches. I'm sure there's someone from the Big Sky or FCS who would love and thrive in FBS.
Okay, did Kalani cycle through the same coaches when he hired A-Rod?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, they'd work together in Utah.
I think
It's
working pretty
hold
good.
on, let me count up the W's here. It's going to take a minute.
Yeah. And NFL quarterbacks.
Yes, multiple, more than 3.
Oh, 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 for 3.
Dan throws out Alex Smith. Okay, Alex hasn't shown any inclination for wanting to go into coaching, to jump right in as an offensive coordinator. Alex has been going down the media route.
Yeah, he's on ESPN.
I know.
Like front and center.
Alex Smith?
I know.
Why not Ty Detmer? I mean, Alex is
there are parallels there,
Ty
right?
Detmer, right?
Yeah.
I talked to Scott Mitchell on Wednesday. I should ask him, hey, you want a job?
You want to throw your hat in the ring?
We were in line in the food line before the game, having some eggs, and we were talking. Obviously, knowing him, good dude. And I should ask him, "You interested? You want this job?" I think he's a big dude. I think he would have picked me up and chucked me about 5 tables over,
thrown you like a football.
Yeah, he wouldn't have gone. His only progression was to go deep.
air PK out. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, more football with Kevin Graham. He's got opinions on all of this, plus the games yesterday, the NFL games this weekend. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and Kevin Graham joins us once again to talk football. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year, gentlemen. Although it doesn't sound like it's really happy along the Wasatch Front these days. But, hey, you know, that's what college football will do to you. And, by the way, PK, yes, Scott Mitchell would throw you, but there's a high percentage chance that you would be intercepted. So just saying.
Oh.
But bump. All right. Yeah. Happy New Year.
I hope he sees you and commits a targeting violation.
Kevin's head snapping back.
With his bare hands.
There'd be a pretty good chance of that, actually. Thank you. Woohoo! I'll be here all day. All right. Yeah.
Kevin, there is a lot going on here about, Kyle Whittingham. He said he was going to retire. Well, he should get to pick when he retires. Well, okay, but he talked about it, and we were going to lose Morgan. And then, okay, well, Kyle, now you're out. Now you're going to Michigan to take all your guys, but you were going to leave the team in a good spot. So the truth is, it's business. People are getting paid a lot of money. People, if they don't win, get fired. And it has been down and dirty inside the family before. Kalani Sitake wasn't given an extension when the team went back-to-back 5 and 7s. And, you can't blame Kalani if he's thinking, the defense is great, the offense can't score points, we don't have a quarterback, that's the problem. What are you threatening my job for, right? All of a sudden, all the family stuff, I don't think Kalani felt great about that, and that's why he went to Oregon State. And A-Rod literally got fired by Kyle inside the family. Boom!
Yeah.
So there are multiple experiences with this, and you are the perfect person to talk about this because there were a lot of us 25 years ago, who were doing radio together. And you left. I'm in this chair because you left. I got to do morning drive radio because you took a job in another market and you took people with you. And there was a group of people. It was you and it was Ian Furness. It was John Lund. David Locke left the market, but he did return. Tim Benz. Yes, who is busy trying to get Tomlin fired now. And and he's really working at it. And Ryan Hatch. Now, you worked with these people in different places a second or third time, and sometimes it got difficult and people got let go. Do you want to explain to people the positives of working in the quote-unquote family situation? It's not a total lie. There is some truth to it. But at the same time, it's still a business, and there's truth to that too. And when they collide, it gets ugly. And I just think Ute fans are sitting in a place watching this go down, and you're like, I've seen it in my own career. This is what happens when you network.
Oh, yeah. There's no question of that. And I mean, and anybody's going to do this. In the real world of business, you do this. Like when I left to take a management job, I hire people that I trust. I hire people that I know who I am, know the direction I want to go, who has my back, who can help change a culture when you go into a new organization. So for what Kyle Whittingham is doing is no different than any human does particularly if you're in a management type situation. So, I mean, I know Michigan very well. I worked in Detroit multiple times there as well, particularly early in my career. I've been on the sideline like PK is in games, sitting on the sideline at Michigan games covering that team. So I know what that organization is like. And I also know it closely because I follow the team closely because my daughter went to the University of Michigan. So when Kyle Whittingham got this job, which you guys actually are lobbying about, I think the last time I talked to both of you a few weeks ago, this doesn't shock me or surprise me at all. And look, fans are emotional. I get it. They're attached to their program. They're attached to their team. They're attached to a coach who has been there 21 years. They took him at his word that, hey, I'm leaving this program in a great spot. They had a coach in waiting in Morgan Scalley. I understand why they're hurt by all this, but I'm sorry, exactly what you said. And this is where fans have to step in. And believe me, I'm guilty as anybody when it comes to being a fan. When you get really emotional, there's no loyalty anymore. It is a business. So when Kyle Whittingham gets pushed out, which he did, slightly pushed, but he, in his mind, right or wrong, he felt like he needed to step down. And obviously, he wasn't ready to stop coaching because now he has a full-time job again. Well, when he got that job, what's he going to do? He is going to take his people with him, and particularly in a scenario like Michigan. Michigan's a mess right now. I mean, you had Sharon Moore. Obviously, you had the cheating scandal, all that, whatever. They won a title. Harbaugh leaves. Guess what Harbaugh does, by the way, when he leaves? He takes some of the coaches with him to San Diego, or not San Diego anymore, the L.A. Chargers. And then so Kyle Whittingham gets a Michigan job. Michigan's a mess. I mean, the athletic department, he gets hired, by the way, by an athletic director whose entire athletic department is being investigated right now by its own university. So it's not like Kyle is walking into this secure situation where he knows who his boss is going to be, because his boss could be fired tomorrow. I think the president there is an interim president at this point in time. Yeah. I mean, it's not a secure situation. So how do you make it a secure situation if you're Kyle Whittingham walking into what is one of the blue bloods, one of the top programs in the country, probably if you ask anybody, name 3 college football programs, the best programs in history, Michigan is probably one of those 3, or at least one of the most recognizable, along with Notre Dame, maybe Bama, whoever else you want to throw out there. Well, he needs to secure himself. Well, he needs to do what he does best, and that's coach and win. Because ultimately, the only way you're going to keep your job at a place like Michigan is you have to win games. You have to beat Ohio State regularly. You have to now go and win Big Ten titles. You now have to get to the playoff every year. That's the expectations. So naturally, what is he going to do? He's going to bring the coaches that he trusts, that he empowers, that he knows has his back. They know what he wants to instill. They know how he ticks. They know his work ethic. They know what to expect. So that's what he's going to do. It's not uncommon. Every coach does it. It's just the way it works. Where it hurts is I think Utah fans thought that Kyle Whittingham would be done. They thought there'd be a smooth transition, that Scalley will move right in, no coaches would leave, and they would just keep kind of going along the same route they're doing. Well, that didn't happen. And I'm sorry, it's a fact of life. There is no loyalty in college sports anymore. It sucks. Coaches are going to move when they have better opportunities. Players are going to move, as we're noticing right now. What would you say, DJ? Like 1,000 players in the portal already that want to leave? Yeah, I mean, it's changed. It sucks. I miss the old days where players would be there for 4 years and coaches would be there for 20 years. Well, it's just not going to happen anymore. And then you got to look at it from the assistant perspective, and you guys have harped on this all morning, and you're 100% right. If you are an assistant coach, you have to do what's best by you and your family. Well, sorry again to Utah and BYU, and I love both those schools, and they're great programs, and I'm hope for both of them to just continue to roll along like they are. But the reality is Michigan's better. Michigan's bigger. Michigan's a high-profile program. You are Jason Beck, and you get a chance to be offensive coordinator at the University of Michigan. You know what? Even if you don't win enough and you end up getting fired, you still have University of Michigan on your resume, and that's going to carry a ton. You're always going to be employed. And if you're Jason Beck, and Jay Hill, for that matter, leaving BYU, Whittingham, you look at him and you think he can coach for another 20 years. He's not. He's probably going to be there at least 5 maybe, and that's only if he wins. So then who could be the successor? Well, now if you're Jay Hill or if you're Jason Beck, you have an opportunity to be the coordinators, the two top dogs right under the head coach. You two could be the candidates to become the next coach at the University of Michigan, which probably pays a lot more money than Utah and BYU too. So you're 100% right, DJ. Real world is infiltrated college sports, at least when it comes to the hiring processes and the lack of loyalty, and everybody's a free agent whenever they want to be. That's just the fact of life. It sucks. You got to deal with it. And now if you're a Utah fan, you have to be you have to put faith in the people that are there. And from what I get a sense on my X account after I posted some thoughts on all this, they don't have a lot of hope in their athletic director, Mark Harlan. Well, you know what? That's on you guys to hold him accountable. Morgan Scally, we'll see. But Morgan's a smart guy. I have to think that, because any coach networks. So I have to think that he has a Rolodex. Well, that's an old school way to look at it. But his contact list on his phone has a ton of coaches in there, people that he's run to in conventions, people that he knows, people that are smaller schools that could be possibilities. You just have to have faith that Morgan Scally can bring his staff in. And for Morgan, this is actually not a terrible thing because now he could put his stamp on the program. Suddenly he's not just always going to be in Kyle Whittingham's shadow. He's the man now, and he can now actually implement an offense to whatever offense he wants to implement to be his system. So you just got to give it a chance. And unfortunately, I think this is going to continue to happen. And another thing, too, and I know, again, as an emotional fan, it's hard to look through this, but congratulations. I mean, the fact that you have a Whittingham that's now at one of the top programs, the fact you had Kalani Sitake was about to become the coach in another blue blood program in Penn State, you know what that means? That means you're having a heck of a lot of success. So have the success. Hope you have a lot of donors that have a lot of money to keep throwing money at these coaches and players to stay. And you know what? You just keep rolling and try to win the Big 12 every year and get into the damn playoff. That's the goal.
Wow. That was a statement right there, man. That was impressive. Somebody who is a bag of wind myself, I can appreciate that. And you have that connection to Michigan. I've followed the programs. My wife's family grew up there, been back there a few times and all that. But I don't even think you need to do that to understand the magnitude of Michigan. And we've talked about that. In Utah, I always said that some of these places that it's best that you get a man, a woman, whatever the sport is, that knows the area, that knows the landscape, that knows the people. And we've seen when Utah, and I'm not speaking just to the U of U, I'm talking about the state, the institutions, when they do that tends to help. When Gary Anderson went up to Logan, he turned that thing around because he knew about the people of Utah. This guy's a Utah guy. With Michigan, most of these guys are not going to be Michigan people, but do you think that really matters? Because Michigan is a brand unto itself, and it basically recruits from Maine to San Diego and from Seattle to Miami, and who cares what you are, Michigan is a brand so big that it doesn't matter? Or do you think that they need some type of local or at least regional connection?
Oh, I think he's going to hire somebody, or at least a couple coaches or people in the recruiting office or the administration or at least in his hierarchy of the football coaching administration, that has a knowledge of at least the state, has a knowledge of the Big Ten. I mean, it is a different conference. Whittingham, the media is a lot more critical. The spotlight is going to be on there, so he's going to have to figure out how to make sure he can navigate through all that. But to your point, being Michigan, look, every kid in the state of Michigan wants to play for Michigan. I mean, it's just a fact. And every kid that doesn't get into Michigan, if they stay in state, they're going to Michigan State, or they're going to Central Michigan, my former school, or Western or Eastern, if they're not a quality or power quality player, power conference quality player. So I think it's key that you'll have a few people there. But honestly, I think his biggest battle, PK, is within that administration, because with the Harbaugh years, the way that ended up and how turbulent that was, and then obviously Sherrone Moore is a complete disaster the way that finished up. There's a mess going on. I mean, you have an athletic department that's being investigated. You have an AD there that's on the hot seat and may not be there. So for him, he's got to make sure that he has people that has his back to navigate, and he has to have the ability to work the politics, which for Whittingham, I don't think that's his game. I mean, he's a coach, and ultimately that's what, and like I said in the rant, ultimately him winning is what's going to keep him secure and keep his job. But he can't let the regents, he can't let the boosters, he can't let the parents of Bryce Underwood or other high-profile players who are getting millions of dollars. He has to keep that kind of under control because, unfortunately for college football's sake, and again, I'm amazed that people even want to be a college football coach anymore. I mean, you got to navigate all that stuff. I mean, everybody seems to have a piece of the pie or thinks they have a piece of the pie. So somehow he's going to have to kind of work his way through that. And the best way to do it, again, at least with the players and their families, is to have coaches he can trust, that they're great communicators. All these guys obviously are great coaches, good coaches, been there a while, or at least had experience like a Beck that's bounced to different programs. They have the ability to do that. And then as for the administration standpoint, again, the best way to shut them up is just win. And so he's got to kind of close. It's a weird scenario because he's got to close the ranks around him in some ways. But at the same time, he's got to have some people to help him play the political game to keep the regents and the boosters and all those people that feel like they think they have a voice in the program, to keep them away from the actual team per se, so he can put the product on the field to keep his job and be secure.
Now that you've watched all these games, you got any idea who's going to win out of the last 4 teams standing in college football?
Indiana. I mean, at least, I don't think you can argue that they were the most impressive so far. The way they just dominate Alabama. And, Alabama, that just proved to me that Alabama didn't deserve to. I mean, Notre Dame deserved it just as much as Bama to be in that playoff. But Indiana's good. I mean, and again, talking to a guy that spent a lot of years in the Midwest when I was younger and then worked there and all that and followed the Big Ten pretty closely. I mean, it's just, to me, it's still amazing to sit there and look at Indiana and say, wow, they're the best team in college football. It's Indiana. Like that was an easy W on Michigan and Michigan State's schedule every year, it seemed like. So, but I do think they're impressive. Their coach is impressive. They just seem to be the dominant team. And if I had to guess, I would say Miami, Florida. They just, Ole Miss has got a good run, and I think a lot of people, they're kind of their kind of sentimental pick just because everything happened with Lane Kiffin leaving and all that. But they're a mess again because now there's assistant coaches that are actually contractually obligated to coach at LSU that LSU let them go back to coach at Ole Miss. Well, now with the portal, Kiffin wants his coaches back with him. So now there's questions of whether these coaches are going to be able to even coach in the next game. So that could be an issue for Ole Miss. And then and Miami, Florida's got a lot of athletes. I think they're a little underrated. And I think a lot of people didn't pay attention to them because they were on TV every week, but they're coming out of the ACC, so no one really gave them a shot. So I wouldn't be surprised we have like a Miami-Indiana championship game, and then I'll be interested to see how that one plays out.
What do you think Whittingham leaving does to his legacy at Utah?
It shouldn't do anything. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's a short-term pain because, yeah. But, I mean, come on, everybody. And look, and PK, I used to argue this all the time. I was one of Whittingham's biggest critics from a standpoint that he can never figure out the offense. Well, this year he did. He finally found an offensive coordinator, and it seemed like let him coach to the offense the way he needed to coach. And I mean, come on, 21 years, and look what he accomplished. I mean, look what he accomplished from a Mountain West Conference standpoint, and being number 2. What was that year with Brian Johnson, the quarterback? Obviously, I was there at that time when they won the Sugar Bowl, and was number 2 in the country. How he took the program after Urban Meyer left, and kept the program going, and in fact, some ways, kept it even at a higher level at times. Look how he transitioned into the power conference with the Pac-12, and some initial struggles, but BYU just went through that with the Big 12. I mean, that just happens when you do that. And guess what? Next thing you know, he's winning Pac-12 championships. Look what he goes in the Big 12. Yeah, last year was not a good year for him, but look what he did this year. They flipped it around. I mean, no. I mean, I think it's like anything these days. Everybody has an outroar. Everyone gets mad. Everyone gets ticked off. They're calling him Judas, is what I saw on my timeline. I'm like, give me a break. I mean, geez. Let's compare him to Judas. All right, give me a break. So anyway, I think there's a little difference of a guy turning over Jesus to be killed and Kyle Whittingham going to Michigan. All right, and I'm not even that religious.
Which one's worse?
So I mean, Exactly. I mean, pipe down, everybody. It sucks. Hope that Morgan Scally does the same thing Whittingham did when Whittingham took over from Urban and puts his team together and does his thing. And you know what? And then 10 years from now, or whenever Whittingham hangs it up at Michigan or gets fired, because you never know, you know what? Put the statue up for him and appreciate him and be appreciative for at least what he put. I mean, every week you had a chance to win, I would say 90% of the time, or 95% of the time. So be thankful for that. So I think his legacy will be fine once everyone calms down, especially if Morgan Scally can get out there and if Utah continues their winning ways, then I think everything will ease off.
I don't think the loyalty was just lost recently. I mean, it was more than a decade ago that Kyle had his job threatened, that Kalani couldn't get his extension, A-Rod got fired. It's like right here in this very place where there is legitimately so much family and all these relationships and people have known each other. It's been happening here, despite all those relationships, for a long time. This is nothing new. But in the heat of the moment, it feels, I guess it hits harder, because we're all in the moment. And we're all told to live in the moment, so I guess we shouldn't even be criticizing the people who are living in the moment.
No, that's true. I mean, and times have changed. I mean, if you think about it, if Whittingham would have made this move, 15 years ago or whatever, before they went to the Pac-12, everybody would be really happy for him, much like when Urban left to go to Florida. So, I mean, but now it's, everybody freaks out. And that's just the world we're in now. Everybody just overreacts, including myself, to everything. And so it's kind of like, okay. But This is why Morgan Scally was named as the coach in waiting. I mean, this was going to happen eventually, and again, the twist is Whittingham leaving and taking basically the entire offensive staff with him. But you know what? It's the reality of college football, and that's just this is not uncommon in any program. When a coach leaves, he's going to take some of his guys with him, including players too. I'll be curious to see, what Utah players are in the portal and who ends up suddenly, wearing the maize and blue next year. And that's a reality too. And you know what? Even if Whittingham stayed, Utah players would be leaving. And if they had, and no offense, if Utah players had a chance to go play at the University of Michigan, whether Whit was there or not, those players would go to play at the University of Michigan, because that's just the fact of the matter, and that's just the way it is in our college football landscape right now.
Well, with you being a Detroit guy, is it more about Bob Seger or Kid Rock?
Well, me, it's Kid Rock, but Kid Rock and Bob Seger are very good friends, so I'm happy about that. But it's definitely Bob Seger. I mean, he's a legend, man. He's got a road named after him there in Detroit and the whole deal. So, yeah. So I regret I never got to see Bob Seger in concert. I always wanted to see him.
Didn't?
And I think he's retired again. No, I think he retired. I've seen Kid Rock about 25 times, but Seger I've not been able to see yet. So, and I don't think I ever will.
Retirement tour, I saw him 3 times.
Did you really? Did you?
Yeah. It was once I had the seats in a show in Vegas. And my sister calls me up and says, in Phoenix, he says, let's go to Seger. I said, well, I've already got tickets to see him in Vegas, and this is in March, and the concert was in February. She says to me, you idiot, it's Seger, it's February, it's Phoenix. You will come here. And she's my older sister, and I've done everything she's told me to do. So I saw him there, and then 3 weeks later, I saw him in Vegas. And the funny thing was the people next to me were from Salt Lake, and they recognized me, and they wanted a picture after the show. And so my wife got in the picture, and afterwards she says, why was I in the picture? And why did the guy's wife take the picture? I should have taken the picture. How stupid was that? But we got caught up in the moment. And then in the fall, he came to Salt Lake. So in the manner of 6 months, I saw him 3 times, and each show was awesome.
Yeah. Wow. And you know what? And the best part of that story is somebody got a picture with you. And that in itself is an amazing thing.
Or they got a picture with my wife, and she felt foolish afterward.
And that picture is in some Salt Lakers home right now. That picture is blown up and it's above the fireplace mantle. It's a big portrait.
I think it was put in the fireplace. Oh
man, that's good. I wish I would have saw Seger. Yeah, That sucks.
Yeah.
Good
Kyle's
for you,
met him. Kyle has met it because I've talked to Kyle. He has met Seeger,
Okay.
and I have a feeling he's going to be meeting him again because Seeger's a big sports fan, and he gets around up there in that area. He is, as you say, a true legend of that area.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. Good for him. Whittingham's going to be on a different level. It'll be curious to see how he handles that kind of spotlight. It's he's been on the national spotlight at times, obviously, when Utah's been really good. But, I mean, that spotlight is shining bright every single day, more so than even in Salt Lake City and all the crazy media and, you guys and everybody else that are watching every move. In Michigan, double or triple the amount of people, at least, that are going to keep an eye on that. So, so I'll be curious to see how he handles that.
Well, there's bigger populations, so there ought to be more people looking, right? Plus,
you would think so.
Then you got, basically they think they invented football. I know Notre Dame does, but so does.
It's true. There's. I'm not going to lie, and you can hear this. I'm sure some Utah fans are listening to go, God, this is arrogant. Michigan. Well, you're right. It is. Yeah. I mean, there's an arrogance level that's there. I mean, and academically, it's arrogant. I mean, it's one of the top schools. Like, I didn't even try to get in
the country. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was fortunate to have a daughter to go there, and trust me, she's doing very well right now. So, I mean, yeah, you go there, whether it's academia or whether it's sports, and not just football. I mean, basketball is huge, hockey, women's sports are big, and they're always competing, kind of like Stanford. They're really good in a lot of the Olympic sports as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a different world. It really is. I mean, and quite frankly, and I was there last week for Christmas. Because the weather sucks so bad. I mean, that's why they're so, like I always thought with Utah, like great sports fans, but you know what? You got a lot to do there, and the sun shines and it's beautiful, and you're diehard into it. But if your team's not great, yeah, that sucks, but you can still be happy and enjoy your life. Well, in Michigan, you can't because it's freaking gray and freezing rain and cold, and everyone's miserable. And so, yeah, all their.
I wonder why you live there.
Exactly. All their anger focuses directly on their sports. Like, I mean, it's just, and I will say, and I've always claimed this, and maybe I've told you guys this or not, but, in all the markets I worked at, when people have asked me what's the best sports market, I always have to say it's Detroit. And only because from a sports radio or media coverage standpoint, it's one of the few markets in the country that fans are passionate about all four major pro sports, including hockey. I mean, they call it Hockey Town for a reason. Now the Red Wings are good again. So there's definitely a major upswing of hockey fans back in Detroit. Tigers, Lions, Pistons are better now, obviously, and one of the best teams in the NBA. But it's also one of the only markets that care about the college scene, not just Michigan, but there's a huge contingent of Michigan State alums, too. I mean, you're talking about two schools that have 50,000-plus students enrolled there. So you have graduates that stay in the Detroit area from those schools. So it's a passionate sports town, man. And any day you can turn on sports radio, and it could be whoever they're talking about that day. I mean, it could be a Monday after a Lions game, and they could be talking about Michigan if Michigan blew a game on Saturday. I mean, it's pretty passionate, and again, I think Witt's at the pinnacle. He's got a chance to close out his career, maybe with a national championship or at least a program that gives him a better shot at it, and it could be great. But it also can go haywire too on you if you don't win.
Kevin, we'll leave it right there. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Hey, always love talking to you guys. Here's to a much better 2026 and 2025. And I'm surprised you guys are working on the Friday after New Year's. I mean, you guys have been on the air for 50 years. You think you'd be able to get this day off? What's going on with you two?
Apparently not, man. Plus, this is fun.
There's so much. You need a new agent.
There's so much to talk about. Let's go.
That's true. That's true. All right, see you guys.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. David Locke at the top of the hour. More football next.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they got to sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK brought to you in part by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. PK, we have discussed so many things today. There's one thing, you put this up on Facebook, it got a lot of reaction, but it's been trumped by all the other stuff. How bad did Texas Tech make the Big 12 look? DJ stirring the mud again.
That's me.
Mark, BYU would have beat Miami.
I don't know. I can't say that.
Josh, I suspected Texas Tech would lose. They had a pretty good but not great offense. It showed. As much as Big 12 fans hate to hear it, the conference doesn't stack up to the Big 10.
Well, the top. Yeah. I mean, Indiana is the cream of the crop there.
And maybe nobody stacks up to Indiana. Maybe Indiana is going to make 2 more teams look bad and then celebrate.
Right. Yeah. And so I understand that. That's a logical conclusion. But, you know, that you have to look at it. Wolken for USA Today he posted a story I saw last night, and talking about how, you know, they just have not shown well, and they've lost 8 out of 9 playoff appearances or what it was, and the one was TCU. Got a victory. You know, the Devils did go into overtime last year. You know, a call, targeting, and all that stuff. You can play that game, which is what losing teams usually do. They play that game. The winners just move on. you're getting a one game deal here. Should it be more than that? Should they have more than one to get more than one opportunity to do better than that? But it's a blow. It's there. I don't think there's any question. It's a blow to the Big 12.
It reinforces a negative
TCU
stereotype.
did not look good.
It reinforces a negative stereotype. It didn't have. There's no doubt about that. I personally don't think Tech would have helped the Big 12 that much with a win because people looked at it and said, Tech spent oil money on it. They're out kicking their league. It's like, does Gonzaga...
Everybody spent money on it, though.
Does Gonzaga make
money on basketball?
I know, but that's still, does Gonzaga make the West Coast Conference look good? No, Gonzaga's good, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
to the
but
rest
that's
of the
an
conference.
extreme example.
I think that's how this would have been portrayed. There's a lot of money at stake, and people have their reasons for selling what they're
selling. If the Devils would have won last year,
that would have made a bigger impact.
If Tech would have won this year, that would have. You see it in college basketball. If you have success the year before, your conference can get more teams in. You individually get a better seed. It's not supposed to be that way, but the reality is it is that way. And I think it was a blow that they couldn't even freaking score. And Morton looked awful. I mean, throwing interceptions, that one in the end zone was just brutal. It screams that, I mean, their big thing was, oh my gosh, he didn't play against ASU. Well, ASU's thinking, yeah. So that made it much harder to win that game because he didn't play. Was Hammond, would they have gone to him if he had been healthy as they did in the Utah game? Now, obviously, Morton got knocked out of the game, so they had no choice, but maybe they would have made a change. And I think we'll see that. Cody Campbell said that. He said, we're going to double down. Yeah. So Texas Tech's going to be right back in there. I have no doubt in my mind because they're going to double down with the money and they're going to replace the defensive guys that left, and there's several of them, and then they're going to go ahead and now they're going to shore up the offense. There's no doubt in my mind they're going to get a big-time quarterback. And my thought it would be Cincinnati Sorsby would slide over there. And we'll see. Maybe it'll be Levitt or whoever it might be. There's a number of guys out there that they're going to have an opportunity to choose from because especially at the quarterback position, it's basically like a free agency every year as the Derby has already started, and we'll see guys coming and going here at the quarterback spot. And that's the situation that we have as it's playing out. But I think it was a blow that Tech did not look better than they did. I mean, it's the same thing with BYU. I think the number one reason why BYU didn't get in is because it didn't look good in both games against Texas Tech. Maybe they still don't get in if they played them tough. We'll never know that, obviously. But you gave the critics an opening, and the critics are going to take it. You need to close those openings as much as possible, and the Big 12 did not do that.
You think the SEC is going to take any heat? Because you're right about that Big 12 1-7 number, and that number is just going to keep getting thrown out there until the 1 turns into a 2, a 3, and a 4. The SEC is now 2-6 in their last 8 playoff games when they're not playing each other, which has happened a couple of times. They're going to feel any pain for that? They're going to stop being a 5-bid league?
I think there's a possibility it's going to take time. And the stories that we heard that are now 2-3 years old is in the southeastern part of the country. They do not have the money to outfit, and the SEC was having an advantage because other programs, other conferences weren't going against the rules as much as the SEC was. And, I heard 3 weeks ago, I asked somebody, hey, the portal opens January 2nd, which is obviously today. What does that mean as far as what you can contact in terms of contacting kids? And he said, oh, well, you're not supposed to do it until the 2nd. But, these schools, particularly in the SEC, they've already been doing it. We know they're contacting our kids. We understand that. And so with that in mind here, the point is that the advantage that the SEC had is been diluted because now the money can be legitimized throughout wherever. If you have it, you can spend it. Looking at UTech, looking at BYU, and clearly, I had somebody text me Wednesday night after the game when I'm asking about coaching situations. Oh, no, we'll love them more here. And it was sort of a tongue-in-cheek text that BYU person was making to me that, well, we get guys because we love them. And he was sort of making fun of that. Yeah, you do love them. There's no doubt about it. but you also pay them. And
it's
so
good to do both
going on.
Yeah, it's good to do
I mean,
both.
I think you have to do both. You have to. You have to sell it to the parents. Like we really care about the kid, and I think it's authentic mostly. If you're around as you get older, if you're around an 18-year-old young man, young woman who has their what together and seems to be someone that is on the right track, as an older person, you're just naturally inclined to want to help them to succeed because they're good young people and they'll be the future leaders and all that stuff. And so you want them. So I think that's legitimate, but you've got to have the money, and the SEC, their big advantage that they had has gone away. Others have the money and they can willingly give it and freely give it and be out in the open about it. So I think over time that nothing changes, I don't think, and perception wise immediately. I mean, you look at Tech, right? They had this great season. Now all of a sudden they didn't play anybody. Woken is talking about, you can go back and read it. They had they weren't tested in the regular season. So all of a sudden BYU and Utah are not a test, right? But Vanderbilt and Missouri and Tennessee, they were big time tests.
Yeah.
Well, who the crap did those teams beat?
I do think
they're feasting on a bunch of sub 500 teams themselves.
I do think Vanderbilt's super interesting, though, because they were the dogs of the SEC forever. They were the guaranteed W for everybody. But now it goes back to what you just said about, okay, the SEC was willing to push the rules in a way other people weren't. Maybe they pushed them, but they didn't push them as far as the SEC. Can't we just look at Vandy and say the same thing? As soon as NIL became a thing, Vandy shot right up in the standings.
They have for a season, but they had the quarterback.
Yeah.
And at some point, he's going to run out of eligibility, probably before
when
he's 40. I don't know. Right. Yeah. So what do they do there? The Devils, they got Levitt and Scadaboo. Well, what do they do? Well, they went 8-5 the next year. So they had high expectations. They were in the top 15. They're not even going to finish ranked. So it's the same type of premise here. What are you going to do there? So I have to wait and see how that is. I know they'll always be good in baseball because they've always been good in baseball. I mean, really, really high level good as any program in the country. Now, if you had your taste of football, can you build on it? We'll see how that goes. I think that the SEC will take a little bit of a blow. Alabama was outclassed. I mean, thoroughly outclassed. They did not look like they belong on the same field there. How does that work? Why was that? And Georgia's losing to a conference team, so that's pretty well a wash. And they just barely lost, so they could have won the game, but they didn't. So be it. Those types of things happen in sports. You play well and you barely lose. But Alabama got smoked, man. I mean, they looked awful. And that's where we're going to point to that. And so does Alabama get the benefit of the doubt next time? Because clearly it got the benefit of the doubt this time. The Herb Streets of the world, they were promoting Alabama, whether he wants to admit it or not. He's promoting Alabama when he's talking about, losing the conference title game shouldn't matter as much. Well, okay, it didn't. Alabama got in. What's it going to be next year? And I think until the Big 12 knocks on the door more in the playoff, which means winning, they're going to struggle to get only one team until it goes to 16. I would like to see it to go to 16 next year, but according to your mark last month in Dallas at the stadium, he's saying no, that it's most likely not going to be next year. It seems to me it ought to be, what's the big deal going the unintended consequences? Oh my gosh. College football essentially is one big unintended consequence as it is.
100%. I mean, you dismissed it earlier this morning, but I just think these conference champs, all this talk about teams that don't belong in there, no one belongs in there more than a conference champion. You won the conference, and the conference champs are 1-9. And it's because they're getting buys most of the time. I know you dismissed it, but it's unintended consequences. You thought the buys would be an advantage. It's sure not working out that way. And maybe they're all just choking. 7 of them. Everybody but Indiana is just gagging like a dog.
I don't think Georgia gagged. I don't think ASU gagged.
Those two teams took it right to the wire. They've got the best cases. You're right. I mean, the whole Georgia thing was back and forth.
I think you're only going on last year, and last year right. But the primary thing was last year, and Boise was always going to lose. and Indiana wasn't as good. So if they would have played the week before, they were going to lose to Notre Dame. And who did Boise get beat by? I don't even remember. But Boise was going to lose.
Was it Penn State?
Yeah, probably, yes. And it was in Fiesta Bowl, yeah. I think they weren't as good. That's the way I look at it. Penn State could have not played for 6 weeks, and Boise could have played a game on Wednesday, and they were still going to lose because they weren't as good.
It's a lot of conference championships and by teams.
You used to go with the brand names, and now all of a sudden you're not going with the brand names.
You tell me not to go with the brand names. When I don't, you still criticize me.
Well, now you're going with the buys. I mean, you go with the brand names. Why do you go with brand names? Because usually brand names win.
Yep.
And now they don't. It's because they had a buy. I don't think Boise State was not going to beat Penn State. Under any circumstance, they were not going to be. They play them 10
Okay,
times.
that's one. Now do 6 more.
I just did. I just did another one. I just did Indiana and Notre Dame. I already did that. And then I give you ASU, and who was the other one? Georgia. That was right down to the end. And so one team's got to win, one team's got to lose. So now I got 4. How many do you want?
Indiana Notre Dame.
Play the game, man. That's all those are excuses.
Indiana Notre Dame wasn't a second round game. It was a first round game. It wasn't a quarterfinal. That one doesn't get to count. All right, we got to go to break. DJ and PK, when we come back, our final locks of the week. Yak, do you have this locked up? Have you locked up the locks?
Yeah.
You still have the 2-game lead with 1 to go? We're doomed? Mm-hmm. Great. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
So I'm trying to get my phone to not call me Hans.
All right, try it again.
Don't call me Hans.
Okay, what should I call you?
Hans.
You'd like me to call you Hats. Is that right?
No. Hans.
You'd like me to call you Pants.
It's the dumbest thing. What is my name, Google?
Your name is Hans.
God! Stupid. Dumb thing. Could you call me Hans, Ned?
You'd like me to call you Handsome. Is that right?
Well, it's better than Hans. Yeah.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
In classrooms across the country, chronic absenteeism is on the rise.
Sophia A., grade 4, absent.
Julio M., grade 6, absent.
Aisha S., grade 12, absent.
These absences are often due to the absence of crucial needs, like transportation, healthcare, a working computer, mental health support. The list goes on.
Olivia H., absent.
Preston L., absent.
Chloe B., absent.
The reasons why they're absent are very real, and yet the solution is someone present to help them along their path. When site coordinators from communities and schools are on hand, they connect kids to the resources they need. And when they do, 99% of students are present and remain in school throughout the year.
Jacob O., grade 10,
present.
Communities and Schools works directly with students, helping them overcome obstacles to succeed in school and in life. Learn more at communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules First Federal Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week. The awards go to Kylie Falatea from West High and Ding Dang from Juan Diego Catholic High School. Falatea tallied 27 points and 10 assists in a rout of Harriman and followed up with 19 points and 7 assists in a win at Clearfield. Deng had 19 points, 14 rebounds, and 9 blocks in a win over Murray and followed it up with 27 points in another victory at West. The Salt Lake County Players of the Week Award proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. All right, time for the final lame duck version of the picks of the week, PK.
Okay.
I haven't taken the Jaguars yet, so I'll take them to beat the Titans.
I'm going Miami over the Patriots.
Really?
Why not? What do I have to lose? I've already lost.
You've already lost.
Go out with the most surprising win of the season.
Miami going up into the cold and beating the Patriots.
Quinn for the win. That's my motto.
Okay. That's
I just made that up.
Yeah, that's a nice little Quinn for the win.
If they put in Wilson, Zach for the sack.
Well, New England and Denver both 13-3, playing to see who gets home field through the playoffs and a bye, and who gets the 1 seed.
I'd be shocked if Miami won. That's why I want to go with it.
There it is. Yak, who you taking? Champ. Hey, Champ.
So take a victory lap here.
Yeah, take a victory lap. Who you got for the final exclamation point?
A game that matters this weekend, obviously, is because for the AFC North. You got Baltimore at Pittsburgh.
Lamar says he's going to play.
He's going to play, but he's going to lose.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers get it done.
Lamar will pass the bar.
Okay. This is it. You're going to rhyme with every quarterback's name.
So give me Pittsburgh.
Okay. There it is. They're the final picks. DJ PK, when we come back, David Locke joins us, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. That's next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Whoa!
Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow, BYU's at Kansas State, 11:30 on 102.7. You can listen to Big 12 Hoops. And the Utah Mammoth are in New Jersey to play the Devils at 1 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah State Aggies tip off at home against San Jose State at 2 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And then the Utah Jazz play the Golden State Warriors in California at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Parents, tired of conversations that go nowhere?
How was your day?
Fun. With conversation starters from parenting.org, you can turn fine into fun.
What was the funniest thing that happened today?
I was sitting next to Piper at lunch, and she had this, chicken fish patty thing.
Text Convo to 51550 for weekly conversation starters, from silly to serious. And connect more with parenting.org from Boys Town.
Right now, our world feels divided. But out here, we have so much in common. We fish the same waters, roam the same fields, raise families under the same open sky. Out here, there's no left or right. We all share a love of wildlife and wild places. But now, the animals we love and the lands we treasure are threatened, gone, unless we defend them. This isn't about right or wrong. It's about standing together, because up to 1 million species face extinction unless we unite and act to save them. We are their last line of defense. We are defenders of wildlife. Join us as we band together to protect our wildlife and wild places. Because in our love for what we share, we are closer than you think. Be a wildlife defender. Learn more at defenders.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history, you're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So much going on. It does feel like a long weekend, doesn't it, PK? I mean, we did get Kevin called us up. What are you guys doing here on a Friday? Thursday's a holiday. Saturday and Sunday the weekend. What are you doing? There is so much going on. We got 3 shows worth of material here, and we're just wedging it all into one.
Yeah, I'm sad the way the thing that transpired with Utah, but man, from a story standpoint, I'm grateful.
Right. We'll get into this maybe a little more, but more bruised feelings than anybody wants to admit in public. Which the Kyle quote was so buttoned up, it kind of screamed that that's the way it was.
I mean, I got a text and I'm just saying this, I don't believe it necessarily because I don't know all the details. I don't know the nitty gritty right down to literally
who said what and when and where and to who and
organization
and in what tone
was used for me.
Right, classless organization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's. And I told somebody, I said, well, fortunately, I don't have firsthand experience. I've got secondhand experience, but divorces are often messy.
Yes, true.
Yeah. I can't put a number on it, but it seems to me that when that happens, are we really surprised when things go like that? And what a marriage it was, and nevertheless, that's what we have here. And so he's taken guys, and the fans, and other folks around inside, employed by the university. Come on here, blah blah blah. It's just, I can sit back because here's where I'm not a Ute fan. I'm a fan of Morgan Scally. I'm a fan of Whittingham. I'm a fan of. I want to see Mark Harlan do well, for that matter. I talked to him. I saw him. I rode elevators with him. Obviously, as soon as I got on the elevator, the first guy to come in was Mark Harlan. So I didn't talk to him long, but I like the guy and want to see the U of U do well. It doesn't serve us any purpose to not have these schools do well. Absolutely not. Obviously, we've said that for two decades. I want to see these guys win. They're good storylines, and plus, I've gotten to know people, and I root for people. Who doesn't root for people? So with all that in mind, but nevertheless, it's gotten a little nasty and going back and forth, and that's what you're going to have to deal with. And Scally's going to have to get a guy in there and get his staff going and win ball games come next August and September.
I think the person who comes out in all of this looking smart, although I already knew he was smart, is Chris Hill, who went through a messy breakup with Ron McBride and put the clause in Kyle's contract, which I think has been modified over time. But basically, Kyle at one point had, I can't remember, it was 7 years or 10 years at 10% of his income, because Chris could foresee this happening again and thinking, how do you smooth it out so there's a soft landing spot so this doesn't happen? And ultimately, a storyline came up that none of us would have predicted a few years ago or even a few months ago with Michigan, but here we are. But Chris could see it. Chris could see it getting ugly. It didn't. He didn't take much imagination to think this is kind of going down the same road as Ronnie Mack.
And it has, to a degree.
All right, DJ PK, it's time to welcome in David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
Good morning, DJ and PK. Friday, two of the greatest of all time, but I've been awake for 1 minute, and I'm on 4 hours and 42 minutes of sleep. So today, thank you to me for doing the show. Thank you to me for getting up and waking up when Jake Hatch texts and says, can you do DJ and PK on Friday? Yeah, I can do DJ and PK because I love them and care about them this much. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
We shared a hug on New Year's Day.
So
or New Year's Eve.
I just got asked this about NBA travel. Did they change NBA travel so that you travel? They used to travel the night after the game when they started doing charters, but did they decide that was bad for sleep? Are they now traveling on the day off?
Depends. I think it all depends on circumstances, and depends on cities.
How far you're flying, when the next game is, that kind of thing.
Right. So when we tonight or last, and there's not always a rhyme or reason totally. We flew last night. We just had actually like one of those annoying, like, you remember when your little brother, I didn't have a little brother, but I watched my son do this to his sister at one point. You know, when you like your brother or sister sat next to you on the car and like decided, I'm going to tap you for the whole hour drive and see if it bothers you, kind of thing. Like that was our travel last night. Like, I don't know what happened outside the tarmac in LA, but we sat there for, 30 minutes before we got let in. And then we were a little slow getting off the ground. And then when we got to San Francisco, we just had a weird thing with our luggage where we usually all go and get the luggage off the plane and put it on the bus, and they wouldn't let us. So I mean, we all just sat there for like 30 minutes, and then we all had to sit for 30 minutes when the luggage came. And so next thing you know, we were in 3 o'clock in the morning. So, and 7:30 start in LA. But I think like this trip, we did that. But I think we stay here after the Warrior game. We go to Portland, and then after Portland, I'm just pretty certain we stay before we go to Oklahoma City. On that one, it's because then you'd lose 2 hours, right, flying at night, and so it's not worth it. So you fly the next day, and it's because you're going to Oklahoma City, and so why would you want to get there early? I think it a little bit depends on what city you're going to, what the circumstances are around the travel. But usually if we're going, I don't know, there's not a usually anymore. I would say that. Like there's a little bit of, if you're between Detroit and Cleveland, jump on a plane. No one's going to sleep anyway, and the flight's 35 minutes. So it's sometimes if the flight is short enough and the guys aren't going to go to sleep anyway, then you might as well just get them there and they'll go to sleep at the same time. If it's losing a bunch of time, then you might as well do it the next day.
Do you think going forward, as we're approaching the midway point of the season and that draft pick is looming out there, and man, when they play well, they look like a pretty good team, so you could have an opportunity to rack some victories up? Do you think that if there's a sneeze and they have any legitimate reason to sit guys going forward, do you think that's what we'll see?
Yeah, I don't know. The big thing this year, right, has been that the culture's been built, and that at least in my mind, that Jordan, Colin, and John left, and they left the oxygen in the room available, and it's been grabbed, right? And these guys have, particularly Keontae, obviously, have played with such zest and togetherness, and that you don't want to lose that in the process. But I think there's also, you're kind of caught, right? We're probably, you're not a playing team, or if you are, you're, playing team for a day. And you're probably not a top 6 playoff team. And so I guess you could do it that way. I think, and you want your pick. So I guess it could be if you have any, and there also might be some, the way the injuries are in the league right now, there might be some real value to just trying to figure this out. Like there's something going on in the league right now that's not good. And we don't have a load management problem anymore. We just have a really serious injury problem. And I don't know if you can figure something out as a team this year, but if you can, it would be really valuable.
I wanted to ask you about the injuries. Wembanyama, who seems to have avoided a major injury, but he's out for a little while nonetheless. And Jokic, who seems to have avoided a season-ending injury, but is going to miss at least a month. And now they've lost his backup. Is it just bad luck?
No, I think I'm really concerned. We're playing, 100 to 105 possessions a night instead of 90. If you go back and remember, where all three of us are old enough, and considering what city I'm in, if you remember Run TMC with Don Nelson and the Warriors here in San Francisco, or they were in Oakland at the time, they used to play 5 to 10 possessions more than everyone else in the league, and they also had way more injuries than everyone else. So, just on the simple thing is like every 5 games where these guys are playing the equivalent of a sixth to what they used to do. Then the fact that all 5 players now can dribble, pass, and shoot mean you're just covering so much more ground defensively than you ever used to. Then couple that with the amount of shooting that we're doing, of 3-point shooting, so that you're closing out at a rate that you didn't used to. I'm very concerned that we have a game that's breaking the players, and really without much of an answer. But you can look at the hyperextension of Wembanyama's knee. It just seems like it's just circumstantial, and Jokic is, Jones steps back into his foot and causes it. But on the other end, we have all these calf strains, and the calf strain is either, as Tom Haverster wrote a piece, that it might be related to the step back era that these have all started, but also every single player in the league now takes a step back, and that's where a lot of that pressure is, or you're exploding coming off a step back. I don't know, I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I don't have all these answers. But this is my, for all the things that this league talks about, and I do think there's a phenomenon. It will happen next week when the national talk show hosts don't have any NFL that's interesting to talk about, so then they just bag on the NBA for a week. Last year it was about TV ratings. It was a total there was just no truth to the conversation. A few years ago, it was something else. There was really nothing to the conversation. The injury one, I think, is actually real. We'll have a tanking conversation this year. It'll start on Monday when Clay Travis and Colin Coward, those guys have nothing to talk about because the NFL is the wild card week, and they'll bag on the NBA and do it on either gambling or tanking. Neither of those I think are legitimate. I do think the injury issue is really legitimate.
When I was watching the game, what was it, Friday night, the Detroit Pistons game, and Cade Cunningham hits those 2 free throws with, about 2 seconds to go. I know the Jazz had an opportunity to get off a good shot.
Yeah,
and I thought
there's more time on that just because I remember my call being that you got to make sure you don't leave any time on the clock. So I think there was 9. I think there's 9 or 10 seconds.
Okay, when he took the shot, yeah. But the best part of that was as they took the ball out, I thought to myself, oh, the ball, George is going to get the ball, and he's going to go down, he's going to make a move, and he's going to score. And it was almost like it naturally just kicked in with me that's immediately what my thought process was, that this is what is going to happen. And I thought from the Jazz perspective, oh, no problem here. He's going to get a good shot. And I felt very confident about him taking the shot. And just because that was my thought process as the game ended, I thought that's interesting. So I'm having this conversation with myself, and I'm thinking, man, I immediately went to that like that was the guarantee, not knowing he was going to make it, but he was going to take it and it was going to be a good shot. And then, of course, he makes it. And I'm thinking, wow, if that's what I'm thinking, then obviously the powers that be, that's what they're thinking. That's what the team is thinking. And that truly is a big time positive, because I don't know that I ever would have thought that 2 months ago, but here we are this year right now at this time. And I immediately went to that. That to me shows my confidence in the young man. Only can imagine what Will Hardy and his guys and the team has in this young man. And I think that's the number one story for the Jazz this year, as far as I'm concerned.
That's a really interesting perspective, interesting thought. And you're right, because what we would have done in the past is put Lowry on the elbow and try to get him isolated, and he'd get a not very good shot because that's not his game. And his move was sick. Like, go back and watch that move. I mean, that crossover is something else. And to be able to have, that's where just, okay, he's matured in a lot of things. He's just physically so different. His explosion's different. His strength is different. His athleticism is different. To be able to make that move, that crossover with the feet spread and the body wide, and then being able to explode to his left, to be able to get in the lane, snake it back right, to be able to hit that floater. I mean, that was sick. I mean, he faked the hell out of me actually on the play. He's the story of the season. And if he is start looking at third-year guards in the NBA and the last 20 years who've had this kind of season. And it's, the game's a little different. We're playing a little faster, but the efficiency is not. Something different about the efficiency. He's in the list. Like, it's Dame, it's Don. He's actually better than both those. If you take it's Luka, not quite. It's Cade Cunningham from 3 years ago. I mean,
I was thinking of Tim Hardaway from back in the day.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, he went last 20 years, and that's probably more. But another good San Francisco reference. He's really, and it changes everything. Like, on what are the goals of this season? I think the goal of this season, or when you look at this season, there's probably 4 things that matter this year. Was Lowry kind of getting back to all-star form is done. You needed to see if anybody could emerge. Keontae's gone well beyond that. It's awesome. You need Ace Bailey just to kind of learn. That's going well. I thought he had a dip. I thought he hit the rookie wall. I thought he had a dip the last 10 games. And then, frankly, you need your pick. Those are the items. And then, the other crew is all getting better. They have some moments where it kind of goes both ways. And you have some games where you get in doubt and you worry. And I'm not sure which of the other, guys are going to be NBA rotation players. I'm also pretty after watching Walker and Keontae burst in their third years, I'm kind of willing to wait and not make a lot of decisions yet. I mean, Keontae was pretty terrible the last 2 years. 40% from the field and 39% from the field and 31% from three. Like his trajectory was not great. There were very few players who've had Keontae's numbers in the first 2 years of an NBA season and gone on to be good NBA players. And he's beyond a good NBA player right now.
If somebody wanted to get really aggressive and try something new to combat all the injuries while at the same time possibly tanking, although they would never use that word, maybe they would take their best players and only play them 25 minutes a game. There's so many more possessions. If that's true, if playing 33 minutes is really the equivalent of playing 42 minutes back in the day, play everybody 25 and sit them and protect their long-term health and maybe get a little data and see if that makes any positive, if that helps in any positive way at all. And in the meantime, if it caused you to lose a few more games in a year, you're trying to save a draft pick, that wouldn't be all bad. But if the league ever called to explain, you say, hey, we're trying this, and here's why.
If I was the front office right now, I would have my analytics department running when every injury is happening. Like trying to figure out, are they happening early in games? Are they happening late in games? Is there any trend at all? Are they happening on the fourth game in 7 nights? Are they happening on back-to-backs? Are they happening, are they happening in the fourth quarter? I would be running, the sample size is probably too small to get a lot of data, but if you got any indicator at all of something, is it happening after a player sits for a long period of time? Is it happening after a player sits for a short period of time? I would be running every scenario right now. AI allows you to do it. That would be the number one thing I'd be looking at if I was an NBA team.
Of these dudes that are in their second year, and you're talking about the third year, and there's obviously, I guess there's only really 2 of them if you take Hendricks out of the mix, if you don't want to count that. I guess it just goes down to what?
Cody, Flip, and Isaiah.
Okay.
And then I think Taylor counts as a second-year player.
Okay. So we're counting him as a second-year player then, which is, I guess, is fair given the fact that he missed virtually the entire season. Who gives you the most promise? I don't think that they would take a George-like jump. That would be amazing in year 3. But who gives you the most promise that there could be a decent-sized jump, I guess?
Cody Williams.
And why is that?
Well, I liked him. I like these skills out of the draft, and maybe I like some of this stuff too much, but he really has this good explosion. He has a superb 1-foot jump, like elite NBA drive to the basket, get off 1 foot and get up. Like you just don't see it that often. And I think he can be really good defensively. I don't know if he has mentality to be really good defensively, but I think he can be really good defensively. So 2 things have to happen. He has to continue to fix his body so that when he uses that elite athleticism, he's going to the basket, he doesn't lose his line. And then 2, his shot's awful. But he's, I think it's like he's shooting below 20% in his career on corner threes. But there is a chance, like he's not quite this player. Don't misunderstand this. But Detroit and Houston have found a way to use Amon Thompson and Asor Thompson, who can't shoot at all. They both can handle a little better than Cody, so that would be the weakness, and they're both probably better athletes. But because they're so good defensively, they play him in the dunker spot a lot. They play him out of the corner slashing. I wonder if there's a way to use Cody in that fashion, because his athletic skills are really, really special. He's 6'7" with a 7-foot wingspan. He can really defend. And maybe I'm seeing too much of them. I'm just still worried on some of the gaps in Collier and Filipowski's games that Will Hardy had an interesting quote last year that basically was like, you've got to make sure, and this goes for Cody as well, all 3 of these guys, you've got to make sure your weaknesses aren't so bad that they like torpedo the team. So like that if you're so bad defensively that every single time down the floor they go after you, well, it doesn't really matter what our defensive schemes are. If they're just they're not running plays anymore, they're just calling you up to take you on an island and go at you. And if offensively you're so limited that the other team like doesn't run their usual defensive scheme, so then your plays don't work because they go under every pick and roll, whether you're at 15 feet or 30 feet. That gets hard to run an offense. And I get a little worried on both Flip and Isaiah Collier that some of those weaknesses could continue to be fairly significant for their careers. But I think both of them have a really good chance to be, at worst, 15 to 20 minute a night NBA players. Collier's probably got a chance to be really, really, really good. Like Collier's probably got the biggest upside of any of these three guys. That speed is special. But he's in his second year. I think maybe I'm being too harsh on Collier and Lepowski because I'm seeing a lot of them. But, there was a sequence of plays the other night in a game where Isaiah missed three straight, or freelanced or missed three straight rotations that allowed threes, like in literally a 4 or 5 play stretch. And you just see that and you're kind of like, hey, what's going on here? And like the one that I'll say on Isaiah is he doesn't always play with the best lineups and he often plays with Keontae off the floor, but like his plus minus is just awful this year. Like more so than you would think. Like I was really stunned because I really felt like Isaiah's had this incredible positive impact and the offense has surged since he's started playing and our paint touches are way up because of Isaiah. And then you look at the over time plus minus and it tells the exact opposite story. And then if you watch closer, here I go. Like there are too many mistakes here and mistakes lead to points the other way and that's a problem. And so I'm a little concerned on some of the second layer stuff on Isaiah right now, but his overall skill level's pretty special. So again, second year player probably figures it out, and then you really got something. But I've got a building on Cody Island. We're struggling to find people that are willing to insert plumbing, and carpenters aren't actually readily available because it's pretty deserted. But I'm still on Cody Island.
Well, I just hope the bathroom then is not an outhouse.
It is right now. I mean, the guy had the worst rookie year of any player in NBA history and is shooting 20% from three. There's not a lot of people that are booking their vacations, and my commerce and economy is not high, but I still believe.
Things are changing. They're coming your way, David. Keep believing.
Yeah. I mean, we had these really gorgeous moments when the gray skies part and the island's beautiful, and it looks like it has a prosperous future. I'm invested, I believe.
Okay, there you go, David. We'll leave it right there. Thanks for getting up on 4.5 hours sleep to talk to us.
For you too, of course. I got to see PK the Great in person. That was pretty awesome. Nice surprise. My wife was so excited. She's like, "Oh, PK just went by. PK just went by."
David was at the Vegas Bowl. His your daughter was doing play-by-play on the football game for Nebraska Student Radio, and you were the analyst. Did you mess it up? Did you talk over?
Not once, but not a lot. I was nervous, though. I'm not lying to you. You guys both understand. It's a broadcast. You're trying to do a good job.
Yep.
It was not something I regularly do, so it was a little nerve-wracking.
I thought it was extremely cool. Your daughter is an exemplary young lady.
Oh, you're nice. Yeah, it was really cool. And post-game was really cool. When it was done and you suddenly realized what you had been a part of, that was magnificently special and never to be forgotten.
And her advisor was there, a teacher, professor?
One of her professors is also a columnist, but she teaches one of the classes. So,
well, that lady took me out into the hallway and just spent about 10, 15 minutes praising your daughter.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really sweet. Well, yeah, she's working hard. It's good. Fun to see. Hopefully she keeps working. You and I, we all three of us know, if you work at this business, it can be great. So she's got to do that, and hopefully she will. That's sweet. But thank you for sharing that, PK.
Thank you, David.
See you guys.
DJ, PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, everything you missed in this show. Getting up late after the holiday, we'll tell you all about it. Tons of football, Utes, Cougars, college playoff games. It's all next. Coaching staff changes. Stay with us.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now It's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Hey, Doug, I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA and up to $3,000 dealer discount. No one knows Kia like Doug.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ground is shaking underneath now that you're here.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. There's been much angst, PK, already in 2026. A gnashing of teeth over coaching changes. Kalani wanted to be a head coach. Morgan wanted to be a head coach. Now they're head coaches, replacing assistant coaches. That's part of the gig. You brought up earlier this morning, how many people close to Jay Hill thought he was going to be the next football coach at Utah State? It made total sense. They needed him. He would have been great there. So they were prepping for this a year ago. Morgan had to believe he was going to have to make some changes at some point. Maybe not this many changes as quickly, but he wasn't going to keep Kyle's staff together forever. That's not how football works.
No, it doesn't. And when you have success, too, I always, when my wife plays well at golf and we're with another group, particularly, well, whether I know that group or not, but we were down in St. Georgia the other day, and she was just birdieing everything under the sun. It was really irritating me, actually. And I said to there was another couple with us, And I said, man, she can't cook. She just spends too much time golfing, right? And it gets a laugh. It's like when I speak in front of groups and I say that I got my ball retriever regripped, so I'm ready for the new golf season. Guaranteed laugh every time, right? And so she said to me, my wife said to me later, why do you say that? And I said, well, that's a good sign that I say you can't cook, because I only say it when you're playing well. So when I say it, that means you're playing well. So handle it. Oh, yeah. Well, same thing here. If you're doing real well, people are going to come after your guys. And Jason Beck is a hot young commodity. I mean, I think he's like 45 now, but he's got the look, right? He's got the California surfer look. His offense is scoring 40 points a game. He's going to be a hot commodity. Who's to say he's not at someplace else in 27? And Kyle's going through the same thing, right?
Oh, and when I say
that wouldn't shock us at all.
And when I say somewhere else, when you say that, the first thing I think is not as an OC, as a head coach.
Right.
There are ADs thinking, A, we have to win, and B, we better play high-scoring games because I got to put butts in seats. We got too many empty chairs and too much concrete. Offensive coaches, he could be sitting in a great situation a year from now, fielding multiple head coaching jobs.
Everybody wants to win by 9, not by 2.
They do. You don't want to say it out loud and mess up the game. That's a problem.
Right.
But deep down, yeah. And
right. You want to throw the ball. You want to run the ball. You want to do it all. Everybody wants to do it all if you can, right? And Jason Beck here, he's hot. So who's to say that if Kyle came back or he stayed retired, that Jason Beck would have been the offensive coordinator at the University of Utah in 2026? We don't know that.
Another year of 40. Number one, you don't know that. And another year of 40 points. Even if he was here, would he have only been here one more year?
Right. So with all this crying and screaming and Kyle is disloyal and forget about pouring the statue and this and that and all that stuff. And I get it. The fact is Kyle Whittingham took the job at the University of Michigan, and his charge is to win football games for the University of Michigan. His charge no longer is to win games for the University of Utah. And so he's going to do whatever it takes. And here we are. And so he's got a lot of people upset by it, but they're fans. I understand all that. That's the way that goes. And now Morgan has got to get somebody in there, and he's got to get the staff. You got to keep going, man. And Morgan emphatically said, I have a plan, or we have a plan. So he knew this was all coming down. I mean, I knew it too. I mean, obviously I didn't know all the assistants, although it was obvious that you could pick a couple, particularly Hardy and Micah Simon. Hardy's got Midwestern roots. Simon was only here for a season. He's going to follow Jason Beck. Jason Beck has been a benefit to his career. So obviously if he wants you to come, you're going to go with Jason Beck, because Jason Beck has been doing a great job now for 2 years in a row and all that stuff. And so with that in mind, here we are, and Scally's ready for it. He's prepared for it. And I thought Kevin Graham made a good point. Immediately he gets out of Kyle Whittingham's shadow, right?
Yep.
Because it's no longer, well, Kyle's sitting over here, maybe we should have waited another year. None of that stuff, man. Now all the Ute fans, they're going to be pulling for Scally big time. And he is immediately out of Whittingham's shadow. And hopefully for him in 26, he gets off to a good start in the season. Obviously the bowl game, I probably could have coached that, and they were going to win that game. But let's see what he can do. And he's ready for it. He understands all the stuff that's right there. And now go after it and go at it. And Kalani, he knew Jay Hill was gone. He's known Jay Hill was gone for a week, basically, right? You listen to his answers at the bowl game. And so with that in mind, go get your guy, promote within, whatever you need to do. He's made some good hires here in the last few years, so I have no reason to think that he's not going to make a good hire. And both programs are coming at it from a position of strength, not a position of weakness.
We talked college football playoff games. This is the wide open tournament people wanted. Everybody was sick of Ohio State, Georgia, and Alabama. Well, they're all out.
Yeah. Are they sick of them though? Or, TV ratings are such a big deal, and brand names attract TV viewers.
The people who were sick of them are glorious, but the casual fans that I always insist exist that you think don't, are the casuals going to go away and not show up for these games? because they're not emotionally invested in Ole Miss winning or losing. I think there's a lot of hate watching. People are invested in watching Alabama get beat. They love it.
Yeah, but this is not Alabama. This is
not anymore. Not after they got smoked in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah,
and they're invested in Ohio State losing, and
Ohio State is the big brand. I think Ohio State
is
presently constituted is the biggest brand that lost.
Defending champ, and Saban's gone in Alabama. I mean,
Saban in Alabama is another story. To me, it seems like DeBoer is dead man walking, and he's going to win a lot of games, but he's not going to win enough, so they're going to make a change.
And it's national championship or bust there. I mean, that quarterfinals.
Or don't get smoked in a Rose Bowl. You got smoked in the Granddaddy. You were not competitive in the Granddaddy. You have to be competitive in the Granddaddy. How many times have you heard me say that? Must be competitive in the Granddaddy.
Yes. The Granddaddy.
Right.
There was a point in there somewhere before you went Granddaddy crazy.
Well, that is my Granddaddy. That is my sacred ground upon which to walk.
Mm-hmm.
Having been there many times and saw my team win the Granddaddy.
Your team played a thoroughly entertaining Sun Bowl. I think one thing that needs to be done in the bowl games, people love watching someone get Pop-Tarts or mayonnaise dumped on them. Putting that cereal bowl in the end zone and letting players jump in it after touchdowns. It's ridiculous. It doesn't have anything to do with football, but you know what it is? It's fun and it's silly, and people like fun and silly.
I didn't get an opportunity to watch the game because it coincided virtually the same time with what was in front of me, and I take work very seriously. And so, I can check a score here and there. But it was a high-scoring game. People like high scoring and all that stuff, and the weather was good. Watching the highlights, I could not watch the game since it started almost the same time as the Utes game at the Allegiant Stadium, and I needed to pay attention to that. Plus, as I said earlier, man, I as far as getting information from various factors from BYU and Utah, Wednesday was a very productive day for me. And my head is spinning. The amount of conversations that I had on the field. Like I told you, I've never, ever before during a game had someone from the institution come up to me and say something that led me to believe, okay, this is what's going to happen, as if I didn't already know it. But that's what happened while I was down on the field at the end of the game.
So the Utes won. So the Utes won 44-22 while they were highly distracted, is what you're telling me. That someone would talk to you during a game. They're distracted. All the stuff's bouncing around in the brain. I don't blame them for it. It's real life. It's jobs. It's mortgages.
Yeah.
It's saving for retirement. It's professional accomplishment and a feeling of self-worth aside from the money stuff. There's all that other stuff.
I couldn't believe during the time of the game actually happened, Scally took the time to come over and talk to me.
Yeah, I don't really see that.
It was not him. It was not him. No, it was not him.
But the game was put away in the fourth quarter. Honestly, I tweeted it out. It's 17-14. It felt like they're getting their arms around this game. And then bang, at the end of the half, big score. Start of the second half, quick score, and all of a sudden it was over.
Well, 24-14, it was over.
Yeah,
and
halftime.
Then, as you say, they put it away.
Yeah,
and they won. It was fun. People who went there had a good time. Blah blah blah. And that's what life's about. Go have a good time when you can. And there's an In-N-Out right across the street that they put in next to the stadium. That's the fifth game I've covered in that stadium. It's crazy. I've covered 5
Pac-12
games
title games. BYU Notre Dame
the bowl game. Yeah, and BYU Arizona.
Oh, okay.
And then this game, and I saw the Rolling Stones in concert there a few years back, and I got in and out and got on the freeway and got out of town there. My sisters had been to Vegas on New Year's Eve, and they told me it was an absolute zoo, so I wanted to get out of there as soon as I could. I got back in time to see the Friday night, or not the Friday night. I keep thinking it's a Friday, but it's not. The conference. Who played Friday night? Not Friday night. New Year's Eve night.
New Year's Eve, the first game was the Ohio State game. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I got home, or I got back to St. George in time to watch that game, not all of it. I mean, just the end. But on the way over, I was texting as far as what's going on with Jay Hill, and knew that he was likely going to be gone. I didn't see there was any way why Jay Hill took that. I think I understand why BYU fans, or excuse me, Utah fans would be upset about what Kyle is doing. I get that. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I get it. But to expect Jay Hill to stay at BYU when Michigan is calling, that's not fair to his career arc and development.
Do you want to take any guess on A-Rod staying going? There's been plenty of speculation about both because I think there are good reasons for both.
Yeah. Well, I think that with Aaron Roderick, he's a guy who got an opportunity to run the offense there at BYU, and I know that he loves working for Kalani Sitake. And I was told that BYU has made a competitive offer with Jay Hill and Michigan. And I still get why Jay Hill took it. I'll go to my grave saying he needed to take that job. With that in mind, I thought the process was, and I did, did a little research yesterday. It was New Year's Day, had some contact, didn't want to bother too many people. But if you made the competitive offer for Jay Hill, BYU's perspective from Michigan, then you could do that same thing to Aaron Roderick to BYU. So he has to decide, if the job is offered to him, what he wants to do. And usually, if you're pursuing the job, you have an opportunity to have it offered to you. If you don't, then they won't. And there'll be other candidates that Morgan can have. I think that you'll get a qualified person in there because these positions now are such that it's no longer an entry level position.
Everything's changed.
To talk about that for BYU, the head coach hadn't been a head coach before. Coordinator hadn't been the coordinators before. Well, now you're getting guys who have been coordinators and have been. Well, head coaching job isn't open, but I would think going down the line, whenever Kalani hangs it up, you'll get somebody who has extreme experience, even if you promote from within. So it's the same premise here for Utah in making their offensive coordinator. My guess, strong guess, is that it's not a first-time guy. It's someone who's got extensive experience. You're probably not going to get the experience of a Norm Chow. I understand that, but you're going to get somebody who has a lot of experience and hits the ground running and has contacts to two things: can hire a staff because he's going to need to do that, and then also has an opportunity to bring in some transfers. Because, that's important. Dampier comes with Jason Beck, and you'd have to grade that combination an A+ as far as I'm concerned. They didn't win every game, but they were prolific for most of the season. And they lost 2 games. You won 11-2. My goodness gracious, that's a great season.
I think when you get a new place in the world, you get a new set of problems, but you get a new set of opportunities. And I think that's what Utah and BYU are feeling. It's not just they've changed their stations because of the way they've won over whatever period of years you'd like to take a look at. But it's also that college football's changed around them with the leagues realigning. And then on top of that, the rules changing with NIL and the transfer portal. So hiring isn't what it was 10 years ago for multiple reasons. Yeah, you're going to lose people and you wish you didn't lose them, but you're also going to have a chance to hire people in a way that these schools couldn't hire 10, 20 years ago, whatever you want to pick it. Everything has changed. And so I get why people are stressed, and change inevitably can make people uncomfortable and lead to stress, but I just don't think it's all the doom and gloom. I don't. Most of what I'm hearing from people, you're hearing more in person. I'm seeing more on social media, and social media is where you go for doom and gloom. So I'm trying to think, okay, well, everything's a little just, kind of colored by that. But I do think there's a lot of stress and all that. It's like, hey, these guys wanted the job. Filling these coordinator and position coaches are part of the job. We think they're good at it. We think they're ready for it. Obviously Kalani's had, a decade to do it, and Morgan is just getting his chance. So it's different in that regard. But it's just, I don't feel the doom and gloom for either school right now. It may go well. It may not. The only thing they think is guaranteed is it'll probably all change in a year or 2 or 3 anyway. Whether they make good hires or bad hires, they're probably going to have to do this again.
Obviously you hope it's because they take other jobs because it's a position of strength.
They won.
Which is why I said BYU and Utah are
right
dealing from a position of strength now. And I think too, who who can you bring in? Who can you bring in as far as transfers, and what price do they command? Dampier probably didn't command a higher price. I was talking to Yock during the break. Sorsby out of Cincinnati, they're saying he can command $5 million on the transfer market.
Yeah, so I'm actually just looking at this tweet, PK. So Chris Cartman, who we've had on the show from ASU. Industry buzz that Cincinnati's transfer, Brendan Sorsby, the number one quarterback in the portal rankings, could earn $5+ million as his new school. To put that into perspective, that's more money than ASU's entire roster was paid in NIL during their Big 12 title season in 2024.
Everything's accelerating. It's crazy.
It's through the moon here just in a year or two.
But then I hear SEC people say we have to get we got to get a CBA. We got to get collective bargaining. I'm thinking, your chance to collective bargain with the players, what's their motivation now? Everything's breaking their way. Why would they agree? Why would they? First off, they're not even employees yet. They haven't formed a union yet. They're a long way away from negotiating a CBA, and I don't see what their motivation is at this point. Why would they do that?
Well, I think it would have to be some form of college collusion like we've had. Baseball has been. We're not going to go big money this year on the free agency. And so that becomes a violations of laws. I don't think in this situation, obviously I'm not a labor lawyer by any stretch, but if somehow there was some self-control, which seems doubtful, but if there were that, okay, we lower it, we create our own regulations without them being official. And something that's, you're going to get a Cody Campbell, like, forget that. I want to be big man on campus. I want my team to win. And, then they're talking to him after the game, and he's saying, after the game being yesterday, and he's saying, well, we're going to double down. This wasn't just a one-time deal. We're going to double down. Well, that's a powerful statement. So my thought is you will see Brendan Sorsby quarterbacking the university or Texas Tech University next season. I would not be surprised whatsoever. He's got a relationship with a girlfriend down there or something, and he's going to. So yeah, of course he's going to leave the University of Cincinnati. I mean, they probably don't have that kind of money, but until the public says enough is enough, that we're going to continue to see this. And Texas Tech people are never going to say this is enough. Enough is enough. When I went to AT&T Stadium last month, and I drove right into the parking lot, first sign I see in the back of a truck, Cody Campbell for president. Yeah,
there it is.
In the whole back window of the truck. Yeah, right as I drove in the parking lot.
All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
New year, and why wouldn't you approach it with optimism, right? Not a lot of time for things to go wrong so far. Think positively, right? And here, financially, you want to be able to think positively. Wouldn't that be a load off your mind? Yeah, you would get peace of mind if you can think positively in your financial situation, particularly as you're working hard. Year of 2026, you know you're going to work hard, and you want your money to be able to do that for you. That's why I'm telling you this year, get some help. It literally makes no sense, nor does it make enough dollars to do it alone. Get with the folks at Trajan Wealth. Let me tell you about the folks from Trajan Wealth, because I got firsthand experience with them. Steve there, the guy that I've been dealing with, oh my gosh, you walk in, you sit down with him, it'll make you feel so comfortable. You will know that he knows what he's doing. And then that will increase and surge your confidence that they're going to be able to help you and help your money get to where you want it to go. Yes, that is peace of mind. That's why I'm telling you, if you're like me, you can get with Trajan Wealth. I got with Trajan Wealth. It's going to help for me in the long run. Give them a call, your local trusted financial fiduciary. That phone number is 801-210-6800. 210-6800. Convenient locations north and south where they will meet with you. I met with them in Draper right off the freeway. You're up north, no problem. They'll get up to Farmington and meet with you there. And the website, information available immediately. Lots of it. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it is time for your feedback. How bad did Texas Tech make the Big 12 look? You were not amused by that. None of you were. Made the group of five look good. At least James Madison scored against Oregon.
Scored a bunch in the second half, yeah.
Wade, Tech's defense was competent, but the Ducks' defense dominated.
Tech's offense was a major disappointment.
It really
major
was.
Disappointment, man.
There was no there. And the Tech defense, of all the crazy stats, 49 snaps defensively in the first half, they were on the field forever.
You wonder, particularly in the Big 12 title game, if BYU hadn't turned it over as much as they did. I think they had 4, if I can remember, and then they just got wore down and beat down. If they would have eliminated that, would they have a better chance? The logic would indicate yes, absolutely. Particularly we saw here, and Tech didn't turn the ball over, if I remember correctly, in the title game, and they were loose with the ball all game. That was wildly disappointing. I was pulling for Tech as a newly acquainted Big 12 guy, and they just didn't show well on offense at all.
Jen says, and BYU lost to Texas Tech not once but twice. That right there shows BYU had no place and did not belong in the CFP. The committee got it 100 right by leaving them out. Don't worry, BYU fans, you did win the Pop-Tart Bowl. Jen, putting salt in the wound.
What? It's so
dismissive.
Come on, man. What are they, 23-4 over the last 2 years, and I'm supposed to crack on them? Wow. How high have the standards risen that's now what we're doing?
The standard is now win it all or you're nothing.
TCU was
in the national. TCU was in the national title game, and they get made fun of because it was 65-7. Now they had to beat a really good Michigan team and Harbaugh to get there, but no credit for that.
But you can't beat teams that cheat like that. You're suspended for half the season. Come on, man. That's not a fair fight. Everybody recognizes that. Go look at what TCU was right before Dykes got there, and look what they've been since he's been there. Come on, they've had success. They beat SC. I went to bed happy the other night.
You weren't alone, man. The list of people who like to see USC get beat is talk about hate watching. They are way up the list of teams that people love to hate watch.
And Lincoln Riley, pretty boy Lincoln Riley, continuing to make these excuses. The best is yet to come. Well, when?
Open a
Come
window.
on, man. I'm getting old here. I got people on Twitter yesterday. My neighbor sent me, why doesn't DJ and PK go with Kyle to Michigan? My neighbor sent me that. His son thought that was funny.
Yep.
I thought, come on, that hurt my feelings. I went to bed sad last night.
We got called dinosaurs.
I am a dinosaur. I'm old as hell, man. Everybody knows that. Just look at me. Look at my face. You can look at my face right now. Is this not an old face? Oh, my gosh. It's worn, battered, torn, and virtually destroyed. May 26th be the year I rest in peace.
The goal is to do this long enough that someone will call you a dinosaur. Could have washed out a long time ago. But we didn't.
That's a good point. Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's a good point. Better than an elephant, I guess.
Right. All right, we're out of time. Jake and Ben next, right here on The Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Disasters can strike when we least expect them, and pets often get caught in the chaos. Hurricanes, wildfires, tornadoes, and other emergencies can separate pets from their families in an instant. Being prepared can make all the difference, not just for you, but for your pets. That's where Love Lost comes in. Our free, easy-to-use database uses photo matching technology to help reunite lost pets with their families quickly and safely. Whether you've lost or found a pet, just upload a photo and search the largest free national lost and found pet database. Love Lost features lost and found pets from thousands of animal shelters, community members, and reports from partner social media platforms, including the Ring/Neighbors app and Nextdoor, to find potential matches. In times of disaster, our central database can help reunite displaced pets across county or state lines. Take a simple step to prepare. Register your pet at lovelost.org today. That's lovelost.org.
Enough already.
We can do more.
Enough already. We can find a cure.
Enough already.
We can do better for our kids.
Enough already. We are relying on you.
Childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease for children in our country. We can do something about that. We can come together to support the best research for safer, more effective treatments and cures for our kids. We can come together to support Children's Cancer Research Fund, a national nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood cancer that is on the front line of breakthroughs. Because
it's enough already.
Go to childrenscancer.org to join us. Go to childrenscancer.org today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy 2026 to everybody out there. Big news week, big news couple of days, and we will start off with Mitch Harper, our BYU insider, who is joining us via Airlink, which means if you're watching us on YouTube, you can actually watch Mitch as well. With the big news that Jay Hill has departed BYU in favor of Michigan, joining Kyle Whittingham's staff, long rumored, and finally official. Actually, as of this morning, though the report really broke yesterday. What's going on, Mitch?
Hey, Ben. Happy to be on.
So at what point did you feel like this was, realistic, this was going to happen? Jay Hill was likely going to be following Kyle Whittingham to Ann Arbor?
When Kyle Whittingham got the Michigan job.
That early?
Yeah, because it just makes all the sense in the world for Jay Hill. And, BYU was never going to just, throw their hands up because BYU's got more resources than ever before. And they're a highly resourced program. And as coaches told me last month in bowl prep, Kalani's contract extension puts BYU in a place where they can obtain anything they want in college football, and it can put them on a platform that gives them a chance to, be among college football's great programs. But at the same time, Jay Hill's never had the chance to be the defensive coordinator for his mentor. And you see the emotion that Jay Hill had when I asked him about his relationship with Kyle Whittingham leading up to the Utah game in the build-up for that game in October, and if that was severed at all by crossing rivalry lines, and it was anything but the sort. So it makes all the sense in the world. And you see, too, where, again, the narratives, which sometimes win the day more than actual games in college football, because people want to just live up to a narrative in this sport. If you're an AD, what's an easier sell as a potential next head coach? Michigan DC or BYU DC? I mean, whether it's fair or not, I think Jay Hill as BYU DC is one heck of a coach. But as Michigan DC, a little more glamorous, a little bit more opportunity. Look at what Kentucky did in this coaching carousel. They hired the Oregon OC. Glamorous. So it made all the sense in the world to me, and I can't fault him for that, because when you get a head coach that's completely aligned with the way that you view defensive football and do it at a blue blood program, makes all the sense in the world.
We haven't seen contract numbers coming out here. Do you think money played a big role in it, or do you think BYU is able to pay similar numbers?
BYU can compete. I mean, this is no longer the BYU of old where it's simply just do more with less. I mean, they've got Kevin Young, they've got Kalani Sitake holding off the NBA, the Penn States of the world to get coaches. Again, and Jay Hill has had a great experience at BYU. I'm not going to speak for him, but he has had a lot of success. He's completely been great with Kalani Sitake. I mean, he even said that leading up to the Georgia Tech game and the Pop-Tarts Bowl, he said how Kalani's one of the best guys to work with in college football. But this is just such a unique opportunity that popped up that's hard to deny. And one thing about Jay Hill that I've learned in these 3 years covering him at BYU, the man wants to be on the biggest stages possible. That was one of the reasons he left Weber State, because he wanted the kind of the excitement back of being in just massive stages in the sport. And Michigan, to its credit, they play in some of the biggest stages, the biggest venues. And what an opportunity for him. So makes all the sense to me again that but BYU is competitive. This is not, and that's where I think BYU fans should be excited about the future because, again, 10 years ago, you lose someone like a Jay Hill, you feel like all is lost. That's not the case anymore. You had a contract extension to maintain Kalani Sitake, and every time that he's been asked to go hire someone, it's been a really good move. He got Ty Detmer handed to him when he took the head coaching job because he wanted to be the head coach. The defensive coordinator spot, he went to someone he tried to teach into being the defensive coordinator because he had a limited budget in independence, and they still had out of 5 out of the 7 years that Elias Tuiaki was there, they were top 50 defensively. They had a top 4 defense one year, top 15 another. But Kalani Sitake knows defensive football. And he's also one of the most well-respected coaches now because he's got a resume that says that guy's there for the long haul. And now that you're paying money as an institution, you're going to have a nice pool of candidates to pull from that say, oh, you're going to make a lot of money. Oh, you got a head coach that's stable. He's not leaving anywhere. He's made that clear. And Kalani Sitake, a lot of coaches say that sort of stuff, like, I'm not leaving. Kalani Sitake is BYU football. He wants to be there for the long haul. If you're a defensive coordinator, why would you not want that opportunity? And then it can elevate you to whatever heights you want to go to in the profession. So this is no longer a program that's just suddenly you go to BYU and it's a career graveyard, or it's just a career where you're done. It's just BYU and that's it for you. You can achieve whatever you want to at BYU. And I think that's what's reason for excitement moving forward for BYU football.
What is the future fallout, or what is the next steps, I guess, within the defensive staff at BYU with Jay Hill departing? Are names leaving with him? Is that not expected?
You have to retain the staff, and you got to get a defensive coordinator in place. You know, someone like a General Guilford, I think, is important in all of this. You know, Jay Hill carried over General Guilford from the previous defensive staff at BYU. General Guilford's the lone holdover from Kalani's first coaching staff in 2016. He's been there every step of the way these past 10 years. Jay Hill elevated General Guilford since Jay Hill had been at BYU these past 3 years as the defensive passing game coordinator. General Guilford's an ace recruiter in Southern California. Excellent. Some of the best connections in that part of the country. So he would be someone that's a top priority. And also, too, with General Guilford, you know, I look at him as someone that is someone you look at strongly if you're Kalani Sitake as a defensive coordinator. It's risky because whenever you just, you know, replace a outstanding decorated resume like Jay Hill, you want to get someone like that again. But I will say General Guilford, I think, has evolved in a way to me where he's got defensive coordinator potential. When he first arrived at BYU, no, he was just probably a position coach, but he's producing NFL draft picks, NFL players out of the secondary at BYU. Before Kalani Sitake arrived, that wasn't happening. You went almost 20 years without secondaries or cornerbacks going to the NFL. And Gennaro has really taken, you know, the best of, you know, Jay Hill, you know, the previous regime with Elias Tuiaki and Kalani Sitake. He's a really good coach. So, and it would make a lot of sense if Jay Hill wanted to take him over to Michigan. So I think he'd be a top guy that you got to prioritize if you're Kalani Sitake. And does that factor into the defensive coordinator conversation? I think that's something that Kalani has to think about.
What do you think Gary Anderson's role is going forward at BYU?
You know, it's interesting because he's such a nice piece to this staff. And with analysts being able to coach on the field and practices, what a nice luxury BYU's had. You know, to have Gary Anderson and Chad Kahaha as analysts, guys that have so much experience, so much background in the game of football to help with this defense the past few years. It's been a huge luxury for BYU. You know, I really wonder what Gary Anderson wants. Does he want to be back in a spotlight role? Being an analyst at BYU, he was loving it these past couple of years. I mean, just best spot. Just thoroughly happy being at BYU and being an analyst. Does he want to get back into the grind of then adding the dynamic of recruiting? Because as an analyst, yeah, you get a coach on the field, but you don't have to worry about recruiting. Yeah, you're probably aware of personnel that's being targeted and whatnot, but you're not making those Zoom calls. You're not doing off-campus spring evaluation period stuff. That's a big change. You know, so that's where I kind of wonder what what does he want going forward? Because he's experienced the highest of highs in the sport. I mean, he's coached in the Big Ten as a head coach. He's coached in the Pac-12. He's done all these different things. So, but Gary Anderson was huge these past few years, and someone that worked right side by side with Jay Hill in that press box when they were calling games and defense. So he would be someone to me that you'd want to retain as well. Whether that's an analyst, I mean, in a perfect world, I think you add him and Gennaro as the co-DCs. I think that would be a home run, I think, for BYU. But again, what does Gary Anderson want? Because again, he's not someone he's experienced all of this in coaching. Does he want to get back in it and be out of the analyst behind the scenes role, if you will?
What does J.U. Hill's departure mean for the transfer portal?
You could have some losses, and someone that you'd monitor definitely would be Faletau Satawala. And just because that relationship was so strong in the recruiting process, from when Jay Hill arrived at BYU from Weber State, there's a handful of guys that you look at and say he formed really close relationships with. Faletau Satawala, Hunter Clegg, players like that probably don't come to BYU if not for Jay Hill. And so Faletau Satawala, second team All-American this past season, he would be someone that he can play anywhere. And if BYU can retain him, that would be huge for BYU. But same time, like if he goes to Michigan as well, I understand that as well. I mean, I think the thing is with all of this, I think a lot of these fan bases in the state are just panicking right now. All these teams are 1 year. And look, you want to build a culture, and Kalani's doing that, and he's built that with BYU, but it's just all these teams are 1 year deals, and it's all business for the players and the coaches now. And you're constructing the best possible roster you can. If Faletau Satawala potentially left, and BYU would love to retain him. Like he's someone that you absolutely would love to, dig deep into that rev share and give him a nice cut of money because he's that good. He could be one of the best safeties in the Big 12 next year. But if he left, you don't fault him either, because there's plenty of safeties that would love to take that spot too. Again, BYU is operating a space where the reported enhanced budget with NIL, you're going to have options. So nothing is just a doomsday scenario. I think, the player that is the most critical in retention is obviously someone like a Bear Bachmeier. That's on the offensive side. But because of the quarterback position, everything else, though, there's always personnel. There's always guys that are ready to step up and be the next big thing. I think people like what they know. They like the familiarity, and you just want to retain it. But you didn't win the Big 12. You got to go take it another step further. And how do you do that? The portal is the quickest way to doing that, because high school players, even though it's a great top 20 recruiting class, top 25 rather, you can't bank on those guys to step in and be instant contributors to put you over the hump over Texas Tech. You got to fill the gaps with the portal no matter what it is. And whoever ends up being the next DC, that's going to be the challenge in front of them to put them over the hump. And someone like a Faletau Satawala would be ideal in retaining, but also you got to supplement this entire this defense in certain areas to get it to a higher level.
What do you expect to happen with Isaiah Glasker? Does this change anything for him?
I think it could possibly change. I mean, he's someone that could go to the NFL. I think this year was not as productive as last season, but Isaiah Glasker is an NFL talent. And, he's formed a really great relationship with Jay Hill. He's got 1 year of eligibility remaining. I could see him going to Michigan potentially. But I think also BYU could be in the cards for him too.
We've seen PK on the morning show discuss maybe Aaron Roderick making the jump from BYU, going back to Utah. Have you heard anything similar with that? Do you think there's some concern that A-Rod might not be the offensive coordinator at BYU next season?
There's definitely been talks for sure, and I've heard similar. And look, I think Aaron Roderick's been really good for BYU this past really 5 seasons. What he's done with the quarterback position, BYU is getting back to a place where it's a bit of a quarterback factory, and that's what Kalani Sitake challenged Aaron Roderick, or really any offensive coordinator that takes that role since he became the head coach is to get back to having a factory at BYU. All the quarterbacks that he's had outside of probably Keaton Slovis have really been good for BYU, but even Keaton Slovis is playing in the NFL. He's got an opportunity. So I think that A-Rod's done a really good job. And for someone like him, yeah, but listen to opportunities, create leverage. I mean, I think that, again, it's just all a business. And the thing is that, I think BYU, though, is in a really good spot with their quarterback pipeline now and going forward. That, to me, it would BYU. But, yeah, I've heard that there's been talks as well.
Names outside of the program that you think might be a candidate for the D coordinator job now that Jay Hill is gone?
USC defensive line coach Sean Nua, Florida State defensive coordinator Tony White, former Cal head coach Justin Wilcox. Those would be some names that I'd look at that would make a lot of sense.
Mitch, appreciate you jumping on. I know it's a very busy time. I know you're keeping an eye on the transfer portal as well. Find all of his coverage at KSLSports.com. Thanks for jumping on, Mitch.
Thanks.
There he is, Mitch Harper, giving us a breakdown on the latest with BYU and the jump from Jay Hill to go from BYU to Michigan, which was kind of the first thought right out of the gate. And Kyle Whittingham waited until after Utah had finished their bowl game to start to announce his coaching staff, and a couple of more names falling out there. Jason Beck obviously following him as well. We will talk about that with Steve Bartle. He's going to join us coming up at 11 o'clock, plus some transfer portal names for Utah, including Smith Snowden that has gone into the portal. So interesting and exciting. You hate to lose these guys. Jay Hill changed the culture at BYU dramatically. There was, I thought, a very clear before and after with the seriousness of BYU football before Jay was there and after. And look, a lot of that has to do with Kalani continuing to get better at the job, but Jay was a major upgrade at that position. Jason Beck was the best offense we've seen at Utah under Kyle Whittingham probably ever. I know there were some very solid offenses with Cam Rising, and when Utah had a good offense, they were very dangerous defensively, and they were very dangerous on the big picture, which is why they won 10 games again this year. Having to replace that is no guarantee. I think I have a little bit more faith that BYU will be able to find an adequate defensive coordinator because Kalani can do the job if he has to. If he has to put more attention on that side of the ball to buoy it, then that Utah will be able to easily replace Jason Beck. That doesn't mean it's impossible, certainly, but Jason Beck was really cooking at Utah there.
Especially if you look at who's making the hires, right? How many hires has Jason Beck made as Utah's head coach? Well, none yet. So we'll see what that means. Plus, not only is Jason Beck gone, but basically the whole offensive staff is leaving as well, where it's still TBD as to which assistants are going to be joining Jay Hill at Michigan. So, yeah, Utah's offense could look completely different than it did last year.
Yeah, BYU's defense could look completely different. I think that's the bizarre part of it. Names you're already losing just because they're seniors or going to the NFL. And then, if you lose a Glasgow or a Satawala, some of these names are going to be major in the state. And then, of course, Smith Snowden enters the transfer portal. I don't rule anyone out ever from returning, but it kind of didn't seem like that was going to be the direction there. We'll see. We'll see what the offensive side of the ball looks like. Does Utah's quarterback next season see out in the roster already? I don't know. We saw a lot of Devin Dampier in the bowl game for Utah, and he had probably his best game. I thought he was fabulous in the bowl game. We did not see a whole lot of Bird Ficklin and wasn't used all that effectively when he was out there. So we'll see what this looks like for Utah. We'll continue to break this down coming up next in the top 3 stories. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
It's what you want.
Never-ending Story is more compelling than Short Circuit.
No.
Stop it.
No, stop.
Never-ending Story would win a poll against Short Circuit. Guarantee you. I can't even believe I'm putting this poll together. How do you spell circuit?
By the way, I almost hope...
Do what you feel is right, listeners.
I almost hope Never Ending Story wins, because if Short Circuit wins, we're going to lose you for the rest of the show. Show memorandum. Let's just euthanize Short Circuit. My guy is as upset as any time I've ever seen him in the history of this show.
Why, because we speak truth?
No more Short Circuit. Take Johnny 5 and put a crowbar to his head. He's done. Disassemble Johnny 5.
No disassemble!
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
he was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy on the improvements he's seen in Walt Clayton's defense.
Walt's energy output has been much better. I think also he's understanding leverage. He's a little bit smaller than some guys, but he's really strong. Walt's a way better defender when he's angry. And I think that Walt's always carried a pretty big chip on his shoulder, but defensively I've seen it show itself with his physicality, his ability to absorb contact.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At U of U Health, hope's in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Band, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Top 3 stories brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. J. Brooks, cherish your loved ones. It's J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore your expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. 2 locations up and down the Wasatch Front. Find them online, jbrooksjewelers.com. Christian, where are we starting today?
Well, Ben, the transfer portal opened basically overnight. Utah already losing several key players. John Henry Daly has officially entered the portal, as well as standout corner Smith Snowden. So between that and all the coaches and assistants leaving, this Utah team could look very different next year.
Here's what the staff at Michigan looks like at the moment concerning local names. Kyle Whittingham, the head coach. Jay Hill, the defensive coordinator. Jason Beck, the offensive coordinator. Lewis Powell, I know, surprised some people by making the jump. Some thought that he was going to stay at Utah. He ends up going to be the defensive ends coach at Michigan. Coy Detmer, who had been kind of the quarterback whisperer under Jason Beck, jumps to Michigan as well. And then Freddie Whittingham as the tight ends coach is going. Then, of course, Jim Harding. Some major losses there, certainly in the trenches. Jim Harding and Lewis Powell are huge losses. We know how good Jason Beck was at Utah. We know how good Kyle Whittingham's been for 20-plus years. And then Jay Hill, like we mentioned in the last segment, I thought really represented an uptick in seriousness of BYU football. They started to perform at a higher level. They started putting a lot of guys in the NFL. So replacing them is going to be extremely difficult. Witt has a good staff at Michigan. They're going to win. And I would imagine they're going to pick some players off too, just because that's going to be the nature of the business. And, we'll see where Smith Snowden ends up going. Is he an option for Michigan? I don't know. Certainly Isaiah Glasker gets very interesting. Satawala is very interesting. J.J. Buchanan. We'll see if either of the quarterbacks follows Jason Beck to Michigan as well. So there's a lot on the board there. It's just going to be different. And some of this is because this is a particularly wild rearranging of chairs when it comes to the names and the coaching staffs at both of these schools. I just think you're going to lose players every offseason. I just think naturally you're going to have guys jump from one side to another or leave the state altogether. And this is only the beginning of it.
Yeah, and obviously it's not made easier, right, with, like you mentioned, the changing of the chairs. And I guess who are players more loyal to? Their position coaches like Lewis Powell or their DC like Morgan Scalley. So with guys like Snowden entering the portal, obviously we didn't hear of the DB's coach going to Michigan, but it feels like Utah built so much to get past those the 5 and 7 year, right?
Uh-huh.
They spent so much time and effort getting back on track, all for it to just fall out from underneath them immediately following this season. It's crazy how fast this all happens.
I do wonder, and maybe this is not a thing. Maybe it's everybody, and you're foolish if you try and do something different. But, when you rely on mercenary culture to build your team, which Utah did, you went out and hired Jason Beck last year and had him bring his best quarterback, his best receiver, his best running back. Of course, that was going to change. And then you brought in Mark Ottawaya, and with Mark Ottawaya brought his best running back and Wayshawn Parker. And it seems like Mark Ottawaya is sticking around at Utah. At least he hasn't been replaced. He's not jumping to Michigan. They've got Alford to stay there. So if you build it on guys who are saying, yeah, I've hit the transfer portal, it worked out for me, and I got paid, why not hit the transfer portal again and see what's best for me and see who offers the most money? And it's way more fun to have all this money than to not have money. I get why that's going to be the case. And look, Utah's going to do the same thing here. If you bring A-Rod or somebody who's not been working in football, Jonathan Smith being kind of the big name that's circulating with Utah right now, it isn't actively working somewhere, you're probably not rating that team of all their talent. That is the advantage of going out and hiring somebody who is on a team that has an established culture or an established identity and bringing them with you. Jason Beck brought 4 guys with him, and that was the huge positive of landing him. Not only is he a good play caller, but he had proven talent around him that knew how to do exactly what he wanted, and Utah benefited from that. So do you go out and try and find an offensive coordinator that does the same thing, that brings in his guys, his quarterback, his receiver, his running back, and then you're ready to go from day one?
Yeah, because, we kind of talked about this, I think it was Wednesday's show, right? It's a lot harder to find a quarterback and then scheme around them than it is to, I guess, find the coordinator and then, it's easier to find a quarterback to fit that new system.
Or brings one with him because
Right.
he already knows how that system works. Absolutely. So, if you do see a Jonathan Smith, how does he fit with a Bird Ficklin or a Devin Dampier if that ends up being the name? And look, Jonathan Smith's the nicest person I've ever met in my life. I've probably met him a half dozen times, and I've loved every interaction I've ever had with him. If that were to be the name, I think it would be a very interesting and exciting hire for Utah. But, yeah, he doesn't bring somebody with him. He's coming in having to craft something around probably what Utah already has, or he has to go recruit somebody differently
Especially
altogether.
with Dampier and Bird being very unique players, right? They don't necessarily fit into any offensive system. You have to have a very particular read option offense built around that.
Which, ironically, I think A-Rod could actually do pretty well. Now, I know BYU's had some great passers in his time, but Jaron Hall could really run the ball. Now, he didn't do it a ton. Bear Bachmeier clearly can really run the ball and is comfortable doing that. You could put Bird or you could put Dampier in a very similar situation and have some success. So keep an eye on the transfer portal. I guess it's maybe not been as active today as I expected, but a lot of these guys I would suspect are renegotiating with their own teams first, trying to see if it's easier. This is who I should talk to. This is where I'm booking my appointments, and I'm going to see what they have for me. And then I will start to see actually who's going to go out there. And I know you're supposed to actually put your name in the transfer portal first. Maybe they put their name in the portal after they talk to their team if they don't like what they hear.
Do you think there's a point where Utah can officially hit the panic button? Like if they start losing a certain amount of players after already losing all these assistant coaches, you know what I'm saying? Is there a point where it hits that and they're like, okay, now it's time to really worry about next season? Or are you confident in Morgan Scalley's ability, I guess, to be right no matter what?
By all accounts, not his ability to be right no matter what. The best coaches of all time are not right no matter what. I do think, and talking to people behind the scenes and seeing everything everyone's reported, like, we have seen Morgan Scalley preparing for this job for 10 years now. Like, he has recognized what he's going to be going through when he takes over. Now, I think he had hoped Jason Beck would be in place, and he was only making one decision on who he was going to hire. And ironically, it sounds like the defensive coordinator is maybe the job that's most settled of all of them, which is going to be Colton Swan, the linebackers coach at Utah. Seems likely that he's going to be the man. I do think he's thought about this before. So I don't think he's going to get caught with his pants down. So I don't think that's actually a major issue. Now, if he can't land somebody or nobody can see eye to eye with his vision of an offense, I think that would be difficult. Utah's a good job. Utah's a good job. It's a place you can come in and win. And look, Jason Beck just proved if you win at Utah, you can maybe get an opportunity to coach at a bigger spot. Now, he went because Witt went, but if you have success on the offensive side of the ball at Utah, it's not hard to imagine that somebody would come and try and poach you or you'd continue to get a raise. And conceivably, because I don't think anyone thinks that Morgan Scalley's making as much money as Kyle Whittingham was last year, there should be a little bit more money around the program to pay your coordinators if you need to. And Utah, after losing Kyle Whittingham, should be willing to put a little bit more money in the pockets of their coordinators if they feel like it's going to give Morgan a softer landing as the head coach now. I would hope they would do that. And then also put that same money towards NIL, make sure they're spending that full $22 million allotment.
I am curious to see what kind of experience they bring in around Morgan, with this being his first stint as a head coach. Sometimes you'll see that, right? Bringing in guys who can help with that and bring stability and bring, I guess, veteran experience and leadership. And obviously Scalley's been a DC for a long time. It's not like he's brand new to coaching, but being a head coach is a big jump. So we'll see.
Jonathan Smith would make a ton of sense in that realm if that was the case he wanted to go. Having coached at Oregon State, he was a former quarterback himself. He was the quarterback for Chad Ochocinco at Oregon State and TJ Hushmanzada, I believe, and then was the head coach at Oregon State. He was a quarterback's coach, I think, under Chris Peterson at Boise State. He was the head coach at Michigan State, and that obviously flamed out, but that was a bit of a cash grab for who was otherwise kind of thought of as one of the more respected coaches in all of college football. And what I didn't realize is just because he's been doing this for so long, Jonathan Smith and Morgan Scalley are the same age. So if you said they came up together, kind of rose through the ranks together, I think that would make a lot of sense. And then, yes, has that head coaching experience where maybe you could bring in and have a little bit more understanding. That's why I'm a little surprised we haven't heard Gary Anderson's name thrown around a little bit more, making a return to Utah, just with his past. And if he was an analyst, how well he would do in that role. But I'm not worried about Morgan needing to hit the panic button. The truth is, I think Utah's already been through the worst of it. I think losing Jason Beck and Whittingham and all these position coaches, that's the disaster. The rebuild should not be as difficult as how much they lost.
And Scalley said multiple times in the post game following the Las Vegas Bowl that they knew what was coming and that they have a plan.
Yep.
And to just be patient. So I'm curious to see what that plan is because, sometimes if you do plan for things correctly, then you will end up in a good position, and sometimes things don't go according to plan. So I am curious to see what ends up happening.
And if it ends up being A-Rod, it's a guy he's known his whole life, or at least for the last probably 15, 20 years now, coaching in the States. So I think that would be an A-plus hire as well, because that would be a guy who Morgan clearly identified long ago that he wanted to work with once again. So we'll see. It's very interesting. The incestuous nature of BYU and Utah continues to move forward with coaches jumping side to side. We'll see what it ends up looking like. All right, what's next?
Well, it's 2026, new year. Looks like tanking is back on the menu. Cody Williams led the team in scoring yesterday because nobody else played.
Cody Williams had the career high. Kyle Anderson had 22. I think it was his season career high as well. The Jazz played well. I mean, they were down 16-0 to start the game. The Clippers clearly took their foot off the pedal, and the Jazz jumped back into the game and actually took a 3-point lead midway through the third quarter, 4-point lead midway through the third quarter before Kawhi Leonard turned it on and really won the fourth quarter. But Yeah, I do think you saw, and we've seen signs of it recently, some games where guys are resting, some games where they've sat 2 centers when they probably only needed to sit 1. I think you've seen the Jazz start to toy with the idea of not trying to win every game at its most. And Will Hardy's still going to coach. He still coached a lot last night and still tried to win that game through the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, as I mentioned, Kawhi took over. But I do think you're going to start to see this more aggressively. And I wrote my article last night. You can go read it at KSLSports.com. Ironically, even with the Jazz, I think, performing so much better this year than they did last year, they are still closer to having the 5th worst record in the NBA than they are being in the play-in tournament. Now, there are fewer teams between them and the play-in tournament than the 5th worst record in the league. But they are a game back, or I should say a game ahead, technically, of the Mavericks, the Hornets, and the Nets for the 5th worst record in the NBA. They're a game and a half back of the Portland Trail Blazers. So, again, they're actually closer to owning the 5th worst record in the NBA than they are being in the 10th seed in the West. And with 49 games left in the season, they're going to have an adequate opportunity to do whatever they want. If they did decide, hey, we want to make the play-in tournament, we want to give Oklahoma City the worst possible draft pick that we can, they could make that push. If they decide we want to get into the lottery, they can get there as well. And yes, what you saw last night against the Clippers is one of these quote-unquote 2-for-1 games. Clippers were behind the Jazz in the standings, so they pick up a win, and the Jazz lose, so they had that loss to their resume. And then the Clippers are actually now tied with the Jazz in the standings. You've got Charlotte coming up. You've got 3 games against Dallas coming up in the next few weeks. You've got games against Charlotte coming up in the next few weeks. Those are all those 2-for-1 games where wins by those other teams are particularly impactful when it comes to the lottery at the end of the year.
It also double or I guess triple helps out the Jazz in that sense because remember, Oklahoma City owns the Clippers draft pick.
It does.
Right?
They do as well.
So not only do the Jazz
hold on to their
pick and keep their pick from going to the Thunder, they're also kind of helping out the rest of the NBA by helping LA hold on to their pick and keep that one from going to the Thunder. But I liked your tweet yesterday you put out. Obviously, Austin Ainge said you won't be seeing that this year in regards to tanking. Well, it's 2026 now.
He
it's
did say
a
that
new
in
year.
2025. I don't think he was trying to get off on a technicality there. But, yeah, I thought, it was kind of funny. And, it's the hard part of where they were. And, honestly, why, as much as we bemoan Coach Speak and why that was a great quote and why I wrote about it and everybody wrote about it and ran with it, you can still hear them talk about it on every national podcast whenever the Jazz get brought up that wasn't going to be the plan. Sometimes you have to change your plan. Sometimes if you realize, we didn't think Keontae George was going to be a borderline all-star this year. Now, all of a sudden, you do have to change some lineups to lose games to make sure you hold on to a pick because there's no reason to give away a free lottery pick to already the best team in the NBA. You got to change the hand that you're dealt.
And that quote was so vague anyways. Like, what did he mean by you won't be seeing that this year? You won't see tanking, period. You won't see fake injuries that are going to get the Jazz fined. Yeah. And like DJ was saying, I think that was a very good point he brought up when he joined you the other day. Like, people will, coaches and front office members will say things, and then their opinion can change. And sometimes that just happens.
To give you a sense of why, though, the Jazz may want to drop to the 5th worst record in the NBA versus where they are right now, which is tied for 8th with the Clippers. If the season ended today, the Jazz would have about a 58% chance of holding on to their pick and about a 42% chance of giving it to the Thunder. If they drop to 5, they'd have a 99.5% chance of holding on to their pick and a 0.5% chance of dropping all the way to 9. Very slim. Certainly not impossible, but very slim that they would give up. Really, I think if you fall to about that 6th worst record in the NBA, you're going to hold on to your pick. It's over 96%. Again, Dallas won with 1.8%. It's certainly possible that you could lose it even if you have a 96% chance of holding on to it. But your odds of moving to the lottery jump up to 40%, and your odds of losing the pick are at 4. So I do think that's going to be the sweet spot for the Jazz. What I do think I would bemoan right now, unfortunately, and because it's a very real injury, is that last night would have been a fun night if you're a Jazz fan to see Ace Bailey get the keys to the car and go and play in the role that you saw from Kyle Anderson and Cody Williams. Not that Cody shouldn't be getting a shot as well, and Cody I thought was actually very good on the offensive side of the ball last night, but you would like to see Ace in a situation where he doesn't have Keontae or he doesn't have Lowry Markkanen, he's got to create on his own. He's got to take some more of those shots, and maybe he gets a 20-shot night. And what does that actually look like, and what do you learn from him in those situations? That is something, if I were a Jazz fan, I would want to see prioritized probably over the next 40 games, 45 games.
Especially because looking at Keontae, I mean, how many times did he have that in his rookie and even second year where he was kind of the go-to guy, and whether that was good for him or not, there were opportunities for him to just go shoot. And Ace, I think, does need to get those because that is going to be his ability. That is going to be what makes him into the all-star caliber player that he can be is, taking over games by being a unstoppable scorer.
I think Keontae got a taste of what that glory can look like when you score 30. I think he also got a taste of how difficult it is to shoot 2 of 15 and have everyone blame you for the loss. And what do you get to work harder to do? Do you want to work hard to disappear so you never get any of the credit for any of it, but you're in the NBA? Or do you want to be the star that gets the glory? And he's getting the glory right now, and it's been beneficial for him. Yeah, put Ace in those same situations and see what he can do. All right, what's next?
Utah Mammoth begin 2026 with a bang yesterday. Dylan Gunther gets his first career hat trick.
7-2 for the Mammoth yesterday on the road at New York. New York's very good. It was a very impressive win for them. Especially considering they're playing on New Year's Day in New York at 1 o'clock, right after the ball drop. I mean, I imagine there's a curfew, but I suspect the guys enjoyed the festivities somewhat. So to bounce back and get the victory there to start the new year, I thought was a really good sign. Yes, Dylan Gunther picking up the 3 goals. No empty netters in that either. He really kind of earned that hat trick. Was very impressive. But the entire team was good. They were good on the penalty on the power play. They were good on the PK. You did see Sergachev kind of step up. He hadn't played particularly well. Clayton Keller got the goal. And then on top of it, Clayton Keller got the call that he will be joining the U.S. Olympic team as well. He's one of the final players to make that roster. But you hope, as we mentioned on Tuesday, maybe it was Wednesday, you hope that's a weight off his shoulders. I'm sure he was waiting for that. I'm sure he was nervous he wasn't going to make it. He hadn't played particularly great this season. So to get that call and make the team, it's got to feel like a real vote of confidence. And sometimes guys take that confidence and they really run with it. And hopefully he can rebound to playing at the level he was last season, because with Logan Cooley out, Clayton Keller's the ideal guy to assume not a bigger role. I mean, he's the star of the team, but, to make up some of that gap where the production is lost with Cooley. And we haven't seen it yet from Clayton Keller, but that'd be a major plus for him.
Yeah, it definitely is time for him to step up. And I know that he's had, personal loss in his life, and that's very, very tough. And I don't want to make it seem like it's easy to move on from that, but Clayton Keller is a special player, and he is the best current player on this team. I think he has a potential to be. Obviously, last year almost hit 100 points on the season, so I'd like to see him be more aggressive in shooting the puck. And you're right, the Four Nations face-off last year was so much fun, and Clayton Keller, I think, felt left out because he wasn't able to participate in that. And hopefully the Olympics this year is just as fun, cheering on Team USA, but now Clayton Keller will be there.
And exciting. I'm excited to talk to Nick Olczyk. He's going to join us coming up at 11:30, getting a breakdown on what this means, because remember, NHL players haven't always been able to represent their teams during the Olympics. This is a bit of a recent agreement in 2026 and 2030 that they're going to allow the players to depart their rosters to go and play. So very, very cool there that we're going to get to see. And then they're playing in LA, right? Where are the games this year?
Italy, I think.
Italy, you're right. Italy's the Summer Olympics. Sorry, I'm thinking winter still. Going to Italy where they've had all the issues with the ice rink. But very cool. Nice opportunity. And then Olli Mata is also on the team for Team Finland as well. So another Utah Mammoth player being represented. So excited for that, and cool to see if they can keep this momentum going. Staying in New York, another game tomorrow at 1 o'clock, another midday game. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll look at the disaster that has been the college football playoffs so far. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy New Year to everybody out there. Jake will be back with us on Monday, coming up in about 12 minutes. We're going to be talking to Steve Bartle, getting a breakdown on the latest with the University of Utah. Steve was kind enough to join us earlier this week, but since we last talked to him, half the Utah's coaching staff is gone. So we're talking to him again and figuring out which direction Utah is going to head with their offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator again. I think, not that this was a job Morgan Scalley thought he was going to be hiring once he took over as head coach for Utah. I wonder if there is some value, I'll have to ask Steve about this, to having gone through it last year. You know, he was a major piece of this process last year to bring in Jason Beck. I wonder if they had interviewed maybe some other names that would still be candidates for him now, and maybe he sees what he did like about Jason Beck or things he maybe didn't like, you know, and not just about Jason Beck, but Andy Ludwig and all the names that he has seen cycle through Utah, the things he'd like to see retained, things he'd like to see brought in. Is it a heavier emphasis on recruiting? Is it development? Is it bringing guys with you? I think those are all major pieces of this conversation. So excited to talk to Steve about that. I don't think anyone's necessarily excited to talk about the college football playoff. Certainly the college football playoff committee should not be ringing a bell. It has been bad. It's simply not been a very good product, and yesterday was particularly poor. I didn't think the first weekend was great. We saw the Ole Miss blowout over Tulane. We saw Oregon blow out James Madison. Alabama-Oklahoma was a decent game just because Oklahoma jumped out to the big start, but Alabama blew them out of the water after that, and then Miami-Texas A&M, nobody could move the ball. This past week, Miami-Ohio State was interesting. Miami beating Ohio State, certainly I did not have on my bingo card. That was impressive. Ohio State did not look good really at all in that game. Our bozo friends at Texas Tech getting blanked by Oregon. It was a very tough look, and It would have been hard to have been Baron Morton in that or I guess that was yesterday, right? That Thursday to jump on Twitter and see your name, because he bore the majority of the blame for that poor performance from Texas Tech. And that was not simply him, but he really did not look good. And you saw a lot of people laughing at Texas Tech because they spent so much money on their roster and neglected to up to improve their quarterback position, and they paid the price. All that money, I don't want to say out the window. You made the college football playoff. You got a huge chunk of change for doing so. We'll see how they split that money up. But Texas Tech just looked bad. Oregon really embarrassed them. In fact, James Madison, I thought, played a better game against Oregon, even though they allowed 51 points than Texas Tech did.
Well, and it's not just Texas Tech suffering. It's the entire Big 12 now that is getting laughed at, because that's the whole argument, right? The Big 10 and SEC don't want all these other Big 12 teams in the playoff because they don't feel like they're worth taking up spots. And I guess Arizona State last year almost beat Texas.
Almost,
so whatever.
Yeah.
But then you show up and you get blanked this year after having the bye.
By the team that was clearly the best team in the Big 12 this year.
And that is literally worst case scenario for the Big 12.
Yep. Yeah. For BYU to get stomped the way they did twice against Texas Tech, and to say that our argument is our only loss is to Texas Tech, and Texas Tech to go scoreless in the college football playoff, not a banner year for the Big 12, unfortunately. And regardless of how good of a conference you think it was, the ACC is still alive. Miami is still playing. Miami beat the reigning champion, Ohio State. You cannot argue now that Miami didn't belong in there. You can argue that Texas Tech didn't belong. They had one of the worst performances we've seen. In fact, they did have the worst performance that we've seen so far in the college football playoff. Worse than Texas A&M, only scoring 3 points. So not a great look for the Big 12, not a great look for Texas Tech. Very curious to see which direction they go with their quarterback this offseason. They're going to lose some names just because they had such a good team. Some of those guys are going to the NFL. We'll see if Texas Tech's able to rebuild coming up this offseason with that money. Maybe the worst game was Indiana-Alabama, just because that game was 17-0 at halftime. It wasn't close. At least in the Texas Tech game, it felt like, 13-0, I think, in the fourth quarter still at one point. It was a little bit like the Utah-Texas Tech game where you thought, you get a score here, and it's only a one-score game. And there were certainly some opportunities to threaten that, and they just never were able to punch it in. But Indiana blew Alabama off the field, and it is shocking to see both Alabama and Georgia. Georgia was competitive, certainly with Indiana last night, or with Ole Miss last night, excuse me. But to just not look like they belong on the field with Indiana is crazy. And Indiana, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, they look like not just the front runners. They look like they were playing a different sport than everybody else that was playing the college football playoff weekend.
Yeah, they almost look like the Georgia team a couple years ago. They just ragdolled everybody, and it is impressive what Indiana's doing. I think definitely going into the semifinals, it seems like Indiana is by far the favorite, and I know they're the 1 seed, but especially if they can get past Oregon and make it to the championship, I'm not confident in Miami or Ole Miss against an Indiana team. So credit to them. Credit to Kurt Cignetti. He's done a great job.
It's crazy going back and looking at his resume, and not that he won at James Madison, but he was at IUPUI, if I remember correctly, right? Like, he didn't really get a start as a guy until he was 55 years old. 54 years old, and now he's in his early 60s, and he looks like the best coach in college football. And Indiana was a joke. Indiana's been a joke of a football team, and I don't mean that in a mean way, but it's a basketball state. It's certainly never thought of as a great football program. And yeah, they look like they've got the national championship in their grasp right now. They've got potential number 1 overall pick at quarterback right now. He plays awesome. The defense is insane. It's a fun story. It is, I guess, actually what the college football playoff was trying to preach, though. With what they've done this season, it would have been impossible to keep them out of any previous system we've ever seen. Ole Miss, Georgia, fun last night. Good for Ole Miss. Drama with their coaches of whether or not those guys are actually going to be able to coach with the team next week, or if they're expected now to join LSU because people didn't expect them to pass Georgia. So some of those guys are going to have to make that move to recruiting at LSU. I don't think that would be the case. I think it's better for Ole Miss, obviously, to continue to compete now in the semis. But the teams remaining: Oregon, Ole Miss, Indiana, and Miami. Only one of the top 4 seeds advances, and last year none of the top 4 seeds advanced. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
So that bye week has not proven to be all that beneficial, or maybe we're just picking the wrong teams. Maybe we're not seeing the right teams. They do, and I sound like a broken record. I'm not the only person saying this. They've got to speed up this process. You cannot play your last game in early December and then not play again until New Year's Day. It's not possible. You've got to find a way to either extend the college football regular season, push it back a week so you play your final game on the 15th, and then the first game start 9 days later, or 10 days later. You can't have 15, 18, 20 days off between games, especially for these top teams. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, BYU had 20 days between the Big 12 championship and their bowl game. Texas Tech played, 5 days later, right? So that's almost a month in between games. And I think it was Dan Lanning was ranting about this. I totally agree. I also don't think there should be other bowl games on the day that, the college football playoff is played. On New Year's Eve, there were several bowl games as well as the college football playoff game at the night. I don't like that either. I don't know.
I don't mind it being the nightcap. I don't have as much a problem if you're going to play one there, and that's what they tried to do. And luckily, if you're a Utah fan, Utah played very well against Nebraska other than another slow start. You thought, uh-oh, here this goes again. And we'll talk about Utah's bowl win with Steve Weddle coming up next a little bit more. But I am with you. It did – I'm not sure it set the table for the big game as well as maybe it could have. And then, you're playing a huge game on New Year's Eve night. Like, people are busy. People are going out. People are having poker nights. People are making pizza. Whatever they're doing, people are don't have all their attention glued to the college football playoff. So it's not been a great product so far. I don't know if we're going to get a great product. I don't know if these final 3 games are going to be elite either. I don't think anyone's going to compete with Indiana. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that. I hope I'm wrong on that. I hope we get some absolutely classic games. But Indiana looks far and away like the best team, and I think they're going to steamroll whoever's in front of them. All right, Steve Barta will join us next. What's the latest with Utah's coaching hires? Which direction are they looking for their new offensive coordinator? He'll let us know. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy holidays, everyone. Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, the new year is basically here. Have you set those resolutions for yourself? Well, maybe financial well-being of you and your family ought to be one of them. Get your financial side in order. And if you're anything like me, you need a little help. And why not go with the best? And that's the good folks at Trajan, an entire team of people that will be on your side to help best set you up for whatever it is that you want to accomplish. Have you sat down and truly set your financial goals? When do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? Maybe you're close to retirement and you want to best maximize what you spent an entire career building. Well, Trajan can help you with all of it. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. They're very nice, and they keep it very simple, and they make sure that you understand exactly what they can do for you. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client-paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground.
you should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You wired me awake and hit me with a hand of broken nail. You tied my lead and pulled my chain to watch my blood begin to boil. But I'm gonna break my...
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I hate to bug Steve as often as I've been bugging him, but every time we talk, something dramatic has changed at Utah over the last couple of weeks. So it is our Utah insider, Steve Bartle. What's going on, Steve?
What's up, Ben? How you doing, man?
Doing terrific. It did seem like Jason Beck was a done deal the second Kyle Whittingham got hired. Was that the impression you got, that this was always going to be the case?
Yeah, I said last Friday on the podcast that after Kyle was made official to Michigan, that his top choices were Jason Beck and Jay Hill to fill those coordinator positions. And, it sounded like, that those guys were the top priorities for a reason. Those are the guys that Kyle knows best. And in these types of situations, it's important for new head coaches to bring guys that they trust, that they believe in. And, Utah did a lot the last couple days to, try and keep Beck here in Salt Lake City. Financially, Utah made a significant push to keep him here, to try and keep him here. It was, according to sourcing, it was a really significant offer to him financially to try and keep him in place. And so, I think that did a lot for all this, but ultimately Beck, he has aspirations to become a head coach pretty soon. And when you're a coordinator at a program like Michigan, you've got a lot of eyeballs on you, and that potentially leads to a lot of doors opening down the road, especially if you have success. And when you look at, the opportunities that others have had coaching as coordinators at other programs similar to Michigan, you look at Dan Lanning and what he has been able to do at Oregon after his time as a defensive coordinator at Georgia. That's the kind of opportunity that Beck could potentially be looking at, in short time here if he has success. And the opportunity to coach Bryce Underwood, that's pretty significant as well. So, this was a big part of the puzzle for Whittingham going to Michigan. And we'll see what the ripple effects are, but this was the guy that Kyle Whittingham wanted to bring, above all else was Beck and that offense to the Wolverine program.
Offensive side of the ball pretty decimated, at least in the coaching staff. Jim Harding gone as well, Freddie Whittingham gone, Coy Detmer gone. I'm sure I'm missing names. Does this feel like a emergency, or do you think they've been preparing for this now for the last week since Witt was announced?
Yeah, this has been sort of the anticipation since Witt was announced that he was, since Whittingham's interest became apparent that he wanted the Michigan job. I think everybody has been preparing for this. Morgan Scally, it seemed like he had a pretty good grasp on the defensive side of the ball with his staff and Luther Ellis and Colton Swan and Tariq Shaw. But, Whittingham, needed guys that buy into that know his culture, that, coach his culture and what he expects. And this was a big thing for Whittingham and for Beck as well to get these additional staffers on offense. Jim Harding obviously being the biggest name there, and I think his arrival at Michigan will be celebrated because he's a big time addition to that staff. Michigan has enjoyed a lot of success in the trenches as a program traditionally, but the last couple of seasons it's tailed off a little bit, and so for them to get Harding, that was a big coup for them. And then I think the most surprising departure was Lewis Powell. Again, according to sources, Powell had indicated that he was going to stay at Utah as of Tuesday, and so the feeling was going into the Las Vegas Bowl that the entire defensive staff was going to stay in place, with Scally, but obviously reported yesterday that Lewis Powell is going to follow Whittingham to Michigan and become the defensive end coach there in Ann Arbor. So, I think this is that was probably the biggest surprise of it all, was just kind of given what we had been hearing, and Tuesday and Wednesday that he had was leaning towards staying, but obviously he had a change of heart, and so. Outside of that, I think everything that we've seen in terms of staff following Whittingham has been, anticipated. And I think for Morgan Scally, he shared in his post-game press conference that there is a plan. And I think for Utah fans, I think it's important to buy into that, but also understand that doesn't necessarily mean that answers are going to be coming immediately. This is a process for him, and I think for Scally, there is certainly a plan in place, and he'll have an idea of guys that he'll be interested in that fit his vision. But I think it'll be interesting to kind of learn the names over the next couple of weeks of who we could be seeing fill those vacant spots now that the entire offensive staff and Lou Powell have followed Whittingham to Ann Arbor.
With the transfer portal opening today, do you think there's some urgency to try and get this offensive coordinator hired quickly?
Yes and no. So, as long as Morgan Scally has an idea of names that he's, honing in on, you can get through the first couple of days in the portal. But ultimately, I do think he's going to need to have somebody sooner than later, right? You don't want to have – you want to have somebody in place to sell the vision a little bit more detailed, right? But I think Morgan has a vision of what he wants the offense to look like. He's looking for a coordinator that fits that vision. And early on, as you get into the portal and all of that, as long as you have that can get you by. But I do think, Scally is going to want to have people in place much sooner than later. But it's not – you would much rather take your time to get the right guy in place that fits your vision rather than a hurried hire just to have him in place, for the portal. And I think that's going to be kind of the mindset that Scally takes. But again, Scally knows what he wants on offense. And the vision there is, an improved passing game, one that, isn't just about production, right? Where you see the Texas Tech offense yesterday, or what was it, 2 days ago, yesterday, I think, against Oregon.
No, I didn't see the offense, actually, Steve. I looked. I tried to find it. I couldn't see it.
Yeah. And an offense like that, it's easy to put up numbers. It's spread out option, but it's a lot of simple things. It's screens. It's vertical routes. I think what Scally is looking for is, a quarterback and an offense that creates and demands, a passer that can make NFL type of throws. And you need that, like what we saw last night with Ole Miss and Georgia. Trinidad Chambliss, what he was able to do as a quarterback really, accounted for a lot. Georgia is still significantly more talented than Ole Miss, across the board. But a quarterback like Chambliss, who is able to make, NFL-level throws, and that's not just talking velocity and ability to throw the deep ball. That's, layered throws and fitting it into tight windows and fitting it over certain defenders, making those types of throws. I think that's where Scally wants this offense to trend towards. And so that's going to be the vision. And he's going to be looking for, a coordinator that fits that vision. And that's going to be sort of the vision that he sells in the transfer portal.
Well, what does that say about Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin? Because that's not what we saw from them this year.
Yeah, and I think, there's layers to this, right? Because of Devin Dampier's experience, there's value there beyond just an ability, beyond a throwing ability. And I think Devin Dampier showed yesterday that there's still talent there. There's enough there as a passer. He may not have the ability to push the ball 40, 50 yards down the field with tremendous velocity, but he can still make a lot of great throws. Bird Ficklin, I think there's a belief in him that he can become that type of passer. He's got an arm where it's amazing watching the ball, come off his hands. There's velocity there. There's juice in that arm that I think is a best that was the best in that quarterback room this season. So there's a belief in Bird that he can become that type of passer. Obviously, there's going to be development needed, but with Dampier, obviously it's a little bit more nuanced, where you know that maybe he's not the absolute best passer that fits that vision, but given his experience and ability to produce in other ways, the fact that he has another year remaining, I think there's a lot of interest in bringing him back to to kind of lead into continuity and having as much continuity as you can next season. I think so there is that. And so again, there's layers to this and different things to factor into the conversation. I think you can get by with Dampier. I shouldn't say get by, but I think you would enjoy having Dampier in place for another year, where then you can make that your point moving forward beyond Dampier.
We have talked about A-Rod, that being a name that's been floated at Utah, and his relationship with Morgan Scally certainly is obvious. Jonathan Smith is a name that seems to have emerged in recent days. Is that a name you had heard previously? And what do you think of that name?
Yeah, I think, with Jonathan Smith, that name has been floated about the last couple of days. It's been, reported by some that he's been in Salt Lake City, and I haven't been able to confirm that. But, I think Jonathan Smith, if he ends up being the guy that, he makes a lot of sense in terms of how he would fit Morgan Scally's vision. I think a lot of people think of the Oregon State offense, but I think you need to go back to his time as coordinator at Washington from 2014 to 2017, where you get a much better idea of what his offense would actually look like. And I think those Husky offenses, specifically in 2016 and 2017, were really dynamic. They were multiple. They had spread. They had pro-style formations. And so I think that all kind of fits what Scally is looking for. But yeah, we'll see. I think, the next couple of days we'll learn a lot more about Jonathan Smith. But as of right now, I think, we'll see. I think things could be trending, an interesting way, but we'll learn a lot more about Smith over the next couple of days.
John Henry Daly's in the transfer portal. Smith Snowden reportedly jumping in the transfer portal. Teo Johnson just being reported that he's in the transfer portal right now. How many names in total, or what percentage of the roster do you think of Utah is going to end up in the transfer portal? And can you give me some context? Because I think you might throw out a number that shocks people when really it's probably more similar to what most rosters do.
Yeah, I think there's you're probably going to see 30 to 40 players enter the portal from Utah this season. I think that's in the ballpark of what we'll see. So you're going to see some significant names when you have, turnover like this on staff. I think there's it's going to lead to a lot of players, maybe not less so the starters and all of that on the offense side of the ball, but probably a lot of depth and guys looking for opportunities. So I would anticipate there being a number of players that enter the portal from Utah. Just again, kind of given the situation and the turnover here, but I think there's going to be a handful of guys that we see Utah hang on to that will be pretty significant as well. That will be key to Morgan Scally and keeping all that in place. But yeah, I would anticipate there being a pretty significant number of Utah guys entering the portal.
I think I don't want to say lazy, but perceived expectation would be that a lot of those guys are just going to Michigan. How many Utah targets do you actually think there are for Witt to take to Michigan with him?
Yeah, I would probably say there's maybe 6, 7, 8, maybe, I don't even want to say 10 guys, but I would say there's probably a handful of guys, where you're probably looking at 6 or 7 that would actually go to Michigan and have a role, make an impact there. I think that's going to be kind of the number that we see, at least Michigan being in the mix for. Obviously with Henry Daly, it's already been reported that there's interest there. With Smith Snowden, I would anticipate there being a lot of interest there. Teo Johnson as well. So we'll see. But yeah, I would anticipate there being 6, 7, 8 guys that. And I don't mean to say it. I'm not trying to do the whole 6, 7. I swear I'm not trying to just
apologize
do that.
to everyone who's driving around with a 12-year-old in their car.
I hate that. I'm so sorry. But those are just the numbers. 6 to 8. I'll say 6 to 8 guys.
7
there
or
we
8,
go.
yeah,
Sorry.
something right there. Steve, I'm sure you're doing it on
God,
your phone.
dude, that pisses me off so bad that I do. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Hey, Steve, more, I guess, enjoyable if you're a Utah fan conversation. They looked really good in the bowl game. That was a pretty low-stress bowl game. Outside of the opening 2 drives from Nebraska, Utah was dominant, and it certainly didn't look like the moment was too big for Morgan Scally.
No, definitely. I think that was a much bigger game than just your typical Las Vegas bowl game. Again, given the fact that it was Morgan Scally's first game, I think there was a lot of interest in seeing how the team would perform, and that group went out and they finished the season with a pretty emphatic punctuation mark on it. 44-22, doubling up Nebraska, who is still a program that. Yes, they've had guys that opt out that, announced that they're entering the portal or entering the draft and opted out of the bowl game. But that's still a program that has, a lot of talent, a lot of guys that have been in that program for a couple of years and they're still competitive. But, and all that. But I think there's, it was good to watch that offense. And, we saw a couple guys really make, a big impact there, and J.J. Buchanan and a handful of other guys. And I think, if you're Utah, I think J.J. Buchanan, with the way that he performed, he becomes a top priority for you as a guy that you want to hang on to. And so, we even learned some things in what we saw, what we saw a couple days ago. And I think there will be a lot of interesting dynamics that come to play over the next couple of weeks as Utah works to retain guys. I think performances in that bowl game could be interesting in how Utah elects to kind of reshape and retool the roster.
One of the things that seemed like a narrative that came out leading up to the bowl game was there was a different energy around the program with Witt gone and with Morgan Scally there. And I don't think anyone was trying to dunk on Kyle Whittingham, but they did say it was kind of palpable. You could feel that it was a different culture already starting at Utah. Did you get a sense of that, or did you hear that same thing?
Yep, I definitely got a sense of that. You could see it, in pregame warmups. Watching Morgan and how he was interacting with the guys, and how he was trying to fire everybody up. As the team took the field, typically we see Kyle Whittingham lead the team through the tunnel, and he's one of the first out. Sometimes but Morgan was zapping everybody as they took the field, and I think there is going to be that energy. And I think that's just sort of the nature. I shouldn't say the nature, but I think, just kind of given where Whittingham is at in his career, being the old grizzled vet, he's just at that stage in life. And Morgan, this is an exciting opportunity for him. And so it's just going to be one of those things. One of the differences that we see from, Kyle Whittingham and Morgan Scalley is the energy that he coaches with, is sort of the emotion that he shows. He talked about it in the post game that he wears his emotions on his sleeve, and we saw that at times during the game and after the game, in the post game press conference and the post game trophy presentation. He got a little choked up talking about the players and the opportunity and the moment there. And I think that's going to be kind of a signature of this Morgan Scalley tenure is that emotion and is that focus on the players. That's something that he's harped on every time he's had an opportunity to speak, is that this is all about the players, and that it's bigger than one person. It's bigger than him. This is not a Scalley program. This is a University of Utah program, and I think that's going to be his mindset and what he tries to build moving forward.
Steve, great stuff. I don't think you're getting a break anytime soon. I apologize for that. And the basketball season really kicks off now, so Alex Jensen has his work cut out for him as well. Appreciate you jumping on. Enjoy the family this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, Jake. Have a good one, man.
Does he not know who he was just talking to? Does he not recognize my voice from Jake's?
No, he as I picked up the phone to sign off, he said he was reading something else.
Yeah, I bet he was.
He's incredibly busy. We are very appreciative for Steve to join us because his last 2 weeks have been
nuts,
ridiculous.
Yeah. All right.
He said, Ben, when he joined you, he said, "Hey, Ben."
Oh, love Steve, honestly. No, it's a lot going on at Utah, so we will see which direction they go. And, I think Utah fans, again, this is what's really interesting. We've talked about this a lot on the show, is trying to reinvent the wheel a little bit when you get the job and when you replace somebody and you think, Morgan Scalley, I'm sure, looked at Witt and just saw someone he thought did a lot wrong. Obviously did a lot right, but did a lot wrong. And one of the things you hear, which I'm sure Witt said this exact same thing not too long ago, was like, I want to have a quarterback that comes in and makes NFL throws. I want to see a guy who can make those difficult throws, not just raw production, but I want to see specific types of plays, specific types of throws that make it challenging as a defensive guy, the defensive background, to defend, to set up a game plan for. And if we can do that, it's going to do X, Y, and Z for us. And you think that's the goal, that's the goal, that's the goal, and you're going to go and target those guys and target those guys and target those guys. How many of those players are there in college football right now? There's not a lot. It's like 4 or 5. Like Sorsby at Cincinnati is like a notoriously very difficult person to be around. He's the top priority for everybody in the offseason, but he's really difficult to be around. He's hard on coaches. He's going to transfer right away. There's not many of them. And when you do have one, they become the top target. LSU wants you. Texas Tech wants you. Teams that have a lot of money want to throw money at you to come and join their roster. So while I understand the goal of that, it's not the wrong goal to have. Are you going to sacrifice raw production that you get going out and picking the wrong guy because you hope he can make 3 or 4 specific throws and sacrificing the production you get otherwise from less sexy, less NFL-ready quarterbacks that do just move the ball, and ultimately what you need is your defense to get a rest because your offense has been on the field for 7 minutes and results in 3 points, even if it's not the type of fancy throw you hoped you'd get.
They just won 11 games with a quarterback that, frankly, was inconsistent throwing the ball at times. And not to say, that's the goal every year, but Utah has been a traditionally really good football team, especially during Kyle Whittingham's tenure. And how often did they have that NFL quarterback, right? You're not playing NFL football. You're playing college football. And there are multiple ways to win, especially with Morgan Scalley's background as a defensive head coach. Don't worry about the quarterback. Worry about getting an offense that can be functional. And if you happen to fall into a Jason Beck that gives you an offense that can score 40 points a game in conference play, then that's great. But You don't need that to win if you're Morgan Scalley.
And it's nice when you have it. It really is. You have the quarterback that can make the 3 throws a game. You have to. If Utah had that, they would have gone undefeated this year. There were 3 throws they needed Devin Dampier to make against Texas Tech that he could not make. And same thing with BYU. He could not make them. Now, the reason why Utah was in the game against BYU was because Bird Ficklin was able to break off a couple of huge runs, and score on some big touchdowns. And you hope you don't lose sight of that. And again, that's the thing where maybe a guy comes in, says, I'm going to reinvent the wheel a little bit. I'm going to try something different, and then realize, oh, that's why Kyle Whittingham did it this way. Because what I'm giving up trying to get this one specific thing hurts the entire rest of the roster, not just the offense, but also the defense. Those are the types of things I'm going to be tracking. Not guarantee that that's what he's going to do. But, we could see those types of mistakes being made. All right, Nick Olczyk is going to join us coming up next. Mammoth get a huge win yesterday. And now Clayton Keller is going to be representing Team USA at the Olympics in Italy. What does that mean for the program? Stick around, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow, BYU's at Kansas State, 11:30 on 102.7. You can listen to Big 12 Hoops. And the Utah Mammoth are in New Jersey to play the Devils at 1 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah State Aggies tip off at home against San Jose State at 2 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And then the Utah Jazz play the Golden State Warriors in California at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day. And limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at YourSmileUtah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Cody Williams on how his physicality has improved.
I think especially coming off the bench, like just my mindset has been playing with force and physicality on both ends. So, it's kind of been my motive, going into these games. I feel like we could have done a better job on Kawhi, especially myself included when he got going. Kind of just picking him up. If he gets off it, deny it back and kind of, show a better crowd on him. But I feel like over the last 3 games, like physicality has definitely picked up.
Cody Williams coming off a career-high 18 points. He was good last night in the Jazz's loss to the Clippers. Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope's in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. It's uofuhealth.org.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yo, VIP. Let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with my brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flow like a harpoon daily and nightly.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You just heard from Cody Williams. We're going to talk a little Utah Mammoth hockey coming up here momentarily. I did think one of the things that was interesting, if you didn't catch his postgame, which I don't blame you, it was midnight on New Year's Day. He said the name he'd been watching. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, watch his brother and see if you can become that. The player who the Jazz have pulled video of for him to watch, I'm curious how many remember this name, is Corey Brewer. Corey Brewer on those Florida national championship teams, played in the NBA for 12 years. Super thin, really skinny, but made a real career, even not being able to shoot, just being a good defensive player and slasher. And Cody talked about watching Corey Brewer. I thought that was fascinating. All right, let's welcome in our next guest. You can catch him on all the Utah Mammoth broadcasts. It's our friend Nick Olczyk. What's going on, Nick?
Ben, Happy New Year, my friend. Hope you had a very happy holidays along with all of our great listeners out there. It's an exciting time of the year for a lot of reasons around the Mammoth, and a big announcement today with the U.S. Olympic hockey team. So a lot going on, but hopefully everybody's out there enjoying their holidays and wishing everyone a very happy New Year.
Life is good. I mean that sincerely, and I appreciate you joining us to kick off 2026. Well, let's start with Clayton Keller. I'm trying to get a sense still of give me some context on how big it is to have an American player representing Team USA, and that this has not been something we've been able to do in the NHL since, 2014 was the last time NHL players were competing in the Olympics.
Yeah, it's been a dozen years. So first of all, credit to the National Hockey League players, the National Hockey League owners, Commissioner Gary Bettman, as well as the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, for coming together, first of all, and making sure that the very best players in the world who are the players in the NHL are allowed and able to play in the Olympics. And not sure if you know this, Ben, but back in the 1984 Olympics, the year, or I should say the Olympics after the Miracle on Ice in 1980, my dad made that Olympic team as the youngest player that year at 16 years old. Now, back then was when it was amateurs only, so there were not professional players playing for Team USA. But just coming at it and looking at it from that point of view is, whether it was my dad playing on that Olympic team or other World Championship teams, the honor and the privilege, the gratitude and the feeling of immense responsibility to represent your country, no matter the sport, no matter the country, there are not many things that can top that. And so when Clayton Keller got that call this morning from General Manager Bill Guerin, the video was released from USA Hockey and the Utah Mammoth, and you just saw the smile on Clayton's face, and you can only imagine the emotion going through him, his family. Considering that he was not chosen to represent Team USA for the Four Nations face-off. He ended up having a wonderful year the rest of last year, and then this year has been great. And also, too, I think what played a big role in his selection, aside from just what he can bring as a player, he went and represented Team USA at the World Championships this last summer and brought a gold medal to the United States for the first time in 92 years. So players that choose to be part of those tournaments they are asked, and they can either accept or decline. I think that does play a big role when it comes time to representing their country in the Olympic Games, and if they are picked or not. And, oh, by the way, Captain Clayton Keller for the Mammoth was also the captain for Team USA at the World Championships this last summer. So very rewarding call for him this morning. Extremely well-deserved, considering what Clayton has done not only in the National Hockey League and this season, but for what he's done for Team USA his whole life, his whole career. And excited to see how that pans out come February.
You know him far better than most people, I would assume, just because of how close you are to the team. How do you think he's going to handle it? He's so reserved. He seems like a bit of an introvert. He's a pretty quiet person. But do you think this decision was weighing on him? We know it's been a very difficult year for him personally. What do you think this is going to do for him emotionally?
Yeah, and Ben, I think you bring up a great point. And for those that don't know, I think about a month ago, maybe a little bit longer than a month, but Clayton lost his father unexpectedly, and an unbelievably massive loss in one's life to lose your father. And I think during times of loss, during times of grief, sometimes the ice is the most comfortable place, and his play, despite how he may have been feeling and probably was feeling during the grieving process, and I'm sure still to this day, his play didn't drop. If anything, I think certain areas of his game he even took to another level. And so considering everything that he's gone through this year, I give him a ton of credit for staying on the horse and continuing to trot ahead. I think the reserve part of his personality, it kind of reminds me of when you were back in school. It's like sometimes it's like the quiet kid's the one you got to be worried about, right? Like because he's usually the guy that can come out of the woodwork and make something happen. And so, with his teammates, there's laughter, there's joking. Of course, he does have a really nice personality, though. Maybe in the public eye or in the media, he's a bit reserved, but when he's around his buddies, he certainly opens up a lot and turns into a really bright kid, with friends and whatnot. But look, I mean, he's been one of the more highly touted players and American players his whole career. So I think with that comes a certain element of wanting to protect yourself from the outer world. While yes, it is important to show personality, no question. Sometimes these guys that grow up in the limelight and are in the spotlight, they attack it. And I don't know this for sure, but just trying to, from as many players as I've seen and players that I've talked to, sometimes they just err on the side of, okay, I'm just not really going to give much because I don't want to possibly do something or say something that could become a headline and go from there. But no, I think this means the world to Clayton Keller. And all you got to do is go on social media today and look up that video where the general manager of Team USA, Bill Guerin, called him, and the smile says everything. I mean, he's beaming from ear to ear, and I think that says more than any words could. So congratulations to him and to his family. And when you make the NHL, it takes a village to get you there: coaches, teammates, mentors, family. And I think you could absolutely say the same when you do get selected of the very best players in your entire country. Let's just paint that picture really quick. Like the best players in all of the United States. Clayton Keller is considered one of them, and a very well-deserved honor for him to represent the United States in February over in Italy.
Now you've seen the roster. You've seen some of the rosters trickle out entirely, Canada, et cetera. How does Team USA stack up?
I like the team. And look, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to and have questioned some of the players that did not make it. One in particular being Jason Robertson, who has the most goals and points of any American in the last calendar year. There's certainly something to be said for his offensive production. But with guys like Brock Nelson and Vincent Trocheck, guys that maybe aren't top point producers, but are going to fill holes and needs that you need throughout an Olympic tournament. You need guys that can go out and check and can kill the clock and can be reliable to make a play when something is needed to be made. And that's not even talking offense. It's when you need to go out and shut down the opposition, when you need to shut down Connor McDavid. I think other guys that, maybe are going to be players that people talk about that didn't make it, a guy like a Cole Caulfield, who may be undersized but is a great goal scorer. Alex DeBrincat fits in that same umbrella. And then some of the new players that did make it, very exciting. Of course, we mentioned Clayton Keller. How about Seth Jones? He was not a part of Team USA at the Four Nations face-off, but a guy that plays 24, 25 minutes a night and has great size playing for the Florida Panthers in the NHL. And great to see Tage Thompson making it as well. He was part of the team on the World Championship team this past summer who helped the United States win their first gold medal in a long, long time. And you want to talk about a guy that has the size to be able to grind it out, but also the unbelievable ability to shoot the puck. He is an excellent flank player in terms of looking for a one-timer. At one point in his career, shot the puck 104 miles an hour, so that'll certainly help. And great hands in tight spaces. And if these games do become a grind, which I think they will, with his size and the skill in tight areas, I think Tage Thompson will be a guy that really will excel and thrive in those areas. But I think when you look at Team USA, Ben, I look at the defense and the goaltending. I think that's where they really have a massive upper hand on other teams. So you look at the defense core. Jacob Slavin, one of the most underrated defensemen in the league. And if the Norris Trophy for the best defenseman in the National Hockey League was given to truly the best defenseman, which I do hope one year there will be the best defensive defenseman and then the best offensive defenseman, because a guy like Cale Makar is going to win that many, many years. But I think Jacob Slavin is one of the best, if not the best, defensive defensemen in the entire league. He'll play a huge role. Brock Faber on the team as well. You could go down the list. But the goaltending, that's, I think, where USA can separate themselves from everybody else. Jake Ottinger, Connor Hellebuck, and Jeremy Swayman, the same three they took to the Four Nations face-off last year. Those guys are studs, some of the very best in the league. And so hopefully a guy like Connor Hellebuck can continue to perform well and be even better in high-pressured games. So I like their chances. I am Team USA all the way. Biased, yes, being an American kid. But I think just when you look at the team, I do think they have enough skill, but they've also got some guys lower in the lineup who are going to be able to go out there and check the opposition and try to make sure that the other team's offensive players don't get any looks on a consistent basis.
Yesterday's game was terrific. It was really fun to watch. Nice to see them build a 3-1 lead and then a 5-1 lead and really coast to an easy 7-2 victory. Obviously, Dylan Gunther played a huge role, recording his first hat trick. What did you see, and what do you hope that's something they can build off of? Speaking of hat tricks, Ben,
Do you know the team in the National Hockey League that has the most hat tricks on their team?
I did. I was listening. I was watching the game, and I thought, well, now Cooley has one. Gunther has one.
And that was a 4-goal game, by the way, as you know.
Schmaltzy has one. Or does Cooley have two this year? Because he had the true hat trick in the first period, and then he had a 4-goal game. Am I right?
Correct. Yeah.
Cooley has two, and did Schmaltz have one?
Yep. Four hat tricks.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's very cool to watch this team. When they explode, they seem unstoppable.
And I think last game was an example of special teams playing a huge role. Okay, so first period, the first 10 minutes was a steamroll by the New York Islanders. So let's give so much credit to the guy in goal, Karel Vejmelka. His first game back off injured reserve. He had missed 2 games, and he was tested early and often from high-danger areas. The Islanders had 8 turnover scoring chances in the first period alone, and it ended up being 0-0 after 1. If not for Karel Vejmelka, that very well could have been 2 or 3-0 in the first 10 minutes of the game. So first off, let's give a boatload of credit to the guy in goal. But I do think towards the end of that first period, the Mammoth had a power play opportunity when the shots at that time were 10-0 in favor of the Islanders. But I think that power play, to both units' credit, allowed Utah to settle into the game. It allowed them to get back to their offensive game that was really lacking in terms of puck movement and puck support and a willingness to get that black biscuit towards the net. And I think that really began to get some momentum on their side and allow them to get back to their game. Though they didn't score on that power play, I think it was the reset, it was the stopgap, it was plugging the hole in the boat that was taking on some water that they undoubtedly needed. And then once you get to the second period, then the offensive explosion. And I love, Ben, how you mentioned going from 3-1 to 5-1. They didn't sit back, especially when they got into that third period. They continued to push ahead. And let's also not forget the other part of the special teams, the penalty kill. They killed off a double minor when it was 3-1 because of the high sticking call that drew some blood from Callum Ritchie of the New York Islanders. So that was a huge situation in that game as well, because all of a sudden the Islanders get one there. Okay, now it's a 3-2 game. They got even more hope and even more life that they can come back in the game. But credit to Utah, the PK came up large. And then the offensive eruption continued on to build on the lead that they had. And Dylan Guenther scoring 3 different ways. A beautiful goal for his first one where he accepted the puck in the D zone when exploding through the middle of the ice and delivered a shot that not many others in the world can through traffic and beating David Riddick clean. And the other way he scored his other goals as well with not only great body positioning and skill, but different areas of shooting at the net, the one-timer, and then, of course, his third being a 5-hole shot as well. So, he's the type of guy that is continuing to grow. He's continuing to evolve his game. But the last thing I will say on that is for Guenther in particular, he mentioned coming into this season that he wanted to score different ways this year. He wanted to get to the inside more. Well, last game was a great example of that. And hopefully he can build off of what has been a great season for him so far. A guy I think should reach the 40-goal mark by the time we hit 82 games.
Also want to tip of the cap to Olli Mata, who's going to be representing Team Finland in the Olympics as well.
Absolutely.
Not just Clayton Keller.
Absolutely. And two, whenever everything else continues on to get announced, I mean, there's no doubt that Karel Vejmelka will be representing Team Czechia, and so great to have some Olympians represented here for the Utah Mammoth. Very well deserved, and hopefully those guys can go over, perform well, and come back and get ready for an excellent end to the NHL's regular season.
Nick, Happy New Year. Enjoy another couple of good games we got coming up here right on the horizon, including these afternoon games, which I love about the NHL.
And the Winter Classic tonight. Don't miss it. Winter Classic tonight on TNT outside in Miami at the Miami Marlins baseball stadium. You got the New York Rangers and have taken on the Florida Panthers. So that should be a wonderful time of the year. It's the marquee event. It is the Super Bowl of the regular season in the National Hockey League. So anybody who's never seen hockey played outside in a baseball stadium, make sure you tune in 6 o'clock on TNT. That's the Winter Classic. Excited for us to get hours in the coming years, and knowing Ryan Smith the way I do, I suspect his ambition will bring one to Utah before too long. I couldn't agree more. And Happy New Year to you, Ben, and everybody there, and all the great listeners out there. All right, Nick, thanks. Anytime. There he is, Nick Olczyk, giving us a great breakdown on the U.S. Olympic team. Clayton Keller being picked to represent the country in Italy. Very, very cool moment, and then a great win yesterday from the Utah Mammoth. All right, we'll wrap up the week. Coming up next, stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game. Buy one, you'll get one free. It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like...
Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Appreciate you jumping on. Enjoy the family this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, Jake. Have a good one, man.
Hey, my voice. I'm a little under the weather, so my voice is already a little nasally, but does not sound Jakey at all.
Remember that time when Jake randomly his voice was like super high for
2
like
weeks.
a week?
He sounded like Mickey Mouse.
And he
couldn't tell.
He didn't know. Jake, are you okay?
What's going on with you? He was fine. Glad it wasn't anything serious, but yeah, his voice out of nowhere was slightly higher pitched. Oh man, tough to hear myself back on the replay there with the voice coming and going. But anyways, college football playoff weekend in the books now, which also does itself a little bit of a disservice. I get it; people have time off during New Year's and wanted to watch the games then. Nothing to watch this weekend. Now I know it's the last weekend of the regular season of the NFL, so that's where a lot of attention is going to be going, and they probably recognize this was an opportunity to not have to compete with those games specifically. We will get back in action next week. Again, playing a game on Thursday night? I just don't feel like they've done themselves many favors with the structure of this, how long it takes to get to the games being overshadowed by other bowl games being played on certain days, the times of these kickoffs. But next Thursday, we'll have Miami taking on Ole Miss and then Oregon taking on Indiana. Who are the two best teams left? Are they playing one another in the semis? I think
Oregon and Indiana, yeah.
I think that's a lot of people think. I think, which, tip of the cap to the Big Ten, if that is the case, that the two best teams are coming out of the Big Ten. I do think most people probably think Indiana, Oregon. Indiana only a 4-point favorite in that game. That's a little bit surprising. How about Miami, a 3-point favorite over Ole Miss going to this game? I was really impressed with Ole Miss yesterday to fall behind early, battle back, take the lead. I thought the refs really did not do them any favors at all, especially late in that game, missing two face mask penalties, including one that drew a penalty on a pass interference from Ole Miss, to still come back and have the moxie, the composure to lead that final drive to kick the game-winning field goal was extraordinarily impressive. But this is certainly Indiana's tournament and playoff to lose at this point. And the reason they haven't lost this season. This is one of the better teams we've seen in college football history. And I know that sounds crazy. You think back at LSU or Miami in the early 2000s, the LSU team with Joe Burrow. Indiana has the quarterback. They've got the defense. They've got the coach. They've got the offensive playmakers. They've been truly, truly incredible. And they've had some wonderful moments this year. What was the game late in the season? Was it Ohio State that they came back? Or maybe it was the Penn State game where they had the touchdown, the toe tap at the back of the end zone. It had to be the Penn State game with the toe tap at the back of the end zone on the final play of the game that won it for them. They've had some really, really fun games, and truthfully, they've basically steamrolled just about everybody. They beat Oregon earlier this year, 30-20. That was a closer game. But otherwise, a lot of 38-13s, 50-6s. They've been on the right end of a lot of lopsided victories.
Yeah, and Mendoza caps it off, winning the Heisman. So, I mean, if they can go undefeated, that is a very special feat.
I also like that he's a bit of a dork.
Yeah,
He's
a lot of
pretty
jokes
geeky.
about how nerdy he is.
He is not a cool person, other than he's the star quarterback on the best team in college football, and he's going to be at worst the 3rd overall pick, probably something like that. We'll see if Dante Moore, where he goes. Speaking of which, what a quarterback matchup. I guess you would have loved to have seen that in national championship day. I started the week with it, and I'm wrapping up the week with it. But to get Dante Moore and Espinoza, that's your name, Mendoza. Jeez, sorry, late in the year. Mendoza, you're going to play Espinoza. Esparza. Mendoza playing head-to-head is going to be great. It's going to be great to watch.
Yeah, I do hope whoever is in the championship is an exciting matchup, because it does seem like Indiana-Oregon is certainly more interesting than whoever will be in the championship game, because whether it is Indiana or Oregon that moves on, again, like Ole Miss and Miami could be fun stories, but I just don't see them competing against two other teams that have looked really, really good. Now, Ole Miss did just beat Georgia, which was a huge shock.
They did. They're not going to be favored. Whoever comes out of the Oregon-Indiana game is going to be favored because of the quarterback play largely, but also great defenses. Oregon shutting out Texas Tech was certainly not completely unforeseen. We know Texas Tech has not had the most dynamic offense this season, but to be able to move the ball pretty steadily, I thought, over the second half of the game, or certainly in the fourth quarter, as they kind of broke the backs of the defense of Texas Tech, which had to do all the work throughout the game, was very impressive. So credit the teams that have advanced, though I'm not sure this is the playoff that the playoff committee hoped they would be getting. I'm not sure this is the semifinal they hoped they would be getting. Certainly would have preferred to have one of Georgia or Alabama, I think, still playing at this point.
Or Ohio State, too.
Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, I do think I want to see changes next year with the format. I think having almost the entire month of December off is completely unnecessary. Let's do maybe a week, right? And then just jump in this playoff thing, because it feels like it's been dragging on, and it's too long.
If you need 10 days, I get it. That's a little bit of extra time to organize travel, get everybody on board. But, yeah, it can't be 2 weeks. It can't be 18 days before some of these teams with a bye week play. That's absolutely absurd, and I don't think it's helped those teams at all. Look, if you're good, you win. Indiana got the bye week and still steamrolled Alabama. Good for them. They were just a much better team. And maybe the college football playoff is proving they don't know how to identify who the actual best teams are. And I get it. If you win your conference championship game, you're going to have a higher likelihood of getting that bye. Texas Tech got the bye. Indiana gets the bye. Georgia gets the bye. They all won their conference championship games. Ohio State didn't. But if you're good, you should be able to win. But I also think we're recognizing that the College Football Playoff Committee can try and predict what's going to happen, can try and seed it accordingly, and they're not going to be able to really get an accurate understanding of what's going to happen until these teams are on the field, which I guess is the argument for the playoff in the first place. But I'm not sure we've gotten more clarity of who the best teams in college football are because of this, certainly based on the seeding. All right, that'll wrap up the week. Hans and Scotty coming up next. Jake will be back with us on Monday. Thanks, Christian. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Appreciate you, Jake. Have a good one, man.
Whether Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together for 80 years. Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at YourSmileUtah.org.
Because your smile matters.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What does it mean to give 100%? It means giving everything you've got, every single day. That's why the V Foundation is 100% committed to supporting groundbreaking cancer research. 100% to making new discoveries that lead to innovative treatments. 100% to groundbreaking cancer research that could one day save someone you love. We will always give 100% to accelerate victory over cancer. Learn more at v.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's get it, folks. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're all back in the studio together at the same time. Life is good. How you doing, buddy?
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. 2026, it is upon us.
Happy New Year. Onward and upward. We're better together. Together we reach.
You beat me to it.
We're onward and upward.
Oh, man.
A couple of people aren't going to stop us.
No, we're not going to Ann Arbor. I mean, nobody's really asked us to go. But if they were, we would say no. Well, I guess, or it depends on how much money. Dude, you look tan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
you got some sun.
I've been sunning the body. I have been where shirts are not required for a couple of different weeks out of the last 3.
And here's the thing. You and I have the same kind of skin tone where it's usually either regular or extra crispy in terms of baking under the sun. And so I know how much sun it takes to get to that level of bronze.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. And you've gotten a lot.
And it takes the right amount of UV.
Yes.
And Florida was a 4 all day, pretty much every day. And 4 is that sweet spot where you can just be shirtless without sun lotion, and you just, because I do subscribe to the fact, or to the no sun lotion thing.
Oh, really?
Like I either stay out of the sun or in the sun, but I don't do the sun lotion thing.
What do doctors know? They don't know anything.
They don't know nothing.
Plus, they don't make an SPF large enough for our number.
No, it doesn't matter. You throw on a 60, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I've had a blast. And I know we've got a ton of things to get to. A ton of things. Are you in a good mood?
I'm in a great mood.
All right, so I can have a little fun with you.
You can always have fun with me.
Okay, so I got 2 things for you.
All right.
Number 1 is your favorite beanie.
Oh, I knew I left that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Number 1's your favorite beanie.
Yes, thank you, because I came in to say hi to you guys in the booth, and then I went back after you guys had left, and it was gone.
Number 2 is going to make you even more happy because you left it on the table, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, I don't want Paul to see that.
I was afraid of that. The raisins.
And I got him before he saw him.
Oh, good.
Okay.
I was scared to death about that.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you that Scotty and I were in Idaho together, and we were up in the booth, and we're having a blast. I mean, we're going over Utah State rosters, and we're getting ready to call football games. We got all kind of energy, and Paul, who's the play-by-play voice of Fresno.
Paul Loeffler.
He's in the booth with us, and we're laughing. And Paul pulls out this amazing gift.
Yeah.
Like, this is a great gift. And he set it on the table. And then we got going back and forth, and you walked off. And I was like, geez, that's a lovely bag of expensive goods.
Fresno State raisins.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, that's probably, I guess you could probably get that at Costco for $5. Inside joke.
And we're off.
But you walked out. And I looked, I'm like, oh, I snatched it off the table because I'm like,
smart.
Because if somebody who gives a gift sees the gift sitting there like, wow. Yeah. Now, what's funny is I put it in my bag and I'm like, yes, I'm saving my buddy's good name. And I'm headed out of the building. I'm like, I hope this was his and not another bag that was for Paul. Like I was hoping like I didn't just swipe Paul's bag of raisins.
So you can't. So he's down 2 bags.
Yeah, because I'm like, maybe Scotty did take his, and I just took. Nope. I just
Scotty, you're actually very fortunate that I even made it to you. I'm surprised he didn't.
Well, no, because I even asked Hans there, like, you want some raisins? And Hans looked at me like,
oh no, I love raisins.
Oh, do you?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I'm a raisins in the cinnamon roll guy. I love plump raisins in my cinnamon.
And these are the best raisins right off the Fresno State campus.
Yeah, and I was laughing. I'm like, I got him. I got my guy.
So I was actually a little nervous because I knew I'd left him. So Paul and I see each other maybe once or twice a year because he's the play-by-play guy at Fresno State. And I didn't call the football game this year. I was on a basketball trip when Utah State went there. So it'd been forever since I saw Paul. But then I was supposed to do the potato bowl with you, but because Utah State went to the game, that means I had to do the local call, and so they brought in Paul Loeffler to do the national call with you.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, he was supposed to do the national call in the Arizona Bowl, but because Fresno went to the Arizona Bowl, they brought me in.
Yeah.
And so I saw Paul down there, and then 2 days later, we were in Fresno doing a basketball game.
Oh, that's funny.
So I saw Paul like 3 times.
He's a good dude.
He is. And you know what? You know how Brooks makes those marshmallows?
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was going to bring you some in, but they got eaten. And I brought a big box in for Paul at Arizona, and I brought him into the booth, and Mike Sanford and our guy down in Vegas
smashed him.
Just smashed him. Tim, yeah. And I'm like, well, never mind, Paul. I don't have a gift for you. But Paul Loeffler, honestly, I know people don't know who he is. He's genuinely one of the nicest guys on the planet.
Yeah, he's great at his job, too. And I found out that he has been doing the National Spelling Bee. He's been the color and play-by-play of the National Spelling Bee for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lloyd. Like, he's the one that's like, and now coming to the stage, coming to us from Bolivia, this man has...
Now coming to the stage, that sounds a little different.
This 13-year-old has a spelling record of 14 words straight.
This 5 foot, 110-pound math head from Indonesia.
He's a 110-pound math head.
Another inside joke.
110-pound math head. Look at the words, you idiot. It doesn't say meth head. It's meathead. Sorry.
My bad.
But, man, it's been a fun few weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I have been hitting and missing all over the place. But
And now, then out of California, he's a corn-fed meth head.
Oh, dude. The director's all, cut! What are you talking about? Do you know how to read? It's spelled Meathead. That's meathead, you meathead.
Smells manly. Smells.
Honest mistake, honestly. I mean, look at the guy. He could be a meth head.
I'm not kidding. And all these bullies that I was calling into the ring for bully beatdown, they were rough characters.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's more likely he was that than a meathead.
For sure.
But, oh, man, that's funny.
All right, we got a busy show for you. Let's get to it. Hans and Scotty, your starting lineup. Oh, little craziness in the world of Utah college athletics. Let's get to it right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, your starting lineup, brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where the pros go for all of your irrigation needs or plumbing needs. Let's be honest here, if water runs through it, Mountain Land's going to get you taken care of. Go to mountainland.com to find the location nearest you. Hans, there's so much going on right now that, frankly, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, we've got coaches leaving, coaches staying, coaches still being pursued, players, the portal opened up at midnight. So that, obviously is another layer to all of this as well. It's just like a tidal wave, a fire hose of craziness going on here in the state of Utah.
All right. I think let's start with what I think people are most interested in, and that is the vacated spots and the potential replacements of the vacated spots. Don't you think? I think that's
the best move.
Kind of top priority. And I was on with the boys of Sports Nation on BYU TV, and I was kind of talking about my hopes and my wish list. First things first, Scotty, I want to keep as much continuity both at BYU and Utah as humanly possible. So if I can keep continuity at both BYU and Utah, I'm going to do it as much as I possibly can. So I'm running internal hires. So with BYU, a lot of the conclusions I've drawn, and that's all it is it's conclusions. A lot of the conclusions I've drawn and a lot of my wish list has to do with the guys that are currently on staff. So as you take Jay Hill, I would like as little fallout as possible, and I'd like to keep things business as usual as much as possible. So to draw that conclusion, you're thinking, all right, well, it's Gennaro Guilford, because Gennaro Guilford has been with Kalani for whatever it is now, 10 years. And Gennaro Guilford seems to be in line to grow. And you would think that Gennaro Guilford would be a potential candidate to move with Jay Hill because that corner position has been so good. So it's like, all right, that you draw your conclusions of, I think it's this guy. or I think it should be this guy. I think I could draw the same conclusions for a guy like Kelly Poppinga. You know, Kelly Poppinga has been around with Kalani Sitake a lot of years, and Kalani Poppinga has largely been glue for that defense, and he's done a lot of good things for that defense. So you could draw the same conclusion for a guy like Kelly Poppinga and just say, all right, if it's not Gennaro Guilford, then make it Kelly Poppinga. If it's not Gennaro Guilford or Kelly Poppinga, find somebody else internally defensively. You know, I don't know what the growth and development of a guy like Sione Pua is, but make it that. But I think the biggest key in all of this is to make sure that Gary Anderson stays in place. I think Gary Anderson is the key. He's the key to continuity. He's the key to scheme. He's the key to calls and helping raise whoever is in that DC position, helping raise them as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You've known Gary a lot of years.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And, you know, I know you worked a lot with him when he was at Utah State as the head coach, and you've known him a lot of years. And by the way, Gary Anderson is going to join us at 105 today.
Yes, he is.
He's going to jump on with us, and we're just going to go over everything, where he's at. Because, you know, Gary, I'm sure, has been through the ringer on a lot of things. And I'm just excited to kind of get his take on where he's at mentally, as you and I have watched him through the years. It was crazy to us that he jumped back in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Because I thought the dude was off in the sunset.
Running the collective up in Logan, you think that that's where he's just going to end up riding off into the sunset. Then all of a sudden you see him coaching on the sidelines. And at first it was just like I'll help out here and there. And then it just got more and more and more and more. And pretty soon he's got a huge say in what's going on down there.
Yeah. And rightfully so.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you're Kalani Sitake, who's the number one guy you would trust?
Gary Anderson.
Be Gary Anderson.
Yes.
Because you've been with Gary a long time. They went on a lot of rides together, man. A lot of rides together. And when Kalani was cutting his teeth at the Division I FBS level, you know, Gary's right there helping him along the way. So I think that Gary is the key. I think continuity is the key. I think Gennaro Guilford would be a great hire. I think that Kelly Poppinga would be a great hire. And if it's not them, then you start to look outside the box a little bit. And that's fine. If you have to, look outside the box a little bit. But as long as you've got Gary Anderson in there kind of unrolling the fabric of this defense, then you can find talent that will help develop the talent, that will work their butts off. You want to find grinders. You want to find people that are still hungry and driven, because BYU has ridden a hot streak the last 2 years. And I've had an opportunity as a color analyst to call a lot of wins. A lot of wins. And I kind of gotten used to it. Like it's a nice thing to call a lot of wins.
By the way, it's hard going backwards as an analyst and as a play-by-play guy. Yeah. It's not fun.
Yeah, see, because I started in 3 years ago with Greg Wrubell.
Yeah.
And it was 5 wins. And it was like, it was 5 wins, and it was Big 12 introduction, and it was like, and I keep telling myself, just be patient, be calm, you know, ride the storm. This thing's going to get better. And it got better fast. And then it got better than when I thought it was at its near best. It got better. And you're like, geez, I don't want that to leave. And I'm sure that's how BYU fans feel. And I'm sure that's how Utah fans feel, because they've had the luxury of Kyle Whittingham for 20 years and a lot of wins. And that's definitely how the three of us feel on this show, because we've had the opportunity to be on air through a lot of good seasons, and we don't want that to change.
No.
So the best way for me to see it not change is to keep the best guys around. You lost Jay Hill. All right, so Jay Hill, it hurts. You got Gary Anderson. Gary Anderson can stabilize as long as he continues on that staff. You've got Gennaro Guilford. It's still up in the air what he's done, because we haven't seen an official announcement, but I sure would love to see him stay at BYU. I would love to see Kelly Poppinga stay at BYU and get that opportunity as a play caller if it falls to him. So there are a lot of great talent in that coaching room. And I just hope that the bulk of the moves are internal. And then there's going to be a couple of external pieces that you got to fill with.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, is Chad Kahaha still in the mix down there?
Chad is still there. Yeah.
Okay.
Chad has been part of the crew all through the season, and that's something maybe we can ask Gary Anderson about. But Chad is somebody you absolutely could lean on, give him more responsibility, because he's spectacular at his expertise too.
I want to flip a little bit to the offensive side there at BYU, because I know there was a lot of conversations, and PK throughout last week, or I guess earlier in the week. It keeps feeling like it's a Monday today, but earlier in the week that A-Rod was a distinct possibility filling in for Jason Beck at the University of Utah. And at the time, I think there were a lot of legs to that. Right now, I would actually be pretty surprised if A-Rod leaves. I think A-Rod's pretty entrenched at BYU now, and I feel pretty strong about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's great news, because when PK said it, it kind of sent shockwaves.
Yeah. And by the way, this isn't and PK never said that he was going. He said just keep an eye on it. It's a distinct possibility. And at the time, I think that A-Rod was weighing some options. I do think Morgan probably made a phone call and said, hey, you know what? How would you like to come back? And you look at the family situation, you look at what else is going on, you're thinking, okay, this is I can make this work. And I think that now that you start to get conversations in with Brian Santiago, your agent, and everybody else, and then like, okay, well, this is what I'm going to need to stay. And I'm not sure if I'm just throwing out hypotheticals, but I know BYU lost Jay Hill. You don't want to lose your offensive coordinator. So it's like, all right, what do we need to keep you? Let's find a way to make it happen. And to me, I would be surprised at this point if A-Rod leaves.
Well, A-Rod staying would be a great thing, because it would give you the continuity I've talked about. I think Roderick has established himself as a very brilliant organizer, a very solid game play manager, just making sure that his weak spots are covered and his strong spots are emphasized. I think that he's done a great job with that. And the other thing is, I think, at least I feel like TJ Woods is attached to Aaron Roderick.
Yes, yeah.
And TJ Woods is a must keep. He is, you got to have him. And my guess is, if I'm the University of Utah and I just lose Jim Harding, my number one goal is to get TJ Woods.
Yeah.
If I could get TJ, that's a big move for me.
Now, your offensive coordinator will essentially want his guys, and he may have a offensive line coach attached to him.
Yeah.
But TJ Woods is one of the exceptions where if I'm Morgan, I'm like, hey, I have a chance to get this guy. I know you want to bring in your own guys, but trust me, this dude's elite at his position group. This is somebody I'm going to highly encourage you to have a long, hard chat with if TJ Woods is interested.
Yeah, but
which I don't know if he is.
But if Aaron Roderick stays at BYU, I got to imagine TJ stays with Aaron.
I would think so too.
And I think that that's critical importance. But I feel like the offensive side is it feels stable with what you're saying and what you're telling me, based off of some of the rumblings earlier in the week. That helps me feel a lot more comfortable with the offensive side of the ball, because transfer portal's open. It's another area that you and I are going to jump into and talk about. But the transfer portal's open, and there are players, including a true freshman quarterback, that you worry about. Like, don't go test it. Don't go see what it's about. Just go talk to your coaches and have your agent talk to the coaches, or agents talk to the GM of the team now, which is a weird thing to say, and get that taken care of. You don't need to go test the waters. Like, you're going to break records, and you're going to be a historical marker here if you just stay and continue to develop. And your offensive coordinator staying, and your O-line coach is staying, and your receivers coach is staying, so you should stay. Hopefully that's attached to it. But the Jay Hill thing, just to kind of wrap up the BYU scenarios, the Jay Hill thing, it definitely leaves a gaping hole in that defensive staff. It does. But I think that hole can be sealed up by Gary Anderson and if Gennaro Guilford, because I know that he's a hot commodity, because I know that Jay Hill loves him. And think about the corner play. Why wouldn't you think that's a possibility?
Oh, yeah.
But, if you can secure him, fine. If not, make sure you're securing Kelly Popinga, who's a Cougar through and through, and doesn't seem like he's being courted as much or has had the interest maybe as much. And you can keep him as a defensive coordinator, and that'd be incredible too, because, again, you keep that flow. And I think that's important.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How's this for a lineup? Gary Anderson at 105, and some guy named Eric Weddle joining us at 205. Eric, he was a proud papa over the weekend, looking at Morgan Scally roaming those sidelines, getting a victory. So Eric's on cloud 9. We'll talk to him
Morgan
coming up.
Is too.
And Morgan, yes, obviously is. We'll hear from him coming up at 205. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Join us at the Start Something New sales event at Doug Smith Ram, now through January 31st. Get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty on all new Ram models. No one knows Ram like Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow, BYU's at Kansas State, 11:30 on 102.7. You can listen to Big 12 Hoops. And the Utah Mammoth are in New Jersey to play the Devils at 1 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah State Aggies tip off at home against San Jose State at 2 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And then the Utah Jazz play the Golden State Warriors in California at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run in PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz kick off game 1 of a 4-game road trip with a loss to the Los Angeles Clippers in which Kawhi Leonard goes for 45. Will Hardy, though, talks about that first road game performance against L.A.
It's a hard one to win. I thought we did a good job controlling the paint for the most part, which was good. But, our attention to detail in our team defense guarding an ISO tonight wasn't good enough to win. Kawhi Leonard and James Harden are really special ISO players, and they took advantage of our mistakes.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, all presented by University of Utah Health, for you for life.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, heck of a game for Morgan Scally, that University of Utah team. Mm-hmm. For a moment there, you and I were texting a bit when it was 2 touchdowns in what seemed to be like 5 plays right out of the gate for Nebraska.
75 yards rushing in the first series.
Yes, and it's like, uh-oh, Kansas State, here we go again. And Utah cinched things up. Offense started clicking. Devin Dampier may have played his best game in a University of Utah uniform. And Utah ends up rolling en route to an impressive victory. And I couldn't be happier for Morgan Scally. And I feel bad a little bit for Morgan because I think he's been caught up in all of this stuff surrounding Kyle and maybe getting attached to the University of Utah versus Kyle Whittingham. Yeah. It's not Morgan Scally versus Kyle Whittingham. And Kyle's moved on. And this is Morgan's show. And every Utah fan, be as supportive as you can for Morgan Scally because he's a good dude. He deserves it. He's a legendary Ute and could not be happier for him in this position.
I wonder if Gary would talk about this a little bit when he's on at 105. Because when Urban Meyer left and Kyle Whittingham took the job.
Yes.
I think that there were only 3 that stayed. I think he had to fill 8 or 9 positions.
I think so. Certainly on the offensive side because Sanford left. Sanford got the head coaching job at UNLV. Dan Mullen went with Urban to Florida. I think Billy Gonzalez went to Florida as well. I think you're right, yeah.
I think it was Kyle, Gary.
Yes, because Gary was made DC.
And that was it.
I don't know if there's anybody else there.
I think that might have been it. So, well, the legend of Witt started then.
Yes. Yep. Andy Ludwig was not on that staff, and he brought Andy in as his OC.
Yeah. And he goes from that 04, insane 04 season, and in 4 seasons, he's right back with an undefeated team.
Yeah. By the way, Jay Hill may have been on that staff in some way, shape, or form. The 04 staff. Yeah.
Might have been a special teams guy.
May have been, yeah.
But I think back to that moment, and it's like that staff was depleted, man.
Yes.
And Coach Witt went to work and was able to fill the gaps and start to build his own coaching tree. And people can look at this for Utah as a really bad thing. I look at it as a really great opportunity for Morgan to start his legacy.
Agreed.
Just like Kyle Whittingham did.
Yep, agreed.
And it's like, okay, all right, here we go. You start your legacy, or we figure out that you don't have the connections, you don't have the vision for the coaches, you don't have the vision for the talent, and you're not the right guy for the job. Which, by the way, that ain't happening. It's just not happening. Morgan is the right guy. And when you see the support that he gets from his former players. And I'm friends with a lot of those guys. And I've been talking to them over the weekend. And, we're going to have Eric Weddle on at 2:05. And you're going to hear the joy and excitement. Oh, hey, by the way, if anybody could bring Eric Weddle into the coaching game at the collegiate level, it'd be Morgan Scally.
Correct.
If Morgan called Eric and was like, hey, Eric, we got to come sit and meet. And Eric's like, I'm still trying to do the kids thing, and I'm still the high school football this and that, and I'm still this. And Morgan's like, no, you know what you are? You are my, I guess he wouldn't call him my Morgan Scally, but you are the next Morgan Scally. You're the next big thing.
Yeah.
And we're going to do this together. And this is how we're going to do it. And it doesn't just stop there. There are so many different names. Names like Jordan Gross. Jordan Gross is taken the Fruitland Grizzlies that I used to have to play against in Idaho. He's taken the Fruitland Grizzlies to a couple state championships as a head coach. And I think he loves coaching his kids, and he loves being back in his hometown of Fruitland, and he's doing great. But
has all the money in the world. He's fine.
But I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't mind having an NFL Pro Bowler, potential future Hall of Fame offensive line guy as my offensive line coach. Hey, Jordan, I need your help. And I'm using some of the big names of Utah, but that's the leverage Morgan has. I mean, he could call Steve Smith and be like, Steve, I know things are crazy, and you're an analyst, and things were really crazy. And by the way, I'm not saying Steve Smith, because I don't think Steve would ever coach, and I don't think Morgan would go that direction. I'm just saying he can call those guys. Morgan can look at Sharif Shah, who, I was having a conversation with a member of he's a part of the Utah group, and I was saying, geez, I think Utah just lost their best recruiter specifically, and maybe even best recruiters. And the guy cut me off short and said, no. Sharif Shah's always that, and will always be that. Always has been that, and will always be that. And I'm like, oh, wait. Yeah, Sharif's there with Morgan. So lean into Sharif. Colton Swan, all he's done is build NFL talent since sending Taco Bell into the draft, and building Devin Lloyd, and building everything, all things linebacker at Utah. So he's good. I look at this, I'm like, man, this is a chance for opportunity. There's no reason for me to be bitter.
By the way, Taco Bell is Cody Barton, if you're wondering. It was Arby's.
No, it was Del Taco. No, it was Arby's.
It was Arby's.
It was Arby's, wasn't
Scotty
it?
called him Arby's.
Before he became great.
All right, look.
Just letting everybody know, we got all these inside jokes today.
They're not all hits. Like, every now and then we miss.
That was pretty good.
To time.
He brings the meats.
But Morgan also showed that he's got a hand on things. That bowl game looked very organized.
Oh, yeah.
And Jason Beck's offense looked too good to be real. It's like, he put that offense on a big stage, and it looked extremely good. So,
in fact, Michigan fans are probably watching that game more than their own game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And they're probably looking. I mean, I saw a lot of people from Michigan, because I did a little Michigan football column on the old Twitter machine, and there were some out there that were saying, "Hey, don't give all this money to their quarterback. Give that money, invest it back in the program, get this Dampier kid, and spread that money around, and let's build the roster." Which, honestly, financially is not a bad idea.
Well, and when you watch the game,
yes,
when you watch the two games, one looked much more fluid and much better than the other. Now, could have had a lot to do with the defense that you're playing against. Nebraska defenses, I went into great lengths through the week, is not good. And Utah's offense really exploited that. But I don't know on the Michigan side of things. But he did not look good at all. So maybe there is some conversations going on there. So the coaching thing at the University of Utah is one thing. And now we've got this open portal. Obviously, Smith Snowden is the biggest talent in the state that's jumped into the portal at this point. And so I've already kind of blocked him out on the Utah depth chart. But Scotty, I've gone through and I've put kind of my wish list on Utah players to stay. And I don't know how it's going to go, but let me just kind of go through it, all right? Wish list. There are 5 guys on my wish list offensively. I'll start with Devin Dampier. Have we seen him officially in the portal?
No, we have not.
Or Bird Ficklin?
No, Bird made the big announcement that had signed a contract and was staying. So now, granted, I don't know how much those contracts are enforceable. Yeah. That very well could change, yes.
Okay, so Devin Dampier is my number 1. I think you're going to be a little bit surprised by my number 2. Offensive wish list is J.J. Buchanan.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason is he's so young, and he was so good in that bowl game. And I saw Michigan's tight end jumped into the portal.
Yes.
Michigan had a tight end that jumped into the portal yesterday, and I'm like, oh, no. Because you hire Freddie Whittingham, and if Freddie Whittingham's sitting at a table and they're like, well, what are you thinking? Well, I'm Down Bentley's headed off to the NFL or done with football. But if I could get that J.J. Buchanan kid, he fits what we do really well. So I would like to staple J.J. Buchanan to the table and make sure he stays in Salt Lake. Number 3 is Wayshawn Parker.
Mm-hmm.
And number 4 is Daniel Bray. Those are the youth movement wish list guys offensively. Bird Ficklin, as you mentioned, is under contract, and hopefully he is staying. Defensively, you guys, if they can keep some of these parts together defensively, they're going to be fine.
They'll be fine, yeah.
Now here's just wish list defensively for the University of Utah. My number 1 target is Jackson Benny.
Yes.
He's my number 1 target. He's a sophomore. He'll have a couple years left. He put up 64 tackles and was spectacular. So Jackson Benny is my number 1. And I could go a lot of different directions with number 2, 3, 4, and 5. I want to make sure Cash Dillon stays because John Henry Daly's already gone.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the portal. He announced early, and it sounds like he's got plans, and he's on the move, and he's gone. So I need to keep Cash Dillon and Lance Holtzclaw. Did you see, watching the bowl game, who jumped?
Lance.
It was Lance.
Yes.
Holtzclaw went nuts. Now he's got 1 more year, so I got to keep him in the drum and feather. The same with Dallas Vakalahi and Jonah Laie. Those 2 on the interior with Cash Dillon and Lance Holtzclaw.
You'd be just fine.
I've got my starting front.
Yep.
Linebackers, I got to keep John O'Hall. I got to keep Elijah Ellis. And I got to keep Trey Reynolds. If I can keep those 3 guys, I can make a good linebacking crew out of that. Defensively, I got to keep Elijah Davis, Jackson Benny, Teo Johnson. And remember, Nate Ritchie, Teo Johnson announced in the portal. So go to the portal, but I'm going to find a way to get you back out of the portal.
Yeah.
And Nate Ritchie only played 3 games.
Yes.
And in the 3 games, I think he was either tackle leader or next to tackle leader. So Nate Ritchie, I got to get Nate Ritchie back. If I get those guys back, defensive line, those 3 linebackers, and those 4 in the defensive backfield, I got to find my next Smith Snowden. I got to find my next Blake Cotton. I got to find my next guy. I can find something that patches that together in the portal. But if you see those names that I just gave you, if they jump in the portal and they're gone, now it's a bloody Monday.
Yes. Yeah.
Now we're in trouble.
So I think you look at it, and a lot of people talk about loyalty and, why not stay at the school that invested in you? Well, the school didn't invest in you. Well, financially they did, but it's relationships. and it's a system that you're comfortable with and not having to learn a new system and all that stuff that goes along with it. So if I'm Devin Dampier, if I'm J.J. Buchanan, and I'm seeing Jason Beck go to Michigan, that's hard to turn down because, number one, it's the coaches that you know. It's number two, it's the scheme. J.J. Buchanan, remember, tight ends were a lost cause at Utah until Freddie Whittingham showed up, and Andy Ludwig essentially showed up and said, no, we can use the tight end, and then the tight ends have flourished. But if I'm J.J. Buchanan, you probably have somebody in your ear saying, hey, look, it took those guys to switch Utah to a tight end producing university, and they're gone. So who's to say you will get the same opportunities you had with this new offensive coaching staff? You're going to have to learn a whole new system, all that stuff. That's going to be very hard for a guy like J.J. Buchanan and Devin Dampier to turn down. On the flip side, though, the defensive guys, if I'm Morgan, I'm like, hey, guess what? Colton Swan, it's going to be somebody you know and somebody you love as a defensive coordinator. I'm still here. You're not going to have to learn a new system. You know exactly what I do. You know what's going to be expected of you.
Yeah.
So stay put. So the defensive guys, I think you have an advantage. The offensive guys are going to be a problem. If it's all about relationships and comfort in the system, now, granted, money may override everything. But if I'm a defensive player, I'm like, okay, I want to stay because I know how they're going to use me. I know the numbers I can produce. And I know guys go to the NFL from the University of Utah. That's not a problem. If I'm an offensive guy, I'm like, well, geez, the guy that made me look so good is now calling plays over at Michigan, and he wants me bad. So I could see, it's about relationships, and it's about usage and familiarity with the system.
Have you seen the Jonathan Smith rumor?
I did on Twitter, and that blew me away a little bit.
Have you seen that, Lloyd?
I have. Same. On the old Twitter.
Jonathan Smith, in terms of who Utah is and what they've been, smash mouth, run the football, Jonathan Smith checks a lot of boxes there. That's kind of what he likes to run.
He's been at Michigan State ever since Oregon State.
Huh. I don't hate that. If if that's an alternative, frankly, that fits the bill. You're not running. It's not like you're bringing in Nick Rolovich to run the run and shoot, which, by the way, I love Nick. And Nick's an awesome guy. But that's not a huge 180 from what you've been running. This is a pretty familiar system and a similar philosophy if you brought him in at OC. But again, I haven't heard that behind the scenes. I just saw that floating around on Twitter.
Yeah, and everybody's drawing the conclusions because Michigan State fired Jonathan Smith in November of 2025.
Yeah.
Got to get used to saying that now.
I know, right?
Fired him just in November 2025. Man, that's a name that is interesting to me.
I don't hate it. Don't hate it at all.
And I think with his experience, I think with his cachet, I think he could come in and save a lot of aspects of this. The biggest thing that I'm worried about for Utah next year is the offensive line situation.
Yeah.
You're losing Caleb Lomu. You're losing Spencer Fano, both to the draft. You're losing Tanoa Tagiai, Jaron Kump, and Michael Mokafisi. That was the crew. You want to see why Utah was a rushing leader? It's those guys. Why Utah didn't give up sacks? It's those guys. I mean, Devin Dampier was great, and Wayshawn Parker turned it on about game 4, game 5, got real hot. But that offensive line, that's tough to replace. And, if Jim Harding was there and you had this 5-man exit, I'd be like, oh, Jim's got it. But now that offensive line hire and this offensive coordinating hire, it becomes so critical because you got to get those 5 guys in place fast. And that's a tough sheet to fill.
Yeah. All right, 12:49, what you may have missed coming up. Gary Anderson will join us coming up in 15 minutes. You will also hear from Eric Weddle coming up at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tell you what, Bar W beef is so good, and it's been such a great opportunity to not only share the message, but also deliver some of these steaks as gifts. Like I went up to Idaho, saw my folks, and my dad had been asking about Bar W forever, and I handed him over a sirloin, a tri-tip, and then I also handed him over a couple of ribeyes. And he acted like it was the greatest Christmas gift I've ever given him. And it may have been, actually, because I usually don't give particularly good gifts. And that one, he was on cloud nine and had those suckers cooked and had pictures sent to me. It's like, this stuff's the real deal. Bar W beef here in Nephi. Folks, you have to try it because it is so fantastic.
So I celebrated New Year's Eve and through the night with Scotty and Steph Brown. And this was
yes.
the dinner. So those are 2 fillets.
Yep.
And then those are 2 1-inch thick ribeye. So the inch cut ribeye. And we got those seasoned up, threw them on a piping hot grill. We did just a gas flame.
Yeah.
And charred up the edges. And Scotty had a little bit of Alaskan crab. We did it Oscar style. And it was just the best steak in the whole world. Like I kept telling him, like, this is the only way to bring in 2026 is with Utah homegrown beef, and that is Bar W beef.
Bar W beef and barwbeef.com. Hey, if you're on your way, taking the kids back from Vegas, or you're taking them to Disneyland, whatever the case is, or you just want a good drive, it's not that far. Nephi is where you can go get the retail location and pick it up all in person. You can also check out this beef for yourself at the Bar Dub Grill off of Exit 222 in Nephi, or you can just have it shipped to you. Remember, it'll ship anywhere in the state of Utah, and order over $150 or more for free. It's Bar W Beef. Go to barwbeef.com.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't like the pretty boy Rams coach.
Okay. I mean, Vikings very much have a pretty boy coach as well, right?
Not like the pretty boy coach.
You put him in L.A. and he's a pretty boy. That's the only difference. One of them lives in the Midwest and one of them lives in Los Angeles.
Except for the Rams one, McShay or whatever,
McVay.
Was the first one that inspired all these other pretty coaches.
Yeah.
Kingsbury.
Yeah.
They put on the statement when they announced that Kingsbury was hired at Arizona that he was friends with McNugget.
McVay.
Like, why?
I'm right. Give me an ugly head coach.
I mean, and then the Vikings.
Will Hardy's doomed.
The Vikings follow suit, hiring a pretty coach. What's the deal? What's his name in Green Bay? He's a pretty boy too, isn't he? LaFleur? What's his name?
Yeah, I'm with you. Give me a dog.
Bill Cowher, ugly guy.
Ugly dude. Belichick.
Ugly guy.
Even though he's pulling 24-year-olds. Ugly guy.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I say y'all having a good time out there.
Hey, hope you had a good New Year's Day. Hope you celebrated. You know, it's interesting. I don't know what your neighborhood's like. By the way, Parker Kingston announcing on Twitter he's coming back to BYU. One last ride. So there's a player you can cross off the board.
That's great. By the way, any current veteran players that know they're coming back, it's a really good thing. Just voice it.
Yes.
And put it out there and say, hey, I'm excited for 2026, a Ute for life, for a Cougar for life, for an Aggie for life. Just put it out there, because the more momentum and connectivity that you can get right now, the better.
Yeah.
And we don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I would have thought that Parker Kingston would return because he would be Bear Bachmeier's number 1 target next year. With Chase Roberts leaving, I would have thought, but it's nice because it's like, oh, hey, I'm coming back. So what does that signal to LJ Martin, who might be on the bubble to the NFL or might be on the bubble to a portal or might be on wherever he's at mentally? He's like, oh, my boy Parker's coming back. It'd be nice to get that kind of endorsement from Bear Bachmeier or that kind of endorsement from Devin Dampierre. Like, I'm coming back. It would stabilize so much.
Yeah.
Because the portal just leaves us all with this nasty hole in our gut. Like, oh, this is unsettled times right now. And the more you can get these guys rolling out with their announcement, the better, I think.
Oh, 100%.
Now, I saw one guy, I don't know, one of the SEC schools, one guy put out this big release from his agent with the picture of him with his helmet, and it was like, and it said signed, and he'd been there for a couple of years. Signed, re-signed a full-term agreement to return. Don't give me that crap. I don't want the official lingo, and you don't need to self-grandize. Just say you're coming back.
Yeah, just say, hey.
And you're going to run it back.
I'm really fired up. I believe in this coaching staff. I believe in the culture. I believe in everything we've done here. Unfinished business, want to take it to a next step, want to win that Big 12 championship game. Let's go. Or if you're at Utah, look, you know what? I am Team Morgan. I'm all about Morgan Scalley. It's more about the culture here at Utah and this fan base. Like, really just lean into it and say, I can't imagine myself playing in any other uniform.
Bird is still the word, Utah.
Geez. Oh, jeez.
Something like that.
Well, look, Bird is actually a pretty important part.
Yeah. You know what? Fine. Whatever.
If Dampierre leaves, I feel okay with Bird. Because Bird is an absolute freak of an athlete.
A whole offseason of being the guy, you'll be all right.
I think he'd be okay, but I like seeing it. We currently have the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl going on between Texas State and Rice. It is a doozy.
Yeah, Texas State just scored 17-7 over Rice. Rice coming in with a record of 5-7. But because they're so nerdy, they got one of those spots in a bowl game because there were too many bowl games and not enough teams to fill it. So they're like, okay, who's got the best APR? Rice, guess what? You're in a bowl game. Congratulations.
You're good to eat and good at football. We got 2 Big 12 teams.
Fried rice, a little soy sauce with some fried egg in there.
Dude, I love fried rice, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know what I don't?
Ham fried rice.
Yeah. And you know what? Take your peas and carrots and get out.
Ooh, see, I'm a peas and carrots guy.
No, I'm not eating a salad with my rice. I just want I want my ham and I want my rice and that's it. An egg. Yeah.
That was the first thing I kind of learned to perfect on my Blackstone flat top was the fried rice. So good. Anyways, 2 Big 12 teams in action today. And actually kind of important games, in my opinion. Cincinnati against Navy in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Navy's 10-2. Navy's a good team, and it would be nice to see Cincinnati put that win out there over Navy. And then Arizona, SMU. SMU was an 8-win team after making it to the college football playoffs last year. They were an 8-win team this year, but who did they beat? Miami.
And look at Miami still hanging in there, now punching their ticket to the Final Four.
Yep. They beat Miami. This will be the 3rd Big 12 team that SMU has played this year. They'd also played TCU and lost.
Yeah.
And Baylor and lost.
Wow.
Baylor and TCU both beat SMU in the preseason.
Hey, by the way, how much fun, and look, I'm not a huge fan of Indiana's coach, but I am a huge fan of Indiana, the program. Love that quarterback. I could listen to that quarterback read the phone book, and I'd be entertained. How much fun was it to see them just put it on Alabama? Not just beat Alabama, just physically manhandled Alabama.
It was great, man.
And I got to imagine, how happy were you? You know who the offensive MVP was in that game?
No.
The center.
Oh, I didn't see that.
They named the center the offensive MVP. Now, that's some good media out there because they always hand the ballot out to members of the media probably around halftime, and they say, well, come by in the 4th quarter and pick it up.
They named Indiana's center?
Indiana's center was named the offensive MVP. And Pat Coogan, and to see Fernando Mendoza, when they announced it, everybody's on the podium, Mendoza lost his mind. He was so fired up for his center.
Oh, was he?
And they all come over and they hug him up. But, yeah.
He seems like a genuine kind of goofy kid, doesn't he?
Yes. The Rose Bowl offensive MVP, Pat Coogan. And to have media get all of a sudden, because I get those ballots and you're trying to call a game and you're really busy, and so you just look at a stat line. All right, this guy had the many touches. Okay, fine, give it to him.
Yeah.
But to be able to have a group of people say, hey, guess what? They were so dominant at the line of scrimmage.
That's awesome.
Who should get the award? Well, the leader of that offensive line, give it to the center.
Yeah, because you could have just handed it to your Heisman Trophy winner.
And been just fine.
Because he threw 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. It would have been really easy. Yeah. Yeah, he was 14 of 16 for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. And by the way, had 2 incredible rushes that sustained drives, that were critical rushes that sustained drives.
And next year, he'll be handing off to Ashton Genty in Las Vegas. Mendoza.
What?
Oh, Mendoza will be your number 1 pick. He's going to Vegas. He's going to be your quarterback for your Raiders next year.
Your Raiders.
How
do you feel about that?
How we feeling?
How do you feel?
How we feeling?
Hey, you're the one that's going to check out a Raiders-Chiefs game, so you're the fan.
I'm going to be there.
You're the real fan.
I'm going to be there on Sunday.
One of the worst seasons in Raiders history, but the lifelong Raider, is still going to be there.
You're not even going to see Pat Mahomes. That's how big of a Raiders fan you are. You don't even get to see that.
I'm not even seeing Gardner Minshew.
No, you're seeing a guy that I couldn't even pronounce his last name.
Yeah, but I'm going, and I am taking my shoulder pads with the spikes.
Nice.
That kind of fire out of it.
Yeah.
And
you better. I want to see pictures.
I'm taking my Madden signed skull and crossbones. Like I'm taking it all, dude.
Okay, now you're making me a little jealous.
I'm taking my Todd Christensen socks.
Oh, nice.
My game-worn gloves.
Your Jim Plunkett puffy helmet.
I'm taking my Rich Gannon mouthpiece, and I'm going.
God, you're such a fan. I love it.
Because, you know what? I'm committed.
Yeah.
You're committed to excellence. I love it.
I'm committed to taking Amanda to events.
His Vince Evans armbands. Let's go. All right, 104, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Gary Anderson joins us next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws,
you want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
U of U Health can help get you back on a field, back to the office, and back to good health. University of Utah Health at uofuhealth.org. It's very simple, uofuhealth.org. You can search by need or by physician. It's comprehensive, so if you're dealing with crazy migraines, they've got a physician for you. If you're dealing with pediatrics, they can find a child's physician for you. Maybe you just need primary care. Maybe you've had the flu for 2 months and you need a family physician that can see you on a regular basis. They've got that for you. And don't forget, they've got the amazing men and women that are working orthopedics and all other things with guys like Larry Markkinen. You know, they're helping RSL. They're making sure that the Mammoth stay on the ice. These are the men and women that are helping piece the bodies together and keep them healthy and going. They take care of our professional athletes. They can certainly take care of you and your family. And they're happy to do it at uofuhealth.org.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yet, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy New Year's, everybody. Kicking off 2026. Hans, I'm not going to lie. September can't get here fast enough.
Oh. August can't.
Yes.
When do we kick off spring ball? August?
March, end of March, early April, around there.
Oh, what am I talking about? Fall camp.
Fall camp, yeah. End of July.
March can't get here fast enough.
Yes.
Give me spring ball. Give me anything.
I know.
Give me anything except for these long, drawn-out waits in between college football games now. Did you see some of the tweets I was sending out today?
Oh, yeah.
4 games in 44 days.
Yeah.
That's what it takes now. So if Indiana, from their final regular season game, if they go to win the championship, they will have played 4 games in 44 days. It's just too long.
Yeah. All right, joining us now, Gary Anderson. You know what, Coach? It is good to chat with you. Do you just look back and you look around all this craziness going on and just kind of laugh because you know, it takes you back to the day when you were in the middle of all this stuff?
I look back first and think how bad I miss you two. So that's but yeah, it's you know, it's a different world for sure, and I've learned that the last couple of years being with BYU and going through it, and the system is crazy. But I've always said, hey, if you can't adapt with the times and the changes, then you know you're in the wrong spot. And but it is, you know, look at today. You're looking at the portal. You're looking at recruiting. You're looking at maintaining your own players. I mean, there's so much going on in one day, and it's like a signing day used to be a signing day, and everybody's happy. And now this is not really a signing day anymore. It's just kind of a, you know, hold on and look out, take care of your own team, and then see what's out there to try to help yourself build, but yet get ready to develop the young men that are rolling back into the weight room here in a week or so.
Coach, Scotty and I have covered you for a lot of years. I go back to 2006, 2007 Utah coverage. Scotty's been covering it just as long, and we know how much you love the game, but I also know you love the family, and you should love some free time. But this game just hooked you, didn't it? And, you know, the last couple of years, 11 and 12 wins, and that bowl performance, the comeback, and incredible play. This game has just got you hook, line, and sinker, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, I took the first year off and tried to convince myself that I was going to go be a great golfer and bought the good, expensive clubs and took the lessons. And I finally realized very quickly that I hated golf and golf hated me worse. So we had to move on to a new adventure, and football is it's next to my family. Obviously, it's the next thing. It's this point in my career. I wake up every morning and I get to help develop young men, and I get to help develop coaches grow and move forward in their careers. And been fortunate to be at BYU has been absolutely fantastic for me. And being with Kalani and the crew and so many of those guys that, you know, TJ to Chad to A-Rod. I mean, A-Rod lived in my basement. Hired Kalani when he was a GA from BYU, and A-Rod and Kalani come down to SUU with me. I mean, I can go on and on and on, but to be there every day and, you know, just be part of it with a great group of young men, first of all, who are awesome to work with and develop and watch them grow, and then do the same thing with the coaches. So I'm blessed. I'm lucky to be in the spot I am. I'm proud to be part of BYU and help the football team and from A to Z.
Well, I think that when you look at your run as turning around Utah State, what you were able to do there at Utah, obviously, now at BYU, I mean, it's not necessarily about the logo. It's about the players. It's about the coaches. It's about being close to the game, and it's in your blood, man. You can't get rid of it.
No, exactly. I mean, and it was, I mean, anybody that knows me knows. I mean, I grew up with a Ute binky in my mouth. I mean, that's what it was. It was from day one. You were a Ute, and went there and played there. Never missed a basketball game from I don't know how old I was, football game ever, and so those transitions are always a little different as you go through it. But you know, the Anderson household now, you wake up and there's BYU hats and sweatshirts and what have you going through for Christmas presents. So it's where you're at, and it's the kids that you're with, and quite frankly, I learned it's the university that you're at, and it's a lot of credit to the administration wanting to do it the right way, because I have no desire to be involved with administration that's in it for themselves or doesn't take care of the kids. And BYU does a great job. And there is no perfect school in the world, but BYU does a tremendous job of, you know, just putting student athletes first and putting the kids in position to be that successful way past football when they walk out of BYU. At any student athlete, I'm assuming at BYU, if you walk out and you're not successful in your sport, whatever that means, to go play professionally or what have you, the next step out there for you is there's a lot of windows that open, a lot of doors that open up for you once you're a graduate student athlete at Brigham Young.
I'd love to hear you say that, Coach, because, you know, my BYU degree has served me really well. And you've seen my.
Were you in journalism? I'm sure you were. Yeah.
Oh man, Coach. Hey, so with that being said, Coach, do you have a pretty good grasp on what your future looks like and what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm staying.
Oh wow.
It's just, it's a great spot for me, and I'm excited to be here. And, you go through transition, you look at things, I tell all these coaches that are going through it, and even these kids that are going through it, I guess you got to, when you go through an opportunity to have decisions to make, whether it's a young man or a coach or whatever it is, I always challenge them to look back and say, okay, it's all different, man. You just won a bowl game. Football's out there. It's on TV. Everybody's all excited about football. Just fast forward to whatever, the middle of February, and it's a Wednesday morning, and you're going to wake up and you're going to go to work. You're going to wake up, go to the weight room, go to school. Are you happy where you're at? And I'm 100% happy where I'm at. I don't want to do more. I want to be an analyst. I want to help coaches grow. I want to help kids grow. And I want to be the best grandpa in the country. So those are my three goals. That's and awesome. I get to do all three of those with what I'm doing right now at BYU, and being with Kalani and help him continue to grow and sustain, and go through this transformation with Jay right now. The transformation is it is what it is. Jay found an opportunity. He went off that opportunity. I think we all support him and are very happy for him and happy for Kyle and everybody involved. But now you look back, and we have a very, very sound foundation defensively, and the way we've grown over the last 2 or 3 years and built the scheme. Those guys have been in that room with us, and it's a lot. We've grown. We've grown from a 4 down front to a 3 down front, and it's really grown into a lot of what we were doing when I was with Kalani at Oregon State and with Dave Aranda for all those years. We're doing a lot of those things, but we've mixed the core of all of us together, and I think it's a special group. So there's a lot of guys who have called a lot of defensive games in that room. We're going to be in a great spot, and the adjustments that ultimately the Kalani decides to make on the staff and get those titles done will be done here real quickly, and we'll start rolling and going and get a guy ready to get out there and knock the socks off it when he calls plays next year.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
You gave me the chills.
I remember the first conversation I had with you, interviewing you or being part of a media scrum. It was in that 04 preparation for Pitt. And Urban was on his way to Florida. Kyle was debating whether or not he was going to take the Utah or BYU job, and you were running practices because everybody was kind of working on their own thing. And you said, hey, look, it's not about us. It's about the players. We just got to get their minds right. They'll be okay. What is the message to players when there's a little bit of uncertainty in terms of coaches and transition and things like that, when they deep down want to stay and they want to be a part of the program? What do you say to these guys?
Well, it's communication for me, today's day and age, right? I think it's and it's not communication over text messages. It's actually having real conversations face to face as much as you can, and then at least on the phone and not going back and forth. It's just, and then being honest, because each young man, it's hard now. Scotty and Hans, it's really hard. You sit back, you say, okay, now all of a sudden these roster sizes are going to 105, right? And so you can't carry the same amount of kids as you have before. And quite frankly, that breaks all of our hearts as coaches. We would love to have those rosters be 125 deep or whatever they could be, but that's not feasible in today's day and age. And so what we do is we look at it, we try to have real conversations. Some of them are not real fun to have, some of them are great to have, and some of them are educational. But at the end of the day, you look at it and what are the positives of where you are and the school that you're at and the situation that you have got yourself in, and what does your future look like? So, honesty and communication are the keys, and, trying to keep your key players is putting in a position where they understand what the scheme is. And, we've got some really, really talented players on that BYU defense that we need to have come back in the program. And I think this is probably one of the top two most important things also, besides that communication piece and the honesty, is that what has been the success rate of the young man when they leave, and they were really good players at whatever school they're at, what's the success rate of them going to the next school and being successful? That's what you have to ask yourself. And especially when you know the scheme, you know the situation, you know you're going to be a playmaker, you know you've got good coaches, you know you got a school that cares about you. Is it really worth leaving for a little bit more money? And I think once kids take a real look at that, honestly, they look at it most of the times and stay.
Man. For me, Coach, it would certainly be about the relationships. And Scotty and I had to do an emergency podcast yesterday because all the news was coming down. And I said, if I would have left the college game and started coaching with Lavelle Edwards, and Lavelle said to me, hey, it's on. We're staying, or we're going, or we're going to do this. I would have done anything for him as a player, and anything for him as if I was assistant coach. It just feels like in this game, it feels like those relationships, sometimes they get overlooked. Sometimes they're managed well, but I know that those relationships have been primary to you in your life as a coach.
Yeah, it's a priority to me. It's number one is the kids in the program without a doubt. And I think Kalani does such a great job with his culture. Every coach has a culture and an idea and ideology of what they want to be and how they want to go about it. But I think I always try to create an atmosphere that was of toughness and grit, and we're going to take care of you in good and bad, and we're going to try to develop you on the field, off the field. We're going to try to develop you emotionally to continue to grow as a young man and all those things that come with it. I think Kalani does a great job as he's adapted to the times of kids. And that would have been really, really hard for me as a head coach, quite honestly. Even today, it would be really, really hard for me as a head coach to go and just the little tweaks that are there. When I say that, nothing of that is bad. It's just a different environment that kids are in every single day, and the way they're twisted and turned, and the academics and the portal and the dollars and people tugging at them and agents, and I can go on and on and on. But Kalani's environment and culture is still about family, and he says that all the time. But just walk around the facility and you'll know that. You'll feel that, and that really helps to sustain. And I know that because I pride myself on walking through the locker room 2 times every single day and spend at least 5 to 10 minutes in there. And you get to know a team really quick. And it's Kalani's culture that he's been able to the support. Nobody runs and hides. Everybody's working hard and grinding through it, and there's a high level of accountability, but yet it's a fun place to be. So I think that's unique in college football. I'm not at every program in the country, but my belief is that's a little unique, and that's why BYU is a special place for kids to stay and play.
You're on the defensive side of the ball. You appreciate all those things you talked about, grit, fire, playing through pressure, playing through pain. Was there a moment in fall camp where you saw Bear Bachmeier and thought, "Oh, this kid can get it done. He's not looking like a true freshman out there."
Oh man, don't you love that kid?
Yeah,
well, he's a Gary Anderson prototype, man. Tough dude.
He's something else. And again, I talk about it. Humble. I mean, that's unbelievable. But I think during camp it was just his. A-Rod does such a great job, and so did Matt, of building the quarterbacks and bringing those guys along. But you could see the ability to throw the football. You could see some of the intangibles that you look for a kid that can run. But what you didn't know is how much he really liked to run. I remember when he first said, I asked him why he wore 47. He said, because, Coach, you know what? When I'm back there throwing the ball and I'm in the pocket, I'm a quarterback. But as soon as I cross the line of scrimmage, I'm a fullback. And I was like, oh, really? Okay, well, we'll see. Well, he showed us all. So he showed us all that. But then his ability to be able to pick up, A-Rod, it's a complex offense now. I sit there and listen to those play calls up in the box during the games, and A-Rod obviously does a tremendous job of calling the plays and game planning with his staff and all the things that come with it. But there's a lot that's on a quarterback's plate. For a true freshman to handle all that, I don't know how much of the playbook was there, but I don't think A-Rod held anything back for a freshman to come in and do that and then have the ability to come back so many times. I mean, what was it? 10 points down last game, 10 points down in Arizona in the fourth quarter, 14 points down to Colorado, 14 points down, whoever it was. I mean, it was time and time again. Now, that's the team structure and the belief of all of them to come back. But your quarterback, you got to be able to look at that dude and say, hey, we're good. If we just get a stop on defense right now, this offense is going to win the game for us. And that is such a confidence builder when you're in those tight games like that, and we had a bunch of those tight games. So love the kid for who he is on the field and off the field, and a tremendous family also. So we're very lucky to have Bear.
A tremendous family, very supportive family, and they roll deep, and it's great to have that Bachmeier family around with kind of all their history and what they're able to do. Coach, I wanted to kind of specify, because I think a lot of BYU fans are out there and they see Gary Anderson, senior defensive analyst, and they don't understand maybe the impact that you can have on the program. As a senior analyst, just kind of tell people what you are responsible for and help them understand just what you've been able to do over the last 3 years with Jay and working with these coaches, because every time I come out to practice, I see you working your butt off out on the field.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, right now it's really grown into what you're another coach. You can be another coach. I mean, I had the great opportunity to have Bodie with me this year in my room, and Kendall and Keeney and Vil. That was the core of my room, and Sonny was in there, and so you were able to get so much more done from film study, and then I spent time obviously with Sione with those defensive tackles in a room together, and when we tie into what we call them the bowls, which is the guys in my room and Sione's room together. So we're just coaching like it's like there's more than 10 full-time coaches now, which is basically what it is. As far as the game planning, obviously I was right there with Jay, and I were on the same page. And it was it started 3 or 4 years ago at Weber when I helped him 1 year down there. We just continued to grow and develop it. And I'm going to miss that. I'm going to miss Jay and I were very, very close and very, very tight. And, you look at going to another place, and Jay and I look and we talk about things, and, could it be here? Could it be at Michigan? That's just not feasible for myself right now. And where I am in life, but he'll do great things. But we had a great game plan together, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with the rest of the staff, and then getting into the game. And that will change a little bit now, but now it's going to be the next D coordinator up or the next D coordinators up, however that wants to work with through Kalani, what he wants to be able to get done. But I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to get him ready to walk into games and be prepared to call a great game. I'm looking forward to coaching the kids on the defense again. I think this year I'll be a little bit more around the defense as a whole, as we've talked with Kalani, and I've talked some things out and where we can be, and then whatever Kalani needs me to do, I can do some more stuff with Kalani this year as we move through time. But those things will all come out in the mix. But I get to be a football coach, and that's a great point in my life right now. I don't, like I told you, I want to help kids and I want to help coaches grow, and that's exactly what the analyst tag gives me the ability to do every single day, and help BYU football grow.
How cool is it, though, from a personal standpoint, knowing that Kalani Sitake was making ends meet, stocking shelves at Walmart while trying to help you at Southern Utah? Jay Hill gets an opportunity with you at Southern Utah, and to see these guys progress in their profession and doing what they're doing now. I mean, for a moment, you got to sit back and be like, it's almost like a proud father moment for you, I'm sure.
There's no doubt. I talk about that all the time. The ability to see all these guys that we've touched and gave opportunities to over the years, and watch them grow and develop. And I mean, it's crazy. It makes me feel old, which I suppose I am. But we keep our youthfulness. I remember not this last year, the BYU Utah game, but the one the year before, and we went on that last crazy second game that goes down to the wire and the kick goes through, and I just kind of look back at the whole sidelines, both sidelines, Utah's and BYU sidelines, and I called Kyle. Obviously, it wasn't the next day; it was a few days later after that game. And I said, "Man, I know it. The wins and the losses, they're gut wrenching. We've been on both sides of the thing for however many years, 20 plus years or whatever it's been, in those games. But I sat back and I looked at both sidelines pregame, and I was like, Kyle, you know how many of those guys that we gave opportunities to, or they grew up through our system, and we should be very, very proud of that, let alone, again, the wins and the losses. And so, yeah, I'm very prideful. I know Kyle's very prideful of all those things that come with it, but to be in that spot at this time in my career and still be able to help young coaches grow, help those older coaches continue through any questions or any way I can possibly help them, without an agenda. My agenda is not to go be a head coach. My agenda is not to be a coordinator. My agenda is my agenda, and that's what I've said 5 times on this call: help kids, help coaches. And so it's an amazing spot to be for me, and something I look forward to doing for many years.
Well, and it's an amazing spot for Kalani to have you there with just all your experience. We do have one problem, Coach, and that is Kyle Whittingham. Kyle Whittingham leaves for Michigan. He takes a lot of Utah personnel, and those guys know that Utah is a hotbed for recruiting. So what do we got to do to stabilize this state and make sure Michigan doesn't come sneaking in along with everybody else that knows now that this talent is great? Because, Coach, this state is a hotbed for some of the best football talent in the country.
Cat's out of the bag now.
The cat's out of the bag, and and they're taking that knowledge with them.
Yeah, well, maybe we should blame Utah for pissing Kyle off. I don't know.
There you go.
I don't know.
It would have never happened.
So it might not have happened. He might have just gone over and, played a little tennis or pickleball and rode his motorcycle and skied. But I texted him yesterday and I told him, I can't wait till you go. They go tell you, hey, let's go skiing today, and you're going to go see that molehill out there in the middle of Michigan. It's not even a bunny hill here. So have fun with that.
Take you out to Lake Huron.
Yeah. But no, without a doubt. I mean, there's some opportunities out there. And Utah's there's great high school coaches here. Just watch it. I mean, the high school programs have gotten better and better and better. The off-season training programs are better. So there's going to be high-level kids that are out there playing. There's some great athletes. So you got to continually fight through it. You got to, I really don't believe this. I don't think Michigan's going to walk in here and take 3 or 4 kids a year from the state of Utah. I don't think that they need to. I think they need to stay in their own state, in their own area. And, I thought that when I was at Wisconsin, I was like, we're going to come in and take, 5 or 6 kids a year. But we kind of had the same kids in our own backyard because there's really good high school football at Wisconsin too. So sure, there'll probably be some fights every year, just like there is and I'm sure it's going to be the same guys. It might be Wisconsin. It might be Michigan now, and it'll probably be Oregon and Utah and BYU and whoever else wants to get in that fight. Right? That's just the way it is. So BYU is well equipped to get into those recruiting fights and battles and show kids what the school is. And it's not just about the dollar figure. It's about an education. It's about the culture, the family you're in, and I think that they'll always be in the hunt to land those elite recruits and then continue to grab kids that are in that developmental stage that we can grow and get them on the field.
Well, Coach, I know that you're all about BYU, you're all about Provo, but we can still grab breakfast at Herm's every now and then up in Cache Valley.
Hey, I'm in Cache Valley right now, brother. There we go. I'm up here, Scotty. Whenever you need me, I'm right here sitting on the hill. You know where my house is.
Oh, yeah.
Coach, I'll tell you what, man, that definitely eases a lot of my concerns. I'm sure BYU fans are feeling a good sigh of relief, and it's just nice. I mean, I've told everybody this program's in good hands under Kalani Sitake. And I said, with Kalani Sitake, you've got a lot of great decisions being made, and you've got great relationships with you and some of these other great coaches. And so it's exciting. Let's get ourselves to spring ball. Let's go. I mean, I don't even care who wins the national championship. I just want to get 2026 going.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we could use a couple minutes in the weight room, so give us some time. Let us feed these guys some nice, good steaks and get them in there with those trainings and get them rolling. And then we'll hop out on that field in a little bit and get it going, get it rolling. But it'll be good. It's an exciting time for the state. It's an exciting time, right? So let's go get it, and away we go. Football's loud and proud in the state of Utah right now, and BYU.
Love it. Appreciate it, Coach.
Thanks,
Talk
Coach.
to you soon.
Okay, guys, all the best. Take care.
There he is, Gary Anderson. I could talk to him all day.
Yeah,
honestly, I'm not going to lie.
I honestly didn't know that he was going to mention that he'd be back with BYU. So that is a really nice thing to know.
So I don't know if you have the bite yet, Lloyd, do you? So you asked him the question about Kyle coming in and recruiting him, and his response was?
Yeah, well, maybe we should blame Utah for pissing Kyle off. I don't know.
There you go. Well, honestly, if Kyle doesn't leave, none of this is happening.
No.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, everybody's locked and loaded. Jay Hill still at BYU. The staff, Jason Beck's probably still at Utah.
Right?
Yeah. I would think so.
But then it's like, right, well, it took a Michigan coach doing something really dumb too. There were
some things. A lot of dominoes that fell here.
Because I honestly think that there were probably 5 schools Kyle Whittingham would have answered the call for.
Yeah.
When he said, I'm in the transfer portal, I'll take the call. Well, it depends on who the call is from. I think there's probably 5 schools.
No.
And the fact that one was having the problems that they were having in that moment is just insane coincidence.
Yeah.
And, when Kyle gets ticked, he's looking for revenge. He's going to go out and he's going to win, do everything he can to win at Michigan.
So I was thinking about this the other day. I was actually going to call Jerry Bovee about this, but Jerry's the athletic director at Weber State. He hires John L. Smith back to the state to take over at Weber State. Well, guess what happens? Bobby Petrino ends up on a motorcycle with his mistress, crashes it coming around the corner, gets fired, and they hire John L. Smith to be the coach, the interim coach for that year. So he loses John L. So where does he go? Jay Hill. Like these dominoes just are crazy with how they can fall and what they can do for people and do to people for sure. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take a break, come back, and we'll get a little good, bad, the ugly. Coming up at 2:05, we'll chat with one of our favorite people on the planet, Eric Weddle. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they got to sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Doug. I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA and up to $3,000 dealer discount. No one knows Kia like Doug.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their their huge New Year's sale. Over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz come up just a little short after being down early big. Jazz nip away and nearly pull off the come-from-behind victory. Will Hardy credits Kyle Anderson for making this game competitive.
He's a really good ball handler, and so you can put him in a bunch of different spots. I thought he did a good job of beating his man one-on-one a few times. I did a good job playing in the pocket, had a couple of nice cuts. So it was a variety of things that made him successful, but that's who Kyle is. Like, he's always been a really smart, crafty player on the offensive side of the ball.
That is your Utah Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, all brought to you by RGS Exteriors. Hands, there's only been one team that has bucked the trend of winning a game after getting a first-round bye, and that has been Indiana. And credit to them, because that first-round bye has been a death sentence for teams over the last, the first 2 years of this college football playoff. And but Indiana just wrecks Alabama. But, you look across the board, Hans, and it's just pretty crazy to see exactly how this thing is playing out in terms of bowl games and how teams are performing. Oregon will take on Indiana after they win, but Miami beats Ole Miss. Miami will play Ole Miss. Miami got the win. It was Ole Miss getting the win against Georgia. Oregon wrecks Texas Tech 23-0.
That was terrible.
And by the way, thanks for that offensive showing up, Texas Tech, because Texas Tech's defense was really good for the majority of that game, but just got nothing from their offense. And then, as we mentioned, Indiana just blows right through Alabama 38-3. You look across the board, so many good games, though, and just a blast to watch. Miami go to the beat Ohio State. Just some good stuff. And the SEC is just getting worked.
Yeah, they're getting worked. I don't have a dog in the fight. Obviously, I don't have a dog in the fight. Indiana's good. And right now, Indiana's the lead dog. I think that Indiana's probably going to win it. But who would you like to see? I'll give you my thought, but who would you like to see win it?
Well,
because I want Ole Miss to win this thing.
I do too, just because it's a middle finger to Lane Kiffin.
Yes.
And
a guy that just bolted on his team.
And that's my second storyline. I like the Indiana. The number 2 is Ole Miss.
And they've got a Division II quarterback out there just making all kinds of plays for them. You got a coach who got the job a few weeks ago. Like, there's so many great storylines with Ole Miss as a team.
There's a lot of great storylines there. To Lloyd's point with Indiana, do you know that was the first postseason win for Indiana since the 1990s?
Jeez.
Is that true?
Well, if you remember back, their football program was so bad. Remember when ESPN used to do the bottom 5?
Oh, they still do. Yeah. Indiana was a fixture there.
Always in the bottom 5. That's how bad they were.
Who was the quarterback that was that kind of the dual threat guy, kind of like Slash 2.0? That didn't he play for the Steelers too? But he played at Indiana. They played a game here in Salt Lake City, and I forget the name of that dual threat quarterback that played a while in the league, but. That's about the only guy that's really done anything out of Indiana.
Listen to this. outside of the January 1st, 2026 win, beating Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl, it was the first bowl win since 1991.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Antoine Randall L.
Antoine Randall L. Thank you.
Since 1991. That what? Who and what? Who's this guy? And I know that they've given this man ownership of the university.
Oh, yeah. But if there's a coach right now, I always said Nick Saban was worth everything that Alabama was paying him. Like they were underpaying Nick Saban for the value he brought to Alabama. Well, guess what? Signetti, who's making, $9 million, nearly $10 million a year, is getting underpaid by Indiana for the amount of exposure and success that he's brought to that football program. Dude's getting underpaid.
Probably can't hit the number for him. First postseason win since 1991. Is that one of the most shocking
Unbelievable.
things?
And the thing is, there's not a lot of bowl opportunities. It'd be interesting to see the amount of bowl games they played in that stretch. Probably maybe 3 or 4 tops, because they were never bowl eligible because they were so bad.
Give me Ole Miss first, though. That's my first storyline. Yeah. I just think it would be so beautiful. And they're not going to win it.
They're about to lose a lot of assistants, too, because they're about to go join LSU, apparently, too.
As far as the college football playoffs, I think that's the best game I've seen.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
In the 2 years that we've now had a 12-team system.
How bad was that face mask?
Yeah, there were a couple bad misses.
That nearly cost them the game.
But that face mask nearly ripped the helmet off the dude's head. And all of us saw it on TV.
Oh, yeah.
And when they didn't throw the flag, I thought, it's one of those ones where they catch the front part of the jersey and it pulls the head down. You see the replay, and it's fingers in the iron. And that was a big moment.
Yes. As Lloyd mentioned, it almost cost him the game, Ole Miss.
Was that the Big 12 staff?
I don't know. But that does seem like I think it was actually the old Pac-12 staff that they brought out of retirement to officiate that.
No, it wasn't, because there was a Big 12. I don't remember which game it was.
Was
it
one
Indiana,
of the games
Alabama,
yesterday? Maybe. Yeah.
It might have been that one.
But it was not Ole Miss, Georgia.
No.
That was a horrible miss.
By the way, another BYU player announcing that they're coming back.
Well, that one's a big one.
Yeah.
That one's a big one. Nusi Taumaipeau is the future of BYU, and Nusi was the reason BYU was able to get the win in the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Yeah.
Because Jack Kelly went out, and that was a kind of late week scratch, maybe even a game day scratch, taking Jack Kelly out of that game. And Kalani said in the post game, he's like, he could have gone, but we just felt like for his future, it's best he didn't. So the coaches came up with a system of Nusi Taumaipeau and Isaiah Glasker in a hybrid combo, working the outside backers, and Nusi was awesome. Man, he was so good. Defensive player of the game, in my opinion. And having him announce, as a true freshman, he's coming back, hopefully that inspires some of the other youth. I'm hoping that inspires a Falata Satawala. I'm hoping that, and you've already seen Raider Damuni, he's pumping up people. Therian Alexander's pumping up people. So there are some BYU defenders that are getting excited about returning, and that's nice. Now you've got Nusi being noisy, Therian Alexander being noisy, Raider Damuni has been noisy. If they can keep Falatau and Glasker, that you've already heard Tonavasa, he said in our post game, he said, my plan is to come back. You could have a pretty full staff coming back.
Yeah.
A pretty full roster coming back.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, another edition of Whole World News. And then Eric Weddle will join us at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
She bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz.
Woo!
Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world in our hands. You got you and me, brother, in our hands. You've got you and me, sister, in our hands.
Eric Weddle's going to join us coming up in about 13 minutes from right now. So gather around the radio. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is time for Whole World News. And, you know, a lot of us have New Year's resolutions. Some of it is to fix our financial situations where they may be. And I'm going to take you to Kentucky, Hans. Normally we kind of pick on Florida, but now that you're a honorary Florida resident now, yes. I gotta lay off the Florida stories because I don't want to get you after your state. We're going to go to Monticello, Florida, or Kentucky, excuse me. He was arrested with a burglary at a laundromat called the Wash House. His name's Jacob Coffey. So if you're going into a laundromat, what are you stealing? Like a washer, dryer? No, he went right to the coin machine and ripped it out of the wall and threw it in the back of his truck and took off. There were multiple witnesses there that saw him do this. In fact, police say they've received tips and firsthand witness accounts from 12 people that were there watching him rip the coin machine out of the wall, throw it in the back of his truck. He was easily recognizable, and he had his license plate on the back of his truck. And so everybody knew who he was, what he looked like, and they had the license plate of his vehicle. At that point, you want to lay low, right? You're like, okay, well, a lot of people saw me, but I do have a bunch of coins.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to lay low for a little bit, and I'm going to be all right. Well, 2 hours later.
2 hours?
2 hours later, he was seen at a local Walmart exchanging the coins for cash at a Coinstar machine.
What, where you dump the
coins and they sort it out? Yeah.
It takes like 22% of your money.
I know, but hey, look, the dude was in a hurry, man, because he was finally arrested nearby the Walmart at a Little Caesars drive-thru where he was paying with pizza with quarters. And that's what got him.
Oh, put him down for stupidest criminals all time. Hey, if you get your hands on that kind of coinage, though, you want to get out there. You're burning a hole in your pocket. You want to get out there and start living some life.
Now, back in the day, had we, 14, 15-year-old Hans and Scotty got that, we would have been down at the Galleria. What was it, 47th? What was that place?
49th Street
49th Street Galleria. And just dumping
yes.
dumping coins into the Mortal Kombat game.
Hitting the old batting cage.
For me, it was Keystone Pizza in Little Weezer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Keystone Pizza. We had a little arcade. And honestly, my favorite pastime was standing there watching people that had the quarters play the games.
Oh, you were just an observer, huh?
Yeah, I was an observer. And when I would get my chubby little fingers on a quarter and I'd throw it in there, I'd be dead in 5 seconds. I was so bad at video games. And I was like, geez, I got to find another quarter. And you almost get
you get hooked.
Neurotic about it. Like, I what do I got to do? I mean, I got to find a purse and get that quarter out of that purse. That was my mom.
If somebody leaves their purse lying around, see, we had an old school Pizza Hut, the dine-in Pizza Hut in Burley.
Yeah,
and it's still there, by the way.
Salad bar?
It had the salad. It's still there.
I love the old school Pizza Huts.
One of the very few sit-down Pizza Huts still available
with
in the United
flat
States.
Screen video game.
The red cups, and that's exactly right. The flat screen
March
video
Madness
games
was all about Pizza Hut.
And you'd sit there and slide the little rolling ball on the top of it to move your guy around. Awesome. I would, and in fact, my wife for my birthday a few years ago gave me a bunch of those red cups from pizza. She found them online. And I will drink soda out of those, and it just takes me right back.
It does. It does. It's very nostalgic to those places.
Yeah.
But this guy needs to go away.
For a long time. Not because of what he did, but because of how stupid he is.
Because he's just dumb.
Yeah.
And that brazen. If you are that brazen, you are a criminal at heart. You are a lifetime career criminal.
It's what we call in the business a repeat offender.
Yes. Oh, that's a good poll.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Is that Cool Hand Luke?
No, that's Raising Arizona.
Oh, that's right. Okay. That's both amazing. I know. He threw a little bit of an accent on it, and I thought it was the warden from Cool Hand Luke.
Sorry.
What we have here
is a repeat offender.
I made Rock watch that movie. Cool Hand Luke.
I bet he liked that.
Well, we got done with it. He was like, what was the meaning of that movie? Like, it's actually a bit depressing.
Oh, yeah.
You take this strong-willed individual and you just keep beating him down and beating him down. And I told him, I said, strong wills never break. Like, people that are gritty, people that have an undying belief in themselves, they never die. And he was like,
Andy Dufresne.
It didn't. Andy Dufresne. It didn't get to him like because Cool Hand Luke, I watched it when I was 13 or 14. It changed my life.
Really?
Oh yeah. I was like, I will from now on, I will be the hard-headed criminal, and nobody can change me.
Well, I mean, outside of the criminal part, it's pretty spot on.
Well, you know what's funny is you referencing the coins. Remember how that movie starts? He's cutting the heads off parking meters.
Yeah.
And dumping the coins out of parking meters. That's how Cool Hand Luke starts. Great movie if you haven't seen it.
By the way, speaking of great movies, I need a ruling from the two of you. Maybe not from Lloyd, because we know what Lloyd, the kind of language he teaches his kids. Yeah. But
it's sad and true.
I'm just joking, Lloyd. But I did. My 14-year-old was talking about, hey, why everybody's talking about Die Hard as a Christmas movie, and so me and my son, I said, all right, come on, I'm gonna show you. And so we watched Die Hard.
Yes.
Ooh, wait, how old's bro?
He's 14.
Vid Angels?
No, I'm not giving that.
You cannot do Vid Angels
I'm not
for
giving
Die
that,
Hard.
I'm not giving that crap service a penny of my money.
Well, all I know is walking around my 7th grade playground, the only thing you could hear in the Weezer playground was yippee-ki-yay!
You did the right thing.
You
did the right thing.
I think it's a rite of passage, right?
Yeah, he's there.
And then we watched Predator, and then we watched Die Hard 2. But this was the great moment. This is when I knew I scored as a dad, because my kid has a phone, unfortunately, and I wish he didn't have one, but he's got one. And when we're watching TV, even when we're watching the Broncos play, he's always on his phone, like looking, and he does a great job of being able to watch two things at once. But when Predator and Die Hard, when he was watching both those, that phone was as far away from him as possible, and he was like locked in, like a tractor beam. And I'm like, see, that's what a good movie is.
That's what a good movie is.
They don't make those movies anymore.
That's what a good movie is. And you just hope it stops there, you know? He just stops with the great old action films.
Pandora's box may have been opened a little bit.
Start saying, well, what's Red Shoe?
Oh, okay. All right. Hans and Scotty.
It's our childhood, man.
It is our childhood.
It's our childhood.
I mean, when
I know.
When the X-Files came on, everybody's like, who's this guy? There's a lot of 15-year-olds like, I know who that guy is.
Who's this Emmanuel?
Oh, that's Daniel Duchovny.
2 o'clock. Eric Weddle next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at YourSmileUtah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Join us at the Start Something New sales event at Doug Smith Ram, now through January 31st. Get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty on all new Ram models. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The great Eric Weddle will be joining us here momentarily.
Did you see the numbers that ESPN just released?
On bowl game viewers? Yeah, I just saw that.
Most watched bowl games on ESPN networks, non-CFP bowls on ESPN networks, are up 13% year over year.
But yes, the bowl games are dying.
Yeah, up 13%. Can you believe that? Year over year. We're all hungry for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And the Pop-Tarts Bowl was spectacular. And the Vegas Bowl was good.
Mm-hmm.
The Pop-Tarts Bowl checks in at 8.7 million viewers.
Number one, again, that's the second year in a row BYU's had the highest rated non-college football playoff game.
Yep.
Last year, and last year we were, well, it's BYU for sure, but also the Dion factor played into it. This year, Georgia Tech? I mean, come on. BYU pulled a big number, and I think the allure of the weird Pop-Tart Bowl thing, and the weirdness about that game also played into it too, because that thing was just blowing up on social media.
It was. 8.7 million viewers, and you didn't have Neon Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes.
And wasn't last year like 8.1? Didn't this do better than that Colorado game?
It was 8.1 or 8.5, somewhere in there. Yeah, this bettered that. Yeah.
All right, joining us now, one of our favorite people on the planet and one of the best players to ever play football in the NFL, not only just here in the state of Utah. It's Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. Eric, how are you?
Hello, Mr. Weddle.
What's up, my guys? Happy holidays. Happy New Year. 2026 is going to be the best one yet for all of us, especially for our alma maters.
Yes,
let's go. I love the energy. How good was it to see Morgan Scalley dominate the Vegas Bowl?
Oh my gosh. To be there in person and to be able to, go the day before and be able to see the players and the coaches and, change is inevitable and change is good if you're willing to accept it and to be all in. And there's so many different instances why change happens, and it was good for just to tell everyone I love them and to what a great job, man. 11 wins is something to be really proud of, especially for our university and our history. And then to be able to get some one-on-one time with Morgs and pick him up, he was, he wears his emotions on his sleeve like everyone knows, and he is so passionate and loves our university. And it was great for me to just sit one-on-one with him for a good 30, 40 minutes and just listen and be there for him. And bounce some ideas and opinions off of him and let him know I love him and I'm here for him no matter what. And there are a lot of people that have his back, and we just got to support him and be there for him.
You know, and that's the thing that I'm just so fired up for, is to see him, because we've known him for 20 years. You've known him for a lot longer, but as a teammate. But I've covered him as a player and as a coach for so many years at the University of Utah. And to see him roaming the sidelines, it was just, I mean, it was just cool as hell. I mean, I'm just not going to lie. It was really fun to see him with the headset doing his thing and getting that moment on a big stage and being able to showcase what he can do, and to see the team respond to him, because you were part of that 04 team where, you know, Urban leaves and you still have a bowl game to play and you put it on Pitt. And so you know what it's like to have some distractions, but also know what it's like to dial in and still take care of business.
Exactly. I mean, it just shows the culture and the importance and identity of what we're about. And it's even more so with the landscape of college football right now, to hold strong on our values and our principles and who we are, right? Who we are as men, who we are as leaders. And literally there's no better man to lead our program for the next 20 plus years. I'm serious. I think it's going to be Pittsburgh Steelers 2.0 for the Utes. And I know I'm brash, and I only hope for that for our university, because that's the great leadership we've had over the course of 40 plus years with, Coach Meyer had a 2-year stint, but Coach McBride, Coach Witt, and now Morgan. I mean, it's awesome for the stability of our university, and to have a moment like this that he could share with the players, the seniors, the people that, to navigate this transition, to have his little moment. And now, I mean, he's got a lot of work to do, but no better man to navigate this and to continue the success of our university.
Eric, I love having you on in this moment, because, Morgan has got a lot of work in front of him with some of these hires, and you had an opportunity to see Kyle Whittingham take that program from Urban Meyer, and Scotty and I were just talking about it. It was basically Kyle Whittingham and Gary Anderson, and that was it. And Kyle Whittingham had to start his legacy in that moment. Talk about kind of some of the strategic moves that Kyle made with the hiring, and what you remember was impactful to really kick things off and send this Utah program into the stratosphere.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's a blessing in disguise, right? Like, as a coach, and I know I'm just a high school coach, head high school coach, and I just know when you're taking a program over, you're first, it's much different in the college with the retention of players and the portal and all this other crap that you got to deal with that just is unnecessary with the timeline. If they could just change the timeline of it all, it would relieve a lot of obstacles that present itself. But you have your chance to do and mold your program with the identity and vision of what you want to do, right? And yeah, did we expect the turnover with Coach Witt going to Michigan? Like, it's crazy to think, like, if Coach Witt didn't come out of retirement after a day, Morgan would have a whole staff, none of these issues. But this is where we're at, right? And so the whole offensive staff leaves outside of Mark, and I love Mark for staying put. And, man, he's going to go a long ways in Utah lure of sticking with us. And then, a big loss, obviously, with Lewis Powell. I mean, I think out of everyone, that's going to be the hardest guy to replace. I know him, obviously, personally. He was a teammate. And the job he's done on the field, and probably more off the impact he has on players and our university. So that's going to be a tough one. But at the end of the day, like, how are you going to fault someone for making a decision that what he feels best for him and his family? Like, I understand it probably better than most, of just living that life for 14 years of the turnover, the cuts, the trades, the contract extensions, the free agency, the coaches getting fired year in and year out or moving. That is the way of the land, and it stinks. But what holds true is is where your allegiance lies. And it's not with any player or coach. Unfortunately, the days of a player staying for 4 years and loving that player are long gone. So it's the university, and you stick by the university, whether it's Coach Meyer, Coach McBride, Coach Fossil back in the day, Coach Witt, or now Morgan, right? Like, you support the program, you give it all to the program, and you just hope that the product is something to be proud of. And I can promise you that the players that will walk out on the field in 2026 will be something to be proud of, because we need to get back to players that want to be a part of our university, that will appreciate what the university can give them, right? The culture, the buy-in, what Coach Morgan and those guys are going to be emphasizing day in and day out of being great men on and off the field, right? Future leaders, future husbands and fathers. Like, that is what those programs are, what I want my son to be a part of, right? And it's not the guys that are money hungry or looking for the next best opportunity. Like, good for them, right? Good for them. If you want to go in the portal and see if you can get more out there, then good, right? But we're not gonna beg people to stay at our university. We're not gonna overpay guys because they got other universities that are offering more money. Then if that's the case and you don't appreciate what this school can give you, then good luck, right? Because we're going to be fine. The University of Utah is an amazing school with amazing support, and those who want to be a part of it, let's ride.
Love it.
You look at that staff that Kyle Whittingham's building in Michigan with Jay Hill as DC and Jason Beck as OC. That's a heck of a staff he's got brewing there in Ann Arbor. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're national champs here within a season or two. You're getting great men, great character, and obviously incredible coaches that what Coach Beck's done in the last 2 years speaks for itself. And then Jay, I think, is one of the top 10 defense coordinators in the country. And then you couple that with their recruiting abilities and how personable they are and relationships, and then building a staff on top of that with Coach Witt leading I go back just talking outside the box and just talking with people. Like, there's no way Michigan would have hired Coach Witt if Coach Witt didn't have guarantees that he was going to bring who he brought. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And Coach Witt's not a coach anymore in the sense that he is the figurehead. He is managing all these personalities, but he's not calling the defense. He's not calling the offense. Like, in the grand scheme of things, he's very important, but his assistants and the coordinators are the most important people. And he's assembling an incredible staff, and I would tell everyone to watch out.
I love it. What, we've heard a bunch of different names for Utah to replace and replenish the coordinator and offensive line coach and receivers coach. What names? Give us 3 or 4 names maybe come to mind for O-line coaches or receivers, or is there a chance maybe you ever come back and get this thing done? I mean, there's a lot of great personnel out there, Eric, that I know Morgan's got access to.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I told him, right? Like, in the moment, he's struggling. He's such a person that gives his all, especially to his assistants, and I said, Morgan, you're going to have many, many, many coaches that want to be a part of us, right? That know our culture, know who you are, and you're going to have the opportunity to hire who you want to hire, okay? And we got a safeties coach hired who everyone's going to be pumped about. It's not me, okay? But I know who he is. He actually coached me, and he is an unbelievable recruiter, an unbelievable man, and will add value to our program, okay? And we're in the mix with a few offensive coordinators, and he's going to do his due diligence. We're not in a rush, okay? I know the portal's happening, and I know people want to, especially players want to know what we're doing. At the end of the day, like, hey, how about a player stands on his 2 feet and says, listen, I'm committed because my commitment matters and that my name is attached to that, and I don't really care who's my offensive coordinator. I'm going to go out and ball no matter what, right? Like, where are those guys at? I want those guys. I want to go to battle with those guys that are confident in their work ethic, confident in who University of Utah is, and want to be a part of that, right? Like, that's where I get kind of frustrated with these kids and this and that. Like, who's obviously, like, you know, a quarterback going with the coordinator, obviously that matters. But at the end of the day, like, let's be great and not worry about where this and that is. Are you going to go come compete? Are you going to go earn a job? Because you're going to have to do that wherever you go. And adversity is going to hit. And are you going to run from adversity or are you not? So I know some names, offensive line coaches. I know coordinators. I'm not going to be the one to, like, spill the beans because, you know, Morgan trusts me. But he's going to put a great staff together and a great culture and build off the culture that's there. And I'm telling you guys, that our program is going to skyrocket in the years to come because of the man that's leading us. Just like BYU with Kalani, right? Like, I love Jay to death, okay? But people tend to forget that Kalani was one of the best D coordinators and ran that defense, okay? So the culture and the program and the standard is set. Coaches come and go, guys. Like, that's the way it is. As long as the man that's leading the job, leading the men, has the vision, has the culture, you're always going to be in a good place.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When you see, I guess, take us back. When you showed up at Utah and this guy named Morgan Scally, you're in that same defensive backfield with him, did you get a feel right away that this guy has a chance to be a coach? Like, this guy feels like a coach, or what was it about Morgan that really jumped out at you when you first met him and started playing with him?
Well, he just has this inept ability to bring others along with him, right? And is he the biggest guy? Is he the fastest, most talented? No, he was never that. But, man, was he the guy that you looked to when tough times were happening and who was going to lead us to victory or who was going to lead us out of a tough moment, right? It was him. And even with all the craziness, the turnover, the head coaches, like, Morgan was the leader of that team. And, he was such a great example to me of how to do things the right way. I came in as an immature freshman who was very selfish and very thought process was, I want to just destroy everybody, right? And he helped me understand that it's bigger than oneself. It's about the team. It's about relationships. It's about buying into the culture and who we are. And we're fortunate enough that he's the leader of our program. And I can't express that enough to the fans and people that support our program, that this guy was meant and built and groomed and born to be the head coach of the University of Utah. He does not have any ties to anywhere else, right? Like, there is no – and I respect it and I have a lot of love for BYU, but he has no connection to BYU like some other coaches, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is Utah through and through. Like, that is his only focus, that is his only desire, that is only his only love when you think about it. And why wouldn't you be ecstatic about that person leading our program? Like, we're going to be just fine.
You can't help but think that Dave Revel thinks he was the leader of that crew. I think that Dave
you're 100% right, and more, and I think Dave still thinks that he should be playing in the NFL right now as we speak, as a 45-year-old. But somehow, some way, it didn't happen, and it's everyone else's fault, not his.
I got to tell you, I just did some radio with Dave. I don't know, I guess it'd be about a month or two ago. I was out at his son's football game, and he was like, "Hey, will you jump on and do this radio thing with me?" And I said, "Absolutely." I jump on and do a little bit of radio with Dave, and I'm telling you, man, that dude is one of the absolute all-time great Utes, man. And he made me laugh so hard. And his son is killing it. His son's a guard. He's playing a guard, and his son's big. And I'm like, "Where's this coming from, Dave?" But he's all proud of his boy, and Dave's still doing well, man.
Yeah, when that whole COVID craziness happened, we moved to Utah for 6 months, and my son actually played with his son, and he was the coach on that Pop Warner team. I think it was 11U. or 10U, whatever it was, when we came up there. And it was awesome just to connect with him. And now he's a defense coordinator at Bingham and doing an awesome job up there. So it's cool to see old alums and old teammates trying to give back and do big things out there.
So when you look at that Utah performance, what jumped out at you when you saw them just take Georgia Tech? It almost looked like Georgia Tech back in the day when you were locking down Calvin Johnson in that bowl game in San Francisco. But to see what Utah did and how well they played and the overall performance with Utah and Nebraska and just being able to play at that kind of level, just kind of, talk a little bit about how impressed you were with taking a blue blood like Nebraska and taking them behind the woodshed and just letting them have it.
Yeah, it was nice to see. Nebraska started out fast and had a couple good run plays, and I'm sure everyone was like, "Oh no, I thought we had fixed this," and we had all this bowl prep to work on our run defense, and we shored that up real quick. And Lander said it best. The players know what's going on, and it usually comes back to technique and fundamentals and how to fit certain things up and who's in their gap, who's not in their gap. And in most cases, guys or coaches or players that have played, they know right away who messed up when you're watching it. So it was nice to see. I loved the shots that we were taking offensively, throwing the ball. It looked like a freer offense, going up and down the field. And, it was really an amazing team effort to put a stamp on an incredible season, right? Like, yeah, it was unfortunate we didn't make the playoff, but man, 11 wins is big time, and we all should be proud of that. And the coaches that have moved on had a hand in that. So we should always be grateful and thankful for the effort and the job that those guys did of bringing Utah back. Like 2 years ago was a rough year. And so to bring us back and have an amazing season is something to be proud of.
Well, Mr. Weddle, speaking of being grateful and thankful, we're grateful and thankful you join us. And we are excited because I believe you'll be turning 29 soon.
Yes.
Wow, you guys are awesome. If I was turning 29, I'd be still playing on Sundays and doing some great things. But
do you miss it?
I'm actually turning 41, and the days of the 30s are long gone. And I haven't hit my prime yet, so everyone just needs to be watch out. E-Dub is coming through wherever you see me. Great things are going to happen.
I love it.
You and Phillip Rivers were in the same draft classes.
Oh my gosh, Phillip!
Oh, how cool was that?
Yeah, that was. I just wish he, to come back and go in a situation you're playing for the best defenses in the league. Your final 4 games and try to will that team to a win. I wish they would have won and try to make it more compelling. But it just shows how powerful the mind is, and when opportunities come, to take them. Right, like you never know what's going to happen as long as you just go for it. And great things could happen. He got to be a little kid again, playing this great game when for 5 years it was done. Right, and be able to go out there and execute and process. It just shows the level that a mind can take you as a football player by processing pre-snap, post-snap. Yeah, his arm was a little dead and he couldn't throw past 30 yards, but be able to go in there and run an offense and really on the verge of winning 2 games and should have is just remarkable. And for all those quarterbacks out there, the way you win championships is with your arm and your mind, not with your legs, only at times. You got to win from the pocket and get the ball out on time and kill the defense when you know what's coming. That's who wins. And it's exciting to see the game evolve, but you win the games in the trenches, how you block, how you tackle, and have great quarterback play.
It seemed like, it kind of cracked me up a little bit because in those post-game interviews, you could tell he wanted to be upset that they lost, but he couldn't help but smile because you could tell he was having fun out there.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I mean, you get an opportunity to go back and play. Like, who wouldn't do that, right? And you're just you're just in the moment. You're like grateful because it brings back so many emotions and memories of the game that you miss. Like nothing, you can never replicate the bond that you have with teammates playing the game of football, right? The ins and outs, the weekend, the day-to-day, the preparation, the film, the studying, the game planning, the working out, the rehab, the hot tub, the cold tub, the sauna sessions. Like, it's just a very unique job. And to be able to relive that is something that us old guys would always take advantage of if you have the chance to.
Well, Eric, I know these won't be surprises to you, but we're excited to watch the hires. We're excited. We're watching the portal. We're excited to see the guys that will come back. I'm hoping J.J. Buchanan stays put. Obviously, Devin Dampierre, Daniel Bray. I talked about Jackson Binney. A lot of guys that I'm hoping stay put. We'll see the staff assemble, and we'll get you back on, and we'll talk about what Utah football looks like for 2026.
You got it, boys. Always appreciate it. Love you.
Back at you. There he is.
Bud.
Eric Weddle right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
He is the ambassador of Utah football.
Oh, yeah. That's a guy who will eat, sleep, and drink, regardless of where his kid goes. You know, even if his kid goes to BYU, he'll be supportive 1,000%. But you know what? He's still a Ute.
Yeah.
And will always be a Ute.
Yeah, through and through.
Yeah.
And, you know, to the point that he made where he said, Morgan Scally is a Ute, and he doesn't have any other associations, unlike other coaches out there.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
This is little chap.
It is awesome. And he's right. I don't know if there's ever been more of a Ute than Morgan Scally.
No.
He's never wavered.
To be able to
He's never detoured.
To be able to go from grad assistant to position coach to D coordinator to head coach all at the same school. He's never had to move outside of just to a different neighborhood.
In the same rotation.
It's unreal. It's unheard of.
Never a hiccup.
Yeah.
And that's what Eric is trying to drive home. Like, this guy is all things Ute. I also thought, man, Eric gets me all kinds of juiced up for these players to just stay where you're at, man. Stay where you're at. Make things great where you're at. Oh, so you didn't get the reps that you wanted? Work harder. Oh, you didn't break the 2 deep? Work harder. Stay on the roster. Work harder. Work until you find your way on the field. That's what I'm asking of you. It's not that hard.
Not that hard.
Just do it.
Yep.
Well, but the money. Oh, but another coach. Oh, but they're telling me I got taken. But my parents said. But my agent. But my friends. But I got. Stop. My girlfriend's leaving. Stop. Stay where you're at. Like I'm J.J. Buchanan, Daniel Bray, Devin Dampierre, Jackson Binney. I've named a few of these guys defensively. You want to see Elijah Davis back, John O'Hall? You want to see these guys back. And I want to see them announce it because, like Eric said, because you're Utah men. Just like I've been talking about with BYU. Kiana Tanavasa got on a postgame after the Pop-Tarts. Was like, my plan is to come back. You're seeing Therian Alexander start to bark about it. Raider DeMooney's barking about it. You saw Parker Kingston release day coming back. It's the excitement and the momentum. And we want to keep that going here in the state.
Hans and Scotty, we'll spin the wheel. A little sports roulette coming up next right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. and the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz come up a bit short against the Los Angeles Clippers. Cody Williams, though, a career high in the loss for the Utah Jazz, playing one of his better games in a Jazz uniform, and talked about the physicality he's trying to bring to the table.
I think especially coming off the bench, like just my mindset has been playing with force and physicality on both ends. So, it's kind of been my motive, going into these games. I feel like we could have done a better job on Kawhi, especially myself included when he got going. Kind of just picking him up, he gets off it, deny it back, and kind of, show a better crowd on him. But I feel like over the last 3 games, like physicality has definitely picked up.
That is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, brought to you by U of U Health. Go to uofuhealth.org.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm not even going to wait for Lloyd to spin the wheel on this one because I want to make sure that we talk about this. But some breaking news out of BYU and some big news, Hans, for that Cougar for that Cougar defense.
Yeah, the defensive backfield is getting very, very good news. Falatal Satawala announced on Twitter that he plans to stay at BYU.
Run it back.
We're positive that we're not being Les Miles here, right?
Nope, that appears to be his official account. And our guy Mitch Harper said that it is a done deal, returning in 2026.
That is huge news for BYU when you combine it with what we just heard from Jay Hill.
Yeah.
From Gary Anderson in regards to Jay Hill leaving and him staying. So you got Gary Anderson staying. You know, I'm sure that there's still some decisions that have to be made with the defensive staff. But now we're seeing Therian Alexander speak up, Raider Demooney speak up, Satawala speak up. I'd love to see Evan Johnson, because if you got Evan Johnson, Satawala, Demooney, and Therian, your backfield is jacked.
Yeah.
It is so jacked. If you get the news from Isaiah Glasker, Siali Acera should stay anyways.
Yeah, that makes too much sense.
Tanavasa already made his announcement. You know Vil Pauha is going to stay because his dad's there. Tausili Akana will stay. I mean, this is already really starting to pick up momentum. And it's only one portal window now, right?
Yeah, and it closes, I want to say, the 12th. So, yeah, it's a limited time for sure. And I think that this is really good of BYU to be able to say, okay, you know what? Jay Hill is gone. All right. What do we got to do now? Well, we got to get a defensive coordinator. Sure. But what's the best thing we can do for that defensive coordinator? Load up and bring everybody back. So open up the page, open up the checkbooks, and let's make sure that this defense stays intact, because talent is always number one. You and I, with a lot of these defensive players, well, you could be a pretty good-looking defensive coordinator with that talent. Now, obviously, you're going to need the right.
Good point.
You're going to need the right guy in place. But if you've got the talent, that's a nice safety blanket for a new DC, whether it be in-house or out-of-house, to take over.
Yeah, and now knowing that Gary Anderson is staying, and kind of understanding what the landscape is. You know, I've talked a lot about wanting Gennaro Guilford to stay. I mean, that's an announcement I think we're still all waiting on, right?
Correct. Yep.
Haven't seen that. But let's just say, for the sake of conversation, I think that there are some good candidates to be a defensive coordinator on that BYU defense staff without having to go outside. Because as Gary Anderson said with us, he wants to remain an analyst, wants to be able to mentor the kids, mentor coaches, and do what he's doing as a grandpa, which is great, because you saw what effect that had with Jay Hill this year and the last couple of years. So you could take a guy like Kelly Popinga, and you could make him a defensive coordinator, have Gary Anderson as a mentor, have similar schemes and ideas and understanding, and you could keep this defense largely intact after losing Jay Hill.
Yeah, which is remarkable.
That is, right? Isn't that the whole goal? Is like, okay, this is a gigantic hole in the boat. We just got hit by a big missile. We got a big hole in the boat. We got to patch that. But once we patch the boat, we can raise the West Virginia, and we still got ourselves a battleship.
Yeah.
So I think that, you know, there's a lot of optimism right now. And that's coming off the Satawala announcement. That one had me shook, because I thought for sure Satawala would wait, listen, maybe jump in the portal, listen to offers, and follow Jay Hill. The good news is, anybody that watches Michigan's defensive personnel knows Michigan doesn't need new defensive personnel. They just need organization.
Yes.
They've got incredible defensive personnel. And that's what I've been trying to really feed out there is, you jump in the portal, you head to Michigan, good luck, man. You go from a hero to a zero real fast.
Yeah.
Because you think, oh, well, yeah, but these coaches knew me because I played for them. Well, these coaches get into spring ball, and they're like, man, Johnny A is 6'2", 195 pounds. Johnny B is 6'4", 294 pounds, and doesn't have an ounce of fat on him and moves like lightning. I can take him and I can put him where I want him, and he can do some real damage. So I think it's just great. And by the way, that's not an attack on personnel that would be leaving BYU or Utah, because Satawala would find his way on a 2-deep real fast.
Yeah, but it's a 2-deep.
But it's a 2-deep and you're in a fight.
Yeah.
Satawala coming back to BYU, he is your highlighted superstar. And whoever you now get back, because Jay Hill leaves the safety positions, whoever you now get back to coach the safeties, you've got yourself a real nice group. Raider Damuni and Falata Satawala back. Scotty, come on, man. That's good talent. That's really good talent. And I did not think we would get that news. I didn't think we'd get the Gary Anderson news today.
No, I know.
I didn't think we'd get the Satawala news today. There's a lot of good that's going down for BYU.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so just to revisit some of the news of the day. Number one, Gary Anderson came on, said he's staying. Eric Weddle came on and talked about how great the situation is at Utah, and Morgan Scalley, and told all you Utah fans out there, everything's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. And we just got the news of BYU players coming back. Smith Snowden is in the transfer portal, but I'm sure that there's still a ton of conversations with that young man in terms of what that's going to look like.
And John Henry Daly's in the portal, and I'm hoping conversations are still solid with him.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, son, it's okay. Jump in the portal. You can see what it's about, but just understand we want you here too, because John Henry Daly is a big player.
We're just not getting a lot of the Utah players. I'm staying. We haven't seen that yet.
Well,
which it's not saying we're not going to, but we just haven't seen a lot of that yet.
We haven't seen as much of it yet, but that's why I think, and it sounds like, I mean, according to Eric Weddle, it sounds like Morgan's got a lot that's nailed down.
Yes, just not announced.
Just not announced. And I think when you start announcing it, because like these players, like Satawala, that was announced after Gary Anderson announced. I don't know if that made any type of difference, but I can tell you if I'm a player on that BYU defense, Scotty, and I hear
here's another one,
and I hear Gary Anderson announce, "Hey, I'm back."
Yeah.
It's like, okay, all right, let's go. And you heard Kiana Tanavasa early, and you've heard from Satawala, and now there's another one.
Darian Alexander just announced he's back. They must. I mean, that is a circle in the wagons by BYU saying, "All right, you lost your DC. Guess what? We don't care. We're going to get somebody in here, but more importantly, we're going to take care of you. What do we need?"
Man, a lot of good news rolling in for BYU right now, and that's really just kind of all come down with the Gary Anderson conversation. That's awesome. You know, when Gary came on, he voiced a lot of confidence, bud.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was backing Kalani and backing BYU and saying, yeah, we're losing Jay, but look at what we're keeping. There's a lot to be excited about here. Obviously, the changes aren't done. I don't think everything's done. I mean, we're going to see hires and there's going to be a lot of news to come, but I think today is working out better than I thought it would for both schools.
Mm-hmm. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take a quick break, come back, and we'll wrap up the show. Get you ready for JJ and Alex right here on the Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. First show of 2026 in the books, Hans.
And it's a busy one.
It was a busy one. Whew. This is a roller coaster ride that is still going to continue to escalate over the next several days, but we'll have complete coverage for you right here on the Zone, whether it be on the air, whether it might be another emergency podcast, whatever the case might be, we got you covered.
And big thanks to Jay Hill.
Yes.
And big thanks to Scotty for giving me some of the raisins that I saved.
You can have all of the raisins if you want.
Ooh, those are good. They're plump. I do like a good raisin.
See, I do not like raisins in my cinnamon rolls. I do like them in a good oatmeal cookie, though. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I like a good raisin. It throws me back to my childhood when I would be babysat by Dolores. And, you know,
tell me she gave you one of those little packs.
Yeah.
You know what, though?
Raisins.
Yeah.
Okay, finish your, because I've got a raisin story.
Is it Sun-Made? Is that the name
yeah,
of
with
the
with a little
box of Sun-Made?
with a woman on the front of them. Yeah.
Dolores used to keep me fed or try to keep me fed with raisins because she felt like they were healthy. But I would eat the box on everything. And
don't have time to open this thing.
And if it wasn't casserole, I wasn't satiated. I needed substance. I needed good, hearty proteins. But I do have good memories of raisins being there when I need them.
So my mom bought a bunch of those little boxes, and I plowed through all of them in one afternoon. And the result that followed has really kept me from being a raisin guy. Like, I've had a problem with the raisins ever since because
it's legendary in Melba.
Yeah, the
Melba's treatment plant.
Yeah, it was. Let's just say that the old sump pump had to be drained after that bad boy, and I've never quite had the same relationship with raisins after.
Oh man!
And the thing is, I think my mom bought him because like we need to make healthier choices with him. He's a little big boned, and so we got to help him out a little bit. And I'm like, all right, well, let's go then.
Meanwhile, Scotty's blasted off, landing on the moon. Well, hello, everybody.
Hello.
The raisins are good. Appreciate you. And what a great show to kick off the 2026 radio season.
I know. It's crazy. And, yeah, I know. I'm with all of you. With the football season officially behind us, at least in terms of local teams, yeah, I'm ready for fall camp. Let's go. You know what we need to do? And they played with a little bit in COVID. There needs to be FBS plays through February or through January, have your championship game, and then in March, FCS football plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be great.
And so you got your FCS season, and those FCS teams are like, well, they like to play for those big paydays against FBS teams. Well, have a spring game that one of those FCS teams plays an FBS team if they get a contract out. So their spring game is against a FCS team.
Love it.
And then they can still pay him a ton of money, pack the stands, and off you go.
Everybody's making money. Everybody's playing football. We got it year round. That'd be nice.
Absolutely.
We got a couple of bowl games, though. Remember, Cincinnati, it's already underway. And we've got, let's see, Cincinnati Navy is underway, and we've got SMU Arizona kicking off at 6 o'clock tonight.
Let's go. Hans and Scotty, JJ and Alex coming up next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't like the pretty boy Rams coach.
Okay. I mean, Vikings very much have a pretty boy coach as well, right?
Not like the pretty boy coach.
You put him in L.A. and he's a pretty boy. That's the only difference. One of them lives in the Midwest and one of them lives in Los Angeles.
Except for the Rams one, McShay or whatever, whatever.
McVay.
Was the first one that like inspired all these other pretty coaches.
Yeah.
Kingsbury.
Yeah.
They put on the statement when they announced that Kingsbury was hired at Arizona that he was friends with McNugget.
McVay.
Like, why?
I'm right. Give me an ugly head coach.
I mean, and then the Vikings.
Will Hardy's doomed.
The Vikings follow suit, hiring a pretty coach. What's the deal? What's his name in Green Bay? He's a pretty boy too, isn't he? LaFleur? What's his name?
Yeah, I'm with you. Give me a dog.
You know, Bill Cowher, ugly guy.
Ugly dude. Belichick.
Ugly guy.
No, he's pulling 24-year-olds. Ugly guy.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We are mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Imagine living with a condition that could be cured by a simple surgery, but there's no hospital nearby, no trained surgeon, and no hope for treatment. This is the reality for millions of people across Africa and around the world. Mercy Ships changes that, bringing free, life-changing care to those who need it most.
There's no other ship in the world that has a cargo of hope and healing.
You see tangible change and futures transformed. We leave people who've been healed, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally.
Mercy Ships has delivered hope and healing to thousands, and there are so many more who need us. Learn more about our mission at mercyships.org.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits, but mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. There were people going, play a happy song, yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Kind of a sad day. The realization that the holidays are over. It's time to get back to reality.
Depends on who you are about being sad, though. There's a lot of people who are excited, a.k.a. my wife. She is screwed. She's just like, yes, the Christmas tree came down hours before midnight.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, she's the worst.
She's done. All right.
So depending on who you are, some people are happy it's over.
Okay. But The thing about it being over is it's back to the grind. It's
Oh,
back to
yeah.
normal.
Let's do it.
But we're excited to be here today because, my goodness, there's a lot going on. Just in the 48 hours since I was last on the air, my goodness, so much has happened. There's so much going on. And I'm sure a lot of you listening are up to speed on the coaching changes that took place. The coordinators that have left both BYU and Utah and are headed to Michigan, and some other news. Let me quickly get you caught up on some transfer portal news. Of course, John Henry Daly made his announcement earlier this week that he's going into the transfer portal. Also joining him in the transfer portal on the Utah side of things is Smith Snowden and Teo Johnson. So 2 starting defensive backs. That's 3 defensive starters for Utah in the transfer portal. On the BYU side of things, this is good news for Cougar fans. Faletau Satuala, he's rolling it back. He's all in, according to his social media. Trey Alexander, back. Parker Kingston, back. Nusi Tamoipenu, back. So BYU, after Jay Hill leaves for Michigan, is retaining some of their top talent. Change is going to happen. Players are going to move around. But so far, it's not as much on this Friday where the transfer portal opened that we thought we would see. Of course, Jason Beck, Lewis Powell, Freddie Whittingham Jr., Micah Simon, Jim Harding, and Coy Detmer Jr. all headed to Michigan with Kyle Whittingham. Jay Hill from BYU is the only assistant as of right now that we know is leaving BYU. Gary Anderson joined Hanson Scotty in the last hour and confirmed he's staying at BYU. So good news for BYU fans. There's some continuity on the defensive side of the ball. Sly, it's a day where it's good you're here because so much has happened over the last 48 hours.
Right.
Utah won a bowl game, and that's that last on the list of things to talk about, unfortunately, because there's just so much other things going on that are going to impact the future of this program. Eric Weddle joined Hanson Scotty just a moment ago. It's good to hear from former players who are tied in and are dialed in and know what's going on behind the scenes. Now, you can't come on the radio and say everything you know, just so people listening know that, but you can share a lot of things today that I think fans need to hear right now at Utah. And I think they'll appreciate hearing from somebody who understands the program and knows what's going on behind the scenes. So there's a lot to get to today as it pertains to these coaches that are leaving, some coaches that may be coming in, some coaches that are staying, some players that are leaving, some players that are staying. There's a lot going on right now, as we expected. I warned you before we left you, before the New Year's. When we come back, there's going to be a lot going on. Everything's going to go crazy after New Year's once the season's officially end at both Michigan and Utah. And that's exactly what has happened. So it's a good thing Sly's here today. Steven Sylvester in for Alex Curie to discuss a lot of this stuff that's going on both at Utah and BYU. Let's get to it. We got no time to waste. It's the cut at 3 o'clock.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The cut's brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Give Trajan Wealth a call today, your local financial fiduciary. 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600. Or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, let's start with the coaching changes, Sly. We heard the rumors and the rumblings since last Friday when Kyle Whittingham was hired as the head coach at Michigan. It just makes sense that he would try to hire as many people he knows and trusts that he's worked with over the years, either in the past or in the present. And that's exactly what happened.
Right.
Did anything that went down in the last week surprise you after Kyle Whittingham left for Michigan?
No. Honestly, more of the transfer portal guys from Utah that here's the thing is, like, as you said, guys that you know, you trust or whatever, guys who you think are such and such guys or whatever. At the end of the day, I think people need to understand that this is now business, right? I believe college football, what it was before, was built on more morals, more emotion, more things made decisions. This is strictly business decisions on everything that is made, right? From the coaching staffs to the players getting into transfer portals and making money and all of that. This is strictly business, which means zero emotions are a part of all this. It's somebody else. You got to look out for yourself. And that is what I learned from the NFL really quickly, because I was so used to the college where it's like, look, you put in the work, you're going to get it done. You trust the system. You trust what's going on. You're going to get your time. You're going to go in. But when I got into the NFL, it wasn't like that at all. It's some kind of buddy-buddy system. You got to really look out for yourself on so many different levels, and that's exactly what everybody's doing. They're looking out for their careers. They're looking out for their families, and they're looking out for themselves. And that, sadly, is what NIL has brought to this whole dynamic of college football.
In the transfer portal.
Right? Everybody was talking about coaches doing it, but like even coaches, there were some coaches who had that, loyalty, that morality, whatever you want to call it, in the past, right? But, there were a lot of them like, oh, they jumped because of money, whatever. Anyway, but because of you're not able to be in a program where you can develop and you can enhance and be infectious on an individual anymore, because these deals are like 6 to 12 months where you're rotating with guys. You're not able to build relationships anymore. You don't have that with the universities anymore. Even the universities that you came from. Say you coached or you played at a university and now you're coaching at that university. You don't have that same love because the relationships are different. It's not the same as it was when you were playing. When Lewis Powell played at Utah, it's not the same as it was, right? As much as you want it to be, it's not. You got to do the game. So at the end of the day, it's just business transactions all the time. Now, for Coach Whittingham's standpoint, is when you're going into a situation when you have the opportunity to implement success, and what that means, you got to lean on guys and lean on people. Why would you lean on something you don't know? You lean on stuff you do know, which means personnel, staff, administration, anybody that you know in positions that you know that you'll need, you're going to take with you. You're going to at least offer them the opportunity like, hey, we've done this for years. We've had success, and I know I can't do this without you. Would you like to come with me to XYZ? Why would you not take the people that you know? And it's what it is. He's seen the success that Jay Hill's had at BYU and at Weber State, right? He's seen the success of working with Jason. Ever since Jason Beck landed on campus in the spring, and he's been able to implement things, and Coach Witt has been elated with what Coach Beck has been able to do. Why would you not take him with you? You saw what he did in the bowl game. Yeah. Absolutely awesome when Devin Dampier is healthy, right? You saying you can't do that at Michigan, right? And so you got to lean on the things that you know, what you're secure with, or at least offer them the opportunity. Now, again, everybody's talking about Coach Witt just rummaging through this staff. Is like, everybody has a choice.
Right.
They can stay. Spalatal Satawala is staying. He has a choice to leave or not.
I don't know if he was offered or not, but Mark Ottawai is staying.
Right.
Coach Swan's staying. There are coaches staying at Utah.
Right.
Not all of them are leaving.
You have the opportunity, right? And so I just believe that, it's business at the end of the day. You got to understand what the new dynamic of sports is. It is definitely in a semi-professional or professional ranking. This is not really, I think we're jumping straight from high school to this semi-pro stuff. And that's just where we are today with college football.
Yeah, I think it needs to be brought up and discussed that what we're seeing right now is actually pretty common. The truth is, Utah, the program, the university, its fans have been very fortunate that Kyle Whittingham has been in place for 21 years. That is insane. He was, at the time that he stepped down as the head coach at the University of Utah, the longest tenured head coach in the entire country. The entire country. 21 years at one place is not normal anymore.
Right.
I mean, you're seeing coaches bounce around like crazy, like good coaches making moves. Like Lane Kiffin just left Ole Miss after, 6 years? And in that world, that's a long time. So a lot of the shock and awe going on right now is a reaction to the uncertainty of it for a lot of people. that have not had to worry about this kind of a transition at the University of Utah for 21 years.
Right.
But this is what normally happens. And we also need to mention it. Kalani's been at BYU for 10 years now.
Right.
And BYU fans haven't had to deal with a lot of turnover.
Right.
There's been changes made here. There are tweaks to the coordinators and changes along the way. But for the most part, I mean, Kalani's always there. Kyle Whittingham's always there. There's a lot of continuity that's taken place in the state that is not common everywhere. I think there's been a reaction of panic because of the unknown.
Unfamiliar territory.
It's very unfamiliar not to have Kyle Whittingham at the head of the University of Utah football program, and for the most part, a staff there's continuity. There's been, like, Jim Harding's been there for a decade.
Right.
There's not been a lot. Lewis Powell feels like he's been there since he was a player.
Right.
Morgan has been there forever. These are key members of that staff that it's either have or it's felt like they've been there a long, long time. And, you know, a lot of the offensive staff, I mean, Jason Beck and Micah Simon had been there for a year. Coy Demmer Jr. been there for a year. But you know that Kyle Whittingham is there. And so it's always felt like there's been continuity, even when there hasn't been, even when there has been change. But this is what change feels like in the college football world.
Yeah.
Your head coach leaves, either he's taking another job or he gets fired. He's taking guys with him. There's been coaches fired, and guess what happens to their staff? They're fired too. And that's a complete opposite end of what we're witnessing here right now. These are promotions for these guys. This is a positive thing for a lot of these guys and their families, is they're going to be able to better their families and have a positive impact on their career. It's not that you have to go to Michigan to enhance your career, but here's just a fact. And I know BYU and Utah fans don't want to hear this, but these coaches put Michigan on their resume?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's going to get attention when they're looking for that next step. You want to be a head coach and you're an offensive coordinator? It's a lot easier to get hired as a head coach somewhere if you're the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator of Michigan than it would have been if you were BYU or Utah. You're going to have a lot more opportunities, bigger opportunities, better financial situations. Okay? And all of us that are saying, I don't know, you're not loyal to whatever, like, we all work in a business world. If there's a company that comes along and offers us a chance to double our income, or it's a more prestigious whatever, you're probably going to look at it seriously.
You're going to do it.
So
right.
we can understand these people as human beings wanting to do this. But I understand you, the fan, being frustrated or concerned or worried about what the future brings. Because the continuity that's always been there since you've been watching and following this team is now gone. So I want to bring that up with you, Sly. As we've talked about these guys moving on, not that big of a surprise. Kyle Whittingham is doing what coaches do. They bring their guys with them. So now let's turn the page. Morgan Scalley. This is now his program. Mm-hmm. He's a Utah man since the day he was born. Okay, his dad played football at Utah. He was born to play at Utah. He did play at Utah, was a member of one of, if not the greatest team. I know you'll argue with this. The 2004 team. And he was a coach on the 2008 team. He's been there through it all.
Right.
From McBride to Urban to Kyle, through the Fiesta Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, the Pac-12 championships. Nobody's more Utah man than Morgan Scalley.
Correct.
So I want you to share with fans why they should be so excited about this transition and not worried about it and not fearful of it or panicking because the cupboard's being raided. Should they be?
No.
First of all,
I think you hit it on the head, right? Everything that you said is the reasons why you should feel good about the next head coach of Utah, right? And a lot of people, this is what I don't understand is like how do you think people become coaches? They get a coaching job sometime,
right,
whenever it is. You know, whether Coach Witt had to go to Idaho State and then be a staff member and then elevated to defensive coordinator. They've had to have coaching jobs other places. It's gonna happen at some point. You know, for me, Morgan's been a part of this, as you've said and alluded to, Ron McBride, Urban, Coach Witt, since 2000.
Yeah.
It's 25 years, going on 26 years, where he's in this program. Not just love this program, but he's in this program, right? And I don't know what people want. When you're looking at who to replace something, don't you want to have stability? Don't you want to have what BYU is having right now with Kalani and having somebody there for a long time with tenure, right? Somebody who wants to be there. Kalani was a player at BYU.
Yeah.
He wants to be at BYU. You got to want somebody who wants to be there. And that's why the University of Utah is like, Morgan is our guy no matter what, right? Because he wants to be here. That is something that we won't have to really argue with or find justifications for. Is this person wants to be here. He wants to be the head of this university, and that's all you want. And that's what Morgan was talking about after the game with the players too. We're going to get guys in the portal. We're going to get guys that are going to jump ship or whatever. All I want is guys that want to be here. All I want is fans that want to be here, right? And so, initially you're going to get all of this confusion, discombobulation where everybody's here and there and uneasy because of the unknown. But that happens in transition. Once you see Morgan Scally start winning, people are going to be like, I want to be at Utah, right? But, Morgan is going to value the people that's going to be there with him, for him, since the jump. That is one thing that I bet you anything he's going to keep notes on, right? He wants to be here at Utah, and you as fans got to, for me, I love somebody who wants to be here. I know Coach Witt wanted to be here. How many jobs did Coach Witt turn down that his agent got of him needing to go somewhere else to the SEC, the Big Ten, whatever it is? He's gotten a lot more coaching jobs than what this Michigan deal is, right? And he wants to be here at Utah because this is where he wanted to be, right? And, of course, all this other things happen and where it's the business, honestly, for me. It's timing, right? Like Morgan's ready to take over and Coach Witt is teetering on if he wants to keep going or not. And it's like, how long are we going to play that game?
Yeah.
Because
I'm glad you brought that up.
Because Coach Witt, talking to him, man, he's like, oh, I feel refreshed and like I'm ready to go every January. And I'm just like, so you really didn't know if you really wanted to come back until you took like a week off and came back, right? As far as like, we know Morgan's going to be here. Yeah. We know Morgan wants to be here. And so there's just a lot that goes on, but I just think fans need to understand, take the emotions out of this. This is business. And we want to make sure that whoever's at the head of our business wants to be here. I want my CEO to want to be here, to want my organization to be successful. That's what I want. I don't need them piercing eyes anywhere else. Morgan Scally wants the University of Utah to be on top of the nation. He's a guy who, as you've said and alluded to, grew up a Utah man. There's nothing more that he would want in his heart, and you saw the emotion after the game, than to see Utah a national champion. There's nothing more than he would want. As a fan, that's what I want at the head of my organization. It's as simple as that. And so, as I saying, there's times, there's tribulations, there's things you have to go through and understand within transition that happens. All we're doing is just clearing the shed. And whenever, Scally gets his core together, it may take a year, it may take 2 years. That stuff happens. Right, we just went from a 5-7 season to an 11-2 season in 1 year.
Yeah.
Right, and so I think that Morgan is the guy for this job, and we just have to rally around him.
Let's hear from Morgan Scally. He spoke obviously after the Vegas Bowl win, 44-22 over Nebraska. By the way, that was butt kicking. It was a good way for Utah to end the year, and it was a great way for Morgan Scally to get things started at Utah. It was a great performance. And obviously a lot of the coaches that were a part of that are no longer part of the program. But now Morgan Scally has a chance to replace some of those coaches. He's going to have to replace some players as well, but he talks about that. And he reassures Utah fans that they are prepared for these changes.
This is a big-time profession, and if people don't think that we've already been planning, already been looking for the next step, then they don't know us. So we will be prepared for whatever is to come, and we are excited for those that want to be Utes, and bottom line is we hope all these guys in that locker room continue to be here.
Simple.
Yeah.
That is simple. I didn't even hear that. I interviewed him after the game. He didn't say that. That was probably the post game interview before he came to me. But that it is simple. It's just like that. And he's been on it, and he's been coaching waiting for a long time. So he's had a long time to think about what this transition period would look like from Coach Whittingham. Whether he's thinking that guys would jump ship and leave because he's in charge. He's been thinking about this for a long time. If there's anybody more ready for this, there isn't. It's Morgan Scally. He is ready for this job. He's ready for this opportunity, and it's just time now. And so we got to rally around that transition. Again, you don't know what this first year is going to look like. You don't know what the second year is going to look like, but you have to give time for adjustment, right? And I think that's it. Like, there was time for adjustment in Coach Whittingham's first year after Urban Meyer. Right, I believe that team was a 7-6 team, barely over 500 team, and you know they took 2 years, because I know my freshman year we had another one of those down years, but then we transitioned. My sophomore year we did better, and then the third year we went undefeated. Right, there's got to be evolution. There's got to be learning from your mistakes. What we need to judge Morgan on is not this first year, but what did you learn from your first year, and how are you improving that? Right? And are you getting better year to year to year? We talk about getting 22% better, right? You got to get better in some capacity. That is what every competitor knows in training and anything you do. You got to get better every single day, whether you're learning something new or whatever, in any capacity, in any arena you're in, you got to be getting better. And I think that Morgan is more determined than anybody else in the country to make this program successful, and that is all I want, is somebody who wants to win and will be doing whatever it takes to do it.
He's got a lot of opportunity here, and you talk about transition, and I think it was just assumed that because Morgan Scally was a lieutenant of Kyle Whittingham, that he sees things the same way and wants to do things the same way. I don't think that's true.
No.
I think Morgan Scally has his own ideas. He has his own plans. He has his own way of thinking. I mean, if I've had a chance to spend time around both, they're not the same kind of people. They're different. There's differences, and that's totally fine and great. Morgan has his personality. Kyle has his. They all have things I think that they like and don't like. Morgan now has a chance to put his imprint on the program.
Correct.
Morgan can build the staff that he wants to build instead of just taking on a staff that someone else built. And I think that's probably freeing for Morgan. I don't know which of these guys that's coming or going, and only Morgan can answer that, and would probably never say publicly. But I imagine he might be okay with some of these guys moving on.
I was just thinking, as you're saying that, I'm just like, what if Morgan has success this first year? What are people going to say? Oh, that's because those are all Coach Whittingham's guys.
Right. It's like when a coach has success when they first come in. Oh, you're just using the other guy's players.
Exactly.
Well, we'll have to wait and see until you get your own players.
Exactly.
Right?
And so there's no opportunity to wipe the slate clean. Here's the thing: is like, I don't think that they operate the same, but I do think they have a lot of similarities. There's no reason why Morgan was in this program for 15 plus years and they didn't.
There's going to be some alignment. There's going to be some unity.
The family, when I interviewed him after the game, the family, the culture, the mission is still the same, right? We want to develop guys into being the best men, not even football, man, because when you get people in this arena, you want to build them to be the best human beings possible, right? And so you are a leader of men is what they call it. And that's what Morgan wants. He wants to bring the best men. That's what was part of his post-game speech to the guys. He's like, you got to be the best fathers. That is the best title that anybody in this room is ever going to have in life. Not head coach, not DC, not OC. It is father. I want you guys to be the best fathers, which means you got to be the best role models, which means you have to be the best human beings possible. And that is his main goal. And the culture of family is what you're going to see from him. And that is consistent with Coach Whittingham. And so there's going to be a lot of consistencies that's going forward.
If they really live by that.
Yes.
And you really apply those values.
Yes.
That's how you stand out in 2026.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's not what's taking place everywhere.
Mm-hmm. But
I'm
that's
just
what.
being honest.
And here's the thing: that's what Kalani's doing down there.
Why do you think they've won 23 games?
That's craziness.
In 2 years.
Right? It's good values and culture. Those are all similar.
Why did we, and we'll get to BYU in the next segment, but why did 4 players today say they're all in?
Right.
When they could have gone all in at another university.
Right.
In the Big Ten.
Right.
They're staying home.
And I know I'm excited because I think that Morgan has a mix of old school and this new school that he's going to implement on this program. He's a tough. He doesn't really take crap. He's like, if you don't want to be here, I don't care. Don't be here. And then he has a sense of, I know what these times are. I know what it's taking and what it is, instead of these guys who are here for 6 months and rehab and then jump into the portal. Anyway, he don't got no time for that, but he understands the game as well. So I'm interested to see how this really goes. This first year is going to be so interesting. It's going to be so much for us to talk about here the next 8 months.
There's an energy and an excitement about this that should permeate throughout the community here, because
for sure
there's a freshness here.
Yeah.
It's not the same old anymore.
Right.
There's a lot of change going on here right now, and change can be fun if you're willing to embrace it and accept it. A lot of interesting things to sort out still with Utah. The next week is going to be fascinating because he's got to hire staff. And he doesn't have a lot of time. You got to get this done.
Right.
There's too much important things that need to be done in the next week with the transfer portal and everything else and recruiting that still has to be done before February. There's so much going on. He's going to act fast. He's going to move fast. In fact, a couple names I'll throw out there. As far as offensive coordinators go, potentially linked to the job at Utah. Jonathan Smith, the former Oregon State and Michigan State head coach, potentially a candidate for that offensive coordinator position. Marcus Arroyo, who's the current Arizona State offensive coordinator, may have interest in that job. BYU fans don't want to hear this, but Aaron Roderick may have some interest in a second go-round at Utah. Morgan Scalley didn't fire him last time he was there.
Right.
So I think that relationship is intact, and I think that there's a possibility there as well. We'll see how that all shakes out. I bring that up because I want Utah fans to know that there are some really, really interesting candidates out there that have had a lot of success.
Don't overreact. Just let it play out. That's the problem. You're hearing some
respect to Jason Beck, who went from New Mexico to Utah to Michigan in the period of 24 months, essentially.
Right. That's less than that.
12 months, right? He was still at New Mexico. What an incredible rise, and he's been phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the only offensive coordinator out there in the world.
Right.
There's a lot of great coaches out there. Morgan Scalley is going to have a list of highly qualified offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators. Maybe that defensive coordinator hire is on his staff currently. I think we think he is. We'll wait and see on that. But as far as the offensive coordinator goes, there's a lot of options out there that Utah fans listening right now should be very excited about. The future's bright at both BYU and Utah. Don't worry, fans. This happens all the time. It's part of the business. And that's Sly's point.
Yes.
This is now business more than ever. It feels like the NFL because it's operating in a similar way. This is minor league pro football. And you got to accept it. And if you don't like it, there's other sports to watch. So,
but you're not going to.
But you're not. Well, according to the ratings, over 8 million people watched the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
And for good reason. It was fun.
Yes, it was.
Look, it's not what you grew up with. College football's changed. So what? Embrace what it is. Or don't. That's up to you. But the business is going to roll on. And later on in the show, we're going to talk about some things that could be fixed to make it better. But for right now, you have to accept it for what it is. And with change comes excitement, comes something new. So college football is going to look a lot different in the state in 2026. Embrace it. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll discuss the situation at BYU. What are they going to do about their staff opening at the defensive coordinator position? One coach at BYU publicly announced right here on these airwaves that he's sticking around. We'll tell you who that is and what players are sticking around. We've got that as well coming up next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
It's what you want.
You know, I was babysat until 8th grade. Dolores Arnold used to babysit me every day after school. And
Dolores?
her husband,
Look, you got like 220-pound 8th grade hands.
Can we not focus on that?
You walk in like, hey, Dolores. Hi, Hans. I think it's funny the thought of a 8th grade Hans Olsen probably pushing 2 bills, sitting in and being babysat.
You guys let me know when you're done so I can finish my story.
Tell us more about Dolores.
Anyways, her husband, Don, liked MASH.
Sitting next to Don on the couch watching MASH.
Hey,
Daddy,
Don, can I borrow your shaver?
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA and up to $3,000 dealer discount. No one knows Kia like Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow, BYU's at Kansas State, 11:30 on 102.7. You can listen to Big 12 Hoops. And the Utah Mammoth are in New Jersey to play the Devils at 1 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah State Aggies tip off at home against San Jose State at 2 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And then the Utah Jazz play the Golden State Warriors in California at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you see that Walt Clayton dunk? Oh my goodness. I still watch replays of that. Jazz fans need to be excited about this young point guard. Will Hardy is, but he's not talking about the dunk. He's talking about where he's improved defensively during his rookie season.
Walt's energy output has been much better. I think also he's understanding leverage. He's a little bit smaller than some guys, but he's really strong. Walt's a way better defender when he's angry. And I think that Walt's always carried a pretty big chip on his shoulder, but defensively I've seen it show itself with his physicality, his ability to absorb contact.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. The impact of Jay Hill's departure on BYU next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest day. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alex, you know I play this every day, right?
I only play it when you're here.
I love it.
This song plays at Sly's house every time he steps out the front door.
I don't know. You got to just feel it, too. You just feel it. I feel great when this song comes on, too, and you got your sunglasses. You just feel cool. My nephew comes on. He's like, why do you like this song? I was like, you don't just feel cool when he's just saying that? He's just vibing. It's all about vibe.
You know a guy's got a great life when his life has a soundtrack.
Oh, yeah.
Steven Sylvester has a soundtrack.
She's deceiving me.
It's good to have a soundtrack.
Oh my gosh, it's amazing. Every time I get in the car, that's how if I'm driving, I'm just cruising, it's because I'm listening to Corey Hart. It's perfect.
Only so many guys can get away with wearing sunglasses indoors. Sly's one of them.
Gotta make it happen. Oh my
Jay Hill seems like a guy that would get away with wearing sunglasses indoors.
Jay Hill, see, I just know Jay Hill, so I say no. He ain't got swag like that. He ain't got swag like that.
Well,
you know?
He can have nice sunglasses. He's going to Michigan to be the DC.
There you go. He's getting a pair of Oakleys.
He's getting a raise.
He'll be out there.
He's already doing all right at BYU. But we talked about the Utah staff and all the changes there. You also know Jay Hill well.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to get your reaction to Jay moving on from BYU and going to Michigan. Your thoughts on what he accomplished at BYU and what they're going to be missing without him.
Well, I mean, it's passion, right? I think it doesn't matter what situation is, right? Jay Hill was a University of Utah football player and then coached at the University of Utah. Took over the Weber State job and then went into BYU. What's been consistent about all of that is he is this. It's when, you know, the coaches are talking about we don't prepare for an opponent any differently, right? And I think that is the same way Jay Hill has taken each opportunity that he has. He's putting passion, you know, and I felt it as a coach. He loves what he's doing. And wherever he's at, whether it's BYU, whether it's Utah, Weber, Michigan, whatever, you're going to get 110% of Jay Hill every single time. And that is all you could ask for. I don't want you to hold back nothing because you're playing somebody. It does not matter. Jay Hill wants to win at every turn, and he has passion, and he wants to develop an impression upon whoever he's coaching every single step of the way. And he's just building on his resume, right? Being one of the top DCs in the entire country, you know, at BYU, just turning over that Weber State program the way he did, having so many successful years over there, just tremendous. You can only commend guys like that. And now, you know, him to have the success that he's having and going to Michigan to bring that on one of the biggest stages in all of sports. You know, I'm proud of him, and I'm happy to see exactly what he's able to do. But BYU is going to be missing, you know, a guy that is uber focused. Very passionate, very, very smart. And one of the biggest things is willing to adjust, you know, flexible, right? This isn't working. This kid in this position isn't working. Let's change it around. Let's have a mindset of understanding the entire moment, the entire situation is what I think that was a huge benefit of Jay Hill. A lot of guys are tunnel visioned. Right? They just want it this way. This is how it has to go. Let's squeeze this square peg in this round hole as much as possible and do that. And I think that is a huge miss in today's football. And that's why I think Jay Hill is successful. And I think that's what BYU has benefited from, is a guy who's focused and flexible and willing to adjust on the run.
This is a guy who is from Lehigh, played college football at Rick's, basically an extension of playing in Utah, right? It was always a feeder school for BYU and Utah. And then playing at Utah, he spent his entire coaching career in the state of Utah. From the time he was a GA at Utah after his playing days were over, I don't know if people knew this, he played briefly in the XFL in 2001. But then he's a GA all the way up to becoming a tight ends and special team coach in 2013 before becoming the head coach at Weber State for a decade and then joining BYU staff as a defensive coordinator. This is the first time in his entire football career, both player and coach, where he's really stepped outside this footprint. And I think it's interesting. And I think actually for him, this is going to be a massive, important moment in his coaching career, is to develop and grow outside of this footprint. And I think he probably looked at this as that it's an opportunity there. I'm sure it's financially probably even better. But all these guys want to grow. Jay Hill has a chance to grow here. And it stinks for BYU fans because it was a perfect fit. It was a great fit. But it just always felt like Jay Hill was not for long at BYU because this is somebody who's already been a head coach. What's the next step for Jay Hill after this time at Michigan? I think he'd like to be a major Power 4 college football head coach.
Right.
And he will now have the resume to be able to do that. But to do that, maybe he had to step outside this footprint to get that experience because there's been openings around the country in the West Coast.
And there's going to be in the future. There will always be, yeah.
And it always seemed like, why isn't his name more prominently featured in some of these hirings out west? Well, maybe these schools just saw, all right, he's just always spent his time in Utah. So this is an opportunity for Jay Hill to go where he wants to go. And it stinks. Change, we talked about it in the Utah segment, that change happens and change can be good. So now BYU has a change. Kalani has a chance to go out and hire a new defensive coordinator.
Right.
It's going to be a challenge because Jay was phenomenal. There's no
and that's
coincidence.
what BYU fans know.
There's no coincidence that Jay Hill taking over as defensive coordinator right at the start of this transition in the Big 12 had a significant impact on their success over the last 3 seasons, specifically the last 2 when they actually won 23 games in 2 years. And the players that he brought in, we mentioned Faletau Satuala. I'm telling you, if it's not for Jay Hill, Faletau Satuala never went to BYU. He said it was a coin flip at the end.
Right.
We thought he was a lock at Utah when he was in high school.
I did, yeah.
I think Morgan Scalley thought he was a lock too. But he ends up there, and so it was surprising today, and this is good news for BYU fans. And I think that this shows you that, look, change happens, but there's a lot to be excited about. For BYU fans, Faletau Satuala is not following Jay Hill to go to Michigan. He's staying at BYU. He made that announcement today.
Right.
Parker Kingston is staying. Trey Alexander's staying. And other players are going to stay that we've heard so far. I didn't see a long list of BYU players on the defensive side that jumped in the portal today. If you're a BYU fan, you got to be ecstatic right now. Utah wasn't as fortunate. There's 3 big names from Utah that are in the portal. But you look at it on the BYU side, and guys are staying. What does that say about that program right now? Because you talked about it with Utah. I think you can also you understand the culture that at Utah and BYU is the same. I know a lot of people don't want to admit that. It's similar because why?
There's so many similarities.
Because it's all these people from the same tree.
Same tree. These guys grew up and understood, and the things that they know are all from similar backgrounds, right? You know, from Kalani in coaching under Lavelle or playing under Lavelle.
Yeah.
To being as a player, you know, or as a young GA coach and coaching under Kyle Whittingham, who Kyle Whittingham was under Lavelle, right? Like there's just so many similarities that it's just hard to not have similar things go on within each other's programs, right? With Weber State, there was a lot of things that happened at Utah as far as schemes, as far as culture, how they went about stuff. I'm sure warm-ups, routines, all those. There's a lot of similarities with all that. Yeah, you don't like it, but, you know, it is what it is. That's why I think the games versus Utah versus BYU are so awesome, is because of that. Right, you're literally looking in the mirror. What's the memes, the Spider-Man memes? Like you, right? And it's like, who can best who when you're looking yourself in the mirror? And I think those are the best matchups to even everybody. That's why, like, when you go into a game and they're reading the openings and 2 similar teams, why is that important to say? Because that means that you're in for a good game. Right, because they do things the right way and they are the exact same. So, you know, there's beauty in that, and I just think that that everybody's got to deal with this, right? Everybody's got to deal with transition. Everybody's got to deal with it, and honestly, who can be the best salesman? It's what it is every year. You hear from these coaches. It's just like we spend more time selling our own guys to stay than getting new people, and that's bizarre.
It's a new world.
And so that's what I think Morgan's going to have to. That's a learning curve Morgan's going to have to really, truly understand.
Well, I mentioned that we talked about the guys in the portal from Utah. Just because they're in the portal doesn't mean they can't come back.
They can't. Well, unless Morgan doesn't want them to come back, right? But here's the thing: you never stop recruiting. And we were talking about this when we cover high school football, right? I think there was a couple guys that went to Oregon or went to whatever, and we're just like, never stop recruiting.
Yeah.
Never stop recruiting them.
Yep.
Because in today's day and age, jumping in the portal, they'll be back at your school in no time.
Real quick, I want to mention Gary Anderson announced on Hanson Scotty he's staying. I want to hear from Gary real quick, Alex. I know we got to get to break, but I think fans want to hear this. BYU fans want to hear this. Gary Anderson announcing earlier today right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, he's not going to Michigan. He's not going anywhere. He's staying in Provo at BYU.
Yeah, I'm staying.
Oh, wow.
It's just, it's a great spot for me, and I'm excited to be here. And, you go through transition, you look at things, I tell all these coaches that are going through it, and even these kids that are going through it. I guess you got to, when you go through an opportunity to have decisions to make, whether it's a young man or a coach or whatever it is, I always challenge them to look back and say, okay, it's all different, man. You just won a bowl game. Football's out there. It's on TV. Everybody's all excited about football. Just fast forward to the middle of February, and it's a Wednesday morning, and you're going to wake up and you're going to go to work. You're going to wake up, go to the weight room, go to school. Are you happy where you're at? And I'm 100% happy where I'm at. I don't want to do more. I want to be an analyst. I want to help coaches grow. I want to help kids grow. And I want to be the best grandpa in the country. So those are my three goals. That's awesome. I get to do all three of those with what I'm doing right now at BYU, and being with Kalani and help him continue to grow and sustain, and go through this transformation with Jay right now. The transformation is it is what it is. Jay found an opportunity. He went off that opportunity. I think we all support him and are very happy for him and happy for Kyle and everybody involved. But now you look back, and we have a very, very sound foundation defensively, and the way we've grown over the last 2 or 3 years and built the scheme. Those guys have been in that room with us, and it's a lot. We've grown. We've grown from a 4 down front to a 3 down front, and it's really grown into a lot of what we were doing when I was with Kalani at Oregon State and with Dave Aranda for all those years. We're doing a lot of those things, but we've mixed the core of all of us together, and I think it's a special group. So there's a lot of guys who have called a lot of defensive games in that room. We're going to be in a great spot, and the adjustments that ultimately the Kalani decides to make on the staff and get those titles done will be done here real quickly, and we'll start rolling and going and get a guy ready to get out there and knock the socks off it when he calls plays next year.
Boom, there you go. It's surreal
if
you've known and followed Gary Anderson all these years, but he feels right at home at BYU. He's not going anywhere.
It's so weird.
I know it is. But this is college football in 2026. Now we wait to see who Kalani
the real
will
is
hire
normal, right?
as the defensive coordinator. Embrace change, folks.
Embrace it.
Embrace change. Gary Anderson's embraced it. We all can, too. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, would you rather before Andre Tourney, Utah Mammoth head coach, will join us. Massive win on New Year's Day. We'll break that down next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. You've heard me and Alex talk about this program and how it changed our life. It can do the same for you. Are you ready for a new year and a new you? I think you are. The Salt Lake City Fat Loss program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So what's the secret? Well, Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without any dangerous drugs or any crazy exercise plan. It's just all about the food you're eating. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only. Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com to lock in those savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jeremiah Jensen, Steven Sylvester sitting in for Alex Curie on a perfect day because of everything that's going on, both at Utah and BYU, the coaching staffs and the transfer portal, et cetera. We're breaking it down all day today right here. But we have Coach Bear Turney coming up here momentarily, so got to be quick with this. Would you rather watch a bowl game, Sly, or a NFL playoff game?
Just a regular bowl game? Not like a CFP game?
All right, let's go CFP.
Oh, that's a great question. That's actually really good because these CFP these last couple of years, all of them have been really good. There's something you could take from all of them, but I normally really love because I've played in the NFL playoffs. I love NFL playoff games.
Yeah. I'd be an NFL guy too.
Yeah,
I
think
the NFL playoffs.
Yeah, I got to go just because I've experienced it and there's a little bit more behind it as far as, tenure, but like the NFL playoff games, I'll go with that.
I think it's tough for a lot of football fans because they do love the college game, but there's just something about the NFL playoffs that I love and stands out.
Right.
And, college football, I mean, as much as I love everything about college football and how fun it is, there's another level to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of you listening may disagree, and you all in on the CFP. Like if Alex Curie was sitting here right now, he'd be laughing at me asking this question. It's college football all day, every day for him.
Right.
So everybody's different. But I was curious to get your response because you've done both.
Right. Well, I haven't played in the playoffs.
Well, you played in a big game.
Big bowl game. But yeah, that was awesome. But I don't know, man, just something in the air about the NFL playoffs, the sudden death aspect of it, and literally every play, every moment. You remember that big Denver Broncos game? It was Tebow, Demaryius Thomas.
Oh yeah,
that played us and beat us.
Yeah.
But we went into overtime, and like that entire game was just hit after hit, play after play. Every moment mattered. I don't know. NFL playoff games are just amazing.
Yeah, they are. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, Utah Mammoth head coach Andre Turning will join us from New York. The Mammoth celebrating a really nice win over the Islanders. Can they repeat that against the Devils and the Rangers on this 3-game trip? We'll talk to him about that and more next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Ivory Homes wants to send you to the big game. Sly and I just got done talking about whether you'd want to go to a college football playoff game or a NFL playoff game or watch. We're talking about going to the big game. I'm not going to tell you what game that is, but you know what I'm talking about. Ivory Homes wants to send you to the big game, and they've got a ticket package giveaway just for you. You want this? Come get it. 2 tickets to the big game on Sunday, February 8th in Santa Clara, California. Hotels included, a 2-night stay, plus $2,000 on a gift card for your travel expenses and to have fun with. Now, how do you enter for that drawing, for those tickets to the big game? Well, you're going to register at ivoryhomes.com/super. Visit any Ivory Homes model home, scan the QR code at one of those model homes, and you're entered. It's that simple. The more model homes you visit, the more entries you earn. A winner will be selected from all entries and notified on January 31st, 2026. And while you're also there at one of those Ivory Homes model homes, check out the quality that Ivory Homes puts into their homes that they build all along the Wasatch Front. Many of you might be living in an Ivory home. You know how great they are and have been for a long time. Maybe you want to upgrade. You want to get into an Ivory home. They have a program that's going to help you do that. It's the Smart Home Buyer Guarantee. If you are trying to move, they can help buyers purchase a new home before selling their existing property. The program aims to streamline the complex process of selling and buying simultaneously by offering solutions such as a guaranteed sale or a guaranteed lease on the current home. Maybe the interest rates or the current market is preventing you from reaching your goal of getting that upgrade, getting that new home. Ivory Homes can help you. You can learn more about that by going to their website and enter to win this ticket giveaway to the big game. You start by going to ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Join us at the Start Something New sales event at Doug Smith Ram, now through January 31st. Get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty on all new Ram models. No one knows Ram like Doug.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Man, it's a hot one, like 7 inches from the midday sun. Well, I hear you whispering the words and melt everyone.
Welcome back in, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jeremiah Jensen, Steven Sylvester sitting in for Alex Carey, who's still enjoying his holiday break. But there's no break in the sports world. Things keep going. Lots going on today. And it's not just college football. It's not just the transfer portal. You got the NHL going as well.
Oh, yeah.
And what a day for the Utah Mammoth yesterday. We're going to get into that right now. Head coach Andre Tourney about to join us. That is the cut at 4 o'clock.
Your exclusive radio home of the Utah Mammoth is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Now it's time to hear from the head coach of the Mammoth, Andre Tourney.
The cut's brought to you by Doug Smith Dealerships, Dodge, Ram, Chevrolet, Subaru, Kia in Linden, and now Mitsubishi in American Fork. It is now our privilege and our opportunity to catch up with the head coach of the Utah Mammoth live from New York. It's Andre Tourney. That sounds kind of cool. How you doing, Coach?
Yes. Very good yourself.
I guess you can't say live from New York. It's Saturday night because it's Friday afternoon, but that's as close as we're going to get here. But, boy, New York's treating you guys well so far. Just wanted to start with getting your reaction to just a fantastic win. What a way to start the year with just an absolutely terrific performance against the Islanders.
Yeah, there's a lot of good in that game, because our start of the game was not what we wanted. We had a slow start, but the boys were capable of staying with it, weathering the storm. Veggie came up big, made a few big saves, and then we got the rhythm back. So for us mentally, even if we didn't have the right start, we were capable of staying in the present and rebooting and stepping up in the second half of the game, and I think that was huge for us. Our special team was really good, and we scored big goal at key moments. So that was not just the result. The performance was really good.
Hey, can you talk more about Dylan Gunther? Another hat trick last night. Just how is he just in the zone right now? 36 points on the season. He's just, or 20 goals on the season, but he's just grooving every single time I talk to you. It's just like he's just having another big game after big game. What type of vibe is he giving out to the rest of the team?
I think what is really cool about him right now is he's playing his best hockey on the defensive side of the puck as well. He's doing all the right thing. He works hard. He plays against the best every night. He matched that line with Crosser and Barrett Ayton against the first line on the other side. So he's really performing both sides of the puck, and that pay off for him. So that's excellent for him too. He's a guy who has a really good mindset. He understands the game, not just the offensive game, the both sides of the puck. So on top of it, to be a reward the way he is in the last stretch, I think it's really good. It's really, because he make him understand both can go together. It's not, okay, I need to play good defense, so now I don't have offense. No. You can play good defense and you get a reward offensively as well.
How important was it for you guys to start the trip off with a performance like that? Looking back to the Nashville game, it felt like you let one get away there, that tough third period. How important was it to kind of get back on track on the road as you start this trip?
Oh, it's really important. I think, the stretch before Christmas, it was a demanding one physically, mentally. It was 21 game in 37 days, so that you have more game than you have day off, and at some point it's a little bit demanding, if you want, challenging. So when we came back after Christmas, after the break, we played a really good game against Nashville, but like you said, we'll let us slip. So okay, now we're getting in the second half. We have that trip to New York, and then we'll go back home. Now it's time for us to climb the ladder and win on a consistent base. So the game against Nashville give us a sour taste because, okay, we played well, but so what? It doesn't matter if you don't win. There's no moral victory. So I think yesterday especially with the start we had to regroup and find a way to win the game. I think that's how we want our second half to be. It's not just, you will not always play your A game from start to the end, but you need to find a way, no matter how's your performance, even if you don't play maybe the way you exactly wanted to, you need to find a way to win still.
Yeah, so tomorrow night you take on the Devils again. You get another crack at them, from that earlier loss just before Christmas.
Yep.
What is the game plan going to go into tomorrow? I know you guys are on your road trip, all the way to the East Coast isn't easy. You guys are in the New Year's mix in New York, but what is the vibe or what is the game plan going to be going against the Devils tomorrow night?
We just had a practice today. The Devils, since we played them, they have their star player, Jack Hughes, and Timo Meier are back in the lineup. So it's a team will have more jam, more skill in their lineup than last time we played them. So we owe them one. And like I said, I think in terms of performance, the way we play lately, we play really good. So now it's time to get in their building and just, like I just tell you a moment ago, okay, now it's time for us to stack the win, to stack the good performance, and to find a way. So tomorrow against the Devils, for us, it will be to be stingy defensively, like we have been lately. But as well, we need to get inside. The last time we played them, we played a good game, but we were not as inside. As much traffic in front of their goalie. Markstrom has had a really good game against us. We need to make sure we take his eyes away.
It's crazy how time goes by so fast. You've already played 41 games. You mentioned it, referenced it a moment ago. You're officially halfway through the season, which is crazy because it's January 2nd. But as you look at the first half of the season, I think what you mentioned it there. You got to start stacking wins. How does a team find consistency, and what are some of those things as a head coach that you try to dial in to help a team find consistency? Because we've seen when you guys are consistent, especially earlier when you had that streak, you guys can play with anybody in this league.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you talk about consistency, if we were in depth, if we were together and I was showing you our underlying numbers, our real performance in terms of number of scoring chances we get from whatever distribution, from the rush or from the ozone play or from the forecheck, and same thing in defensively, offensively, and defensively. We are top 10 team in all of those. Across the board. We analytically wise, all our underlying number, the data, the performance is there. So we've been consistent in terms of performance. What makes the difference for us? We need to have the maturity to make the little play will make the difference. Make sure we change the right way. Make sure we manage the puck the right way. Make sure we don't get caught on the ice tired at the end of a shift and stuff like that. Because if you look at most of our game in the last, let's say, 5-6 weeks, we dominate our opponent in terms of expected goal. We have more scoring chance than they do, but we need to get one more save. We need to score one more goal. We need to be in front of the net to get that screenshot who makes the difference. Our power play needs to play like we play in the last 2 games or the last 2 weeks. Those kind of things will push us over the edge because we're right there in terms of performance. But now we need to play the game in the game who will make us win. Well, the little detail, the little on-man rush we will get or we won't give, that's what will make the difference. Because if you look at our game against Nashville, we play a really good game, but we change on the bad check on one, and we take a bad penalty in the third period, and now it's the difference in the game. Those two play, it's something we can control. It's not a skill. It's not something it happened. We had no control. It's not a puck would bounce over your stick, which is, okay, will always happen. No. Those are things you control. You decide to change on the bad check. You decide to take a penalty in the neutral zone. That's not something it happened you had no control of. So that is what we're talking about. We need to be better at controlling those little things, right, so that will push us over the edge.
Coach, who's been an unsung hero for you guys, right? You know, we got our names. We got the Gunthers, the Coolies, the Kellers, the Sergeys, the Veggies. Who's been an unsung hero that you've been proud of this far this season?
First name that comes to my mind is Lawson Krause. I think leadership, physicality, focus, urgency every night. Just what I just did talk about you about. Doing the little thing, playing the game in the game. Right. Not shooting yourself. He is amazing. He is. He's been a huge leader for us and a huge inspiration for us. And he has that drive, that passion to perform every night. He really been huge for us this year.
Well, good vibes to start the new year, the 7-2 win over the Islanders, and then we get the news that Olli Maatta is going to represent Finland in the Olympics, and Clayton Keller will get to play for Team USA. After getting snubbed for the Four Nations, you had to be thrilled to hear that Clayton Keller is going to chance to be a part of Team USA at the Olympics.
Absolutely, and you know, on top of being really happy for him, he's a great guy. He's a guy I've been with for 5 years. I really like the person and the player. It's always great to witness a guy who exactly like you said, he didn't make it in the Four Nation, and he reacted the right way. He did not whine and complain. No. He just stepped up and be just even better. Won the World Championship for USA, won the World Championship for the first time in the history. The USA won the championship, and he was the captain of that team. That was a choice he made. So he showed the kind of character he had. And we beat the drum all the time when we talk about Kels in front of you and in front of our fans to say how much determination and drive, and he's so driven to be better, to perform, to be an elite player. He is an example for everybody, and that is an exclamation point to prove it. It's not because the bell did not ring the first time, then you have to quit. It's the reverse. If you double down, good thing will happen for you. And Kels is a great example for our team, for everybody. So really happy for him.
We're just a month away from having NHL players participate in the Olympic Games. You can watch on KSL. We're excited to be able to be a part of that and to be able to have exclusive coverage of that coming up in the month of February. But this is the first time that the NHL has been part of the Olympics since 2014. Your thoughts and opinion on that? Do you like that the NHL is going to have its players be a part of this, or would you rather see guys just avoid injury and other things? I know there's probably different opinions.
No, I think it's outstanding for the game. You know, it's that will be best on best. You saw last year the Four Nation, how great was the game and how much viewer. And I think that we talk about growing the game. That's, you know, whatever when U.S. will play or Canada or Sweden, and everybody in their own country will follow their team. The passion is there, and I think that's best on best. At the biggest stage of the Olympics. Who never dreamed to be at the Olympics as a little kid? I remember when I was young following the Olympics and wanting to represent my country and carrying the flag and stuff like that. So I think that, and having the best athlete in the world competing against each other in our sports, I think that will be an outstanding window for hockey, and there's nothing better than that.
Can't wait for that. Can't wait to see you guys back on the ice against the New Jersey Devils on Saturday. Coach, it's always a treat. We can't thank you enough for doing this each and every week. I know the fans really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and good luck on the rest of this trip in New York.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me, and Happy New Year to you and all our fans.
Happy New Year, Coach. Thank you. Andre Tourney, head coach of the Utah Mammoth, joining us as he does each and every week right here on JJ and Alex.
Gotta love that guy. He's awesome.
Yeah.
I love when he's talking about defense turning to offense, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a hockey player, but it's just great to know how many things translate in other sports.
Basketball, football, hockey, same principles.
Yeah.
Just different sports and different ways of doing it.
Exactly. And he was talking about how impressed he was of Dylan Gunther. And Dylan Gunther's on fire right now. And his defense is what Coach is pointing out is helping him do all of these things offensively. It's absolutely awesome, man. So love that.
Yeah, the Utah Mammoth, they really needed that. I think we're looking around the league, and you see what Buffalo's doing. I mean, Buffalo was bad. Like that, the Sabres were awful. Guess what? They're not bad anymore. And a 10-game win streak can change everything. The Buffalo Sabres currently, with a couple of former Mammoth players on their roster, have won 10 straight games. They've gone from the bottom of the barrel in the Eastern Conference to a wild card spot currently. They're at 46 points. Yes, the Buffalo Sabres have 5 more points this year than the Utah Mammoth, the Los Angeles Kings, and the Seattle Kraken. You can turn things around. That's what's great about the NHL is if you have these guys come together under the right coach, and even a place like Buffalo that struggled for a long time, they haven't been to the playoffs in forever.
Right.
I think they have the longest streak in North American pro sports without reaching the postseason. And you even see them turning things around right now. We've seen enough from the Utah Mammoth this year to know that this is a team that should be competing at the highest level. Bill Armstrong came on our show right before the season started, and he says, "Are we a top 10 team in the NHL? I don't know yet." Well, the first month of the season they were. Since then, they haven't been, to be quite blunt. And Coach Turney just came on here, and he made his case and said, look, if you look at the analytics, we are a top 10 team. We're right there with all those other teams. What he's trying to figure out, what that group's trying to figure out, is why are we letting some of these games slip away? Mm-hmm. And that's the issue with this team right now, is the lack of consistency. They have a good game. You have a 7-2 game against the Islanders. What are they going to do in Newark on Saturday? You're going to build off that, or are you going to lose the Devils? It wipes away a 7-2 game if you go and lose to New Jersey.
Right.
And then
make it a good effort. Make it worthwhile. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can have these moments that gets everybody excited. A hat trick by Dylan Gunther, and then you crash and burn the next game. You're like, come on, guys.
Stop riding the wave. Just trend upwards.
We've seen greatness out of this group.
Right.
And when you see greatness out of a group, the standard should raise.
Right.
The bar should be raised. And it has for this team. Coach Turney understands that. He's heard the criticism. It's valid. It's fair. This team is better than what they've shown since that 8-game win streak earlier in the year. That you watch that team play during that streak, you're like, this is a Stanley Cup playoff team. There's no doubt about it. And since that time, they haven't been consistent enough to be at that standard. But they are better than what they've shown, and they've got to make it consistent. Now you start the second half of the year. It's a new year, new you, right? So this Mammoth team needs to find that consistency. The talent is there. Everything's in place to be able to be a winner in this league. You got to do it every night in, night out. You can't have games like Nashville where you're up 3-2 entering the third period, and then you let it slip.
Yeah.
You can't
Gotta
your home ice.
That's what championship people do. Championship teams, championship
Steven
people.
Stamkos scores 2 goals in that game. That's a guy that's won cups with the Lightning.
Finish, yeah.
But you got guys like that on your team too.
Right.
Okay, so just because that guy's a future Hall of Famer and he's a special player doesn't mean you need to slip and let him have opportunities like that. This team's got to find that consistency. You know they have the capability, and they should be judged harshly for not finding that yet. I think the criticism is valid that this team has not been consistent, and they have to figure out why that is. They've got a +8 goal differential. They're the only team outside of the Avalanche, the Stars, and the Wild in the Western Conference with a positive goal differential of +8. They don't come anywhere near those 3 teams, but you can make an honest case right now that the Mammoth are one of the top 5 or 6 teams in the West, with one exception. Their record. Their point total is 41. They have a better goal differential than the Edmonton Oilers, the Vegas Golden Knights, and the Anaheim Ducks, but all 3 of those teams are at 45 points or higher on the season. Those teams have negative goal differentials, but they have found a way to win a lot of those games, even though they don't have that tight. The Mammoth have been absolutely awesome one night and the next. Can't have that, because what do you have when you do that? A 500 record.
And you miss the playoffs.
They're 19-19-3 for 41 points, and guess what that's going to give you? Yes, Sly. Another year where you're sitting there watching the Stanley Cup
You're right
playoffs.
on the border. You're like, dang, we should have been in there. If we would have did that.
Coulda, shoulda.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
What if we would have finished that game against Nashville right before the new year?
Right.
That's 2 points we missed. We missed
right.
There. Look, we can make the list. We know. We've seen this team have so many opportunities, and it's a new year. I want to see this team get hot. Now, a thing about you're looking at their schedule and what they've been through. This is a team that's had a very road-heavy schedule. Not only have they 41 games this year, they've been on the road a lot. That's going to ease up. So in the month of January, they're home a lot. So they have these 2 games to finish this trip, Sly.
Oh, I got to go to a game. Okay.
It's time.
Yeah.
And if any of you are listening and you want to go to a game, and let me throw out some of these teams they're playing, you're definitely going to want to go. So when they get back from New York, and if they're able to sweep this trip, then
they'll propel us to have a really good January.
Then you come back home for some home cooking. This is where this team needs to find themselves. And I know Logan Cooley's out of the lineup and will be probably until after the Olympics. But this is an opportunity. Look at the schedule. You get home from New York, you've got Ottawa, St. Louis, Columbus. The Toronto Maple Leafs are here on January 13th. One of those games you want to get tickets for. The Dallas Stars, a team that's owned them, they got to break that. They got to beat the Stars. That's on the 15th. Then Seattle's here, then Philadelphia. The Flyers are in town on the 21st. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight home games coming off of this trip. Get hot right now. Finish this trip 3-0. Last year they went into New York and they won 2 of 3. You just won 7-2, okay? You just beat the Islanders, who are good. That's a good hockey team. You whipped them 7-2. Get hot right now. It's time for this team to get hot. If the Buffalo Sabres can win 10 straight,
right?
Why can't you, Utah Mammoth? This is your opportunity. This is your window right now to catch fire before the Olympic break comes up.
Oh yeah, that's
1 month from now.
An exciting.
So after that homestand, you got 4 straight on the road: Nashville, Tampa Bay, Florida, Carolina, the Southern trip. But then you come home for Dallas, Vancouver, and Detroit before the Olympic break. And I know those are challenging games. Well, Vancouver's not, but Dallas and Detroit are challenging games. But this is your moment. January should be your time where you're home, you're rested, you're comfortable, and you're in a rhythm. The Utah Mammoth need to stack W's in the month of January. The month of January will make or break their Stanley Cup playoff hopes, because if they continue on this one good game, one bad game path throughout the entire month of January, this team ain't good enough. Right. And then things, get dicey for a lot of people, and that's when you start talking about, do changes need to be made? Because it's clear this team is good enough to be in the Stanley Cup playoff. Now is the time to prove it. You had a tough schedule in November and December. We're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. January, it's put up or shut up.
Right.
The schedule's in your favor. You're going to be home. Get it done in the month of January.
If you go ham, you got 4 games the entire month of February. I would just lay it all on the line and get as many wins as you can this month of January, because you got a big rest month because of that Olympic break in February. And so get as many as you can in now. This is a perfect opportunity. And then go on a run. You go on a run in March, man, you are going to be prime and in the right position. But you got to set yourself up here, and you get a good break. And this is a perfect schedule setup for the Mammoth. They got to do it. We got a big home month, so I can't wait. I'm going to try to attend multiple games this month. But the Mammoth got to make it happen. This is going to be a great month for them.
Yeah, this is the time. To your point, it's home heavy. Now, you go all in on this part of your schedule. You get hot here, and you go into the break, the Olympic break. Like you've won, I didn't count up the number of games here, but 12 of 14 games, right? Like you're just on fire. Guess what happens when you get back from the Olympics? Logan Cooley will be back, and you've got this huge run you went on in January that puts you in position to finish strong. Got to do it though. Enough talk. This team needs to go out and be more consistent. And Andre Turney just talked about that. They've got, analytic-wise, on paper, they're outstanding. I just mentioned the goal differential. They have a goal differential that only the elite teams in the NHL have. Why are you at 500 when you've been that good? You got to show up in January. It's time for this team to get it going. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, Nick Saban thinks he can fix college football. I think he's got some ideas too. And one of the biggest problems is something he addresses and that we're going to talk about next on how you fix college football. It's coming up next on JJ and Alex. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz forward Cody Williams talks about how he's been able to become more effective as a slasher.
I think watching film has been a big part of it, especially from my rookie year and how I've watched a lot of film on cuts and slashes. Watched Corey Brewer highlights, how he runs the floor and how he slashes. So I feel like just kind of learning when to cut, kind of the cues, when their head turns, that's, the cue to go. So I feel like I've just been able to, as the years go on, just kind of recognize when to cut.
Kid's a student of the game. He's playing good basketball right now. Looking at his box score, 18 points in that loss to the Clippers. Good to see Cody Williams start to have success. That's brought to you by UofU Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Nick Saban has some advice for college football next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone on a Friday right after the holidays. If you're working like us, kind of cruel, right, to ask to come in after all the holidays. But you got to get back to work eventually. And we're happy to be here because there's so much going on right now. My goodness. What a whirlwind of a week here locally. The Utah sports scene has been no sleep. My goodness. You just got back from Vegas.
Oh. So you had a good time, I'm sure. I'm working the whole time. I didn't get to see it. Well, family actually came up to my pop-up event, so that was great.
Oh, that's cool.
So I got to see some high school people, and all my Vegas people came through. So that was good. But, yeah, I've been working, and as soon as the game ended, we'd clean up and get right on the charter. So Little busy.
No days off.
No, and it's the warden's birthday yesterday too. So it's the
happy birthday.
Warden's birthday weekend, and so yeah.
We want to, on behalf of JJ and Alex, we want to wish the warden a happy birthday.
Yes. Happy birthday to the warden. She keeps me working. You know, a honey-do list never, ever ends.
Even on the holidays.
Oh, what holidays? Whip it. Oh, my gosh. It's so funny. But no, it's been good, man. The holidays were great, and now we're into January.
Yeah, and we're here to solve the world's problems. That's what we do here on JJ and Alex. We got ideas, or we play other people's ideas. Nick Saban has ideas about how to fix college football. I want to play this, and Sly, I want to get your reaction after you hear what he has to say. Nick Saban was asked by the College Game Day staff what needs to happen, because look, the game is fun. We're watching it like we've never watched it before. We mentioned there's like 8.7 million people watch BYU and Georgia Tech in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. So it's not like we're going to stop watching. But there's clearly some issues with the game right now in this modern post-NIL transfer portal world we're living in that need to be fixed. And Nick Saban has some ideas.
We need to change the calendar. Chaos in college football starts tomorrow. The portal opens. So what happens if Ole Miss wins and Oregon wins? So Oregon's got two coordinators trying to take guys from their team to their team and guys from other teams to their team.
Yep.
And Ole Miss has got 6 coaches going to LSU trying to take guys to LSU from their team, but they got to play a game.
Right.
So bad. Now, is that chaos or is that chaos?
Yeah,
so
totally.
This whole college football calendar needs to change. That would be my New Year's resolution.
But I've heard that. Besides you, who do we go to with that?
Well, I don't think there's anybody in authority in college football except the conference commissioners.
Right.
So if they can't get together on it,
they won't.
You're going to have a problem. Yeah. But everybody's going to be sort of having their own self-interest, you know, in mind.
Own agenda.
Yeah. But unless they make the portal in May, which I've said before, to kind of match up with the academic calendar, change spring practice till after that, so that you can get your team together and work over the summer, just like an NFL team does. They don't have their team together until after the draft, after free agency. It's May. So do the same thing in college football, and you wouldn't have these issues with coaches changing jobs because everybody could finish the season with their team, which is what's best for the players.
That's right.
That's number one, because there'd be no hurry, because now there's a hurry because all these recruiting calendar is hurry up and get a coach, or you can't take advantage of an early signing date, and you can't take advantage of the portal.
Sly, your thoughts on what Nick Saban's talking about with the calendar?
1,000, and I love that he's retired now, so he can say whatever the heck he wants and exactly how he feels, because he's talking one from the perspective of now being a fan and watching this, and then also his effects of what he was feeling as a coach, right? And you know, he's a guy who's implementing a great coaching tree. How many guys have been from Nick Saban's coaching tree, right? And so guys leaving, you're trying to establish yourself, right? We were just talking about Coach Whittingham going to Michigan, right? The season's not over. He's having those contract talks with Jay Hill, with Beck, and all this before they played their bowl game. Right. Coach Beck told the team that he was leaving right after the game. That means that conversation was had well before. Right? And so Coach Saban is speaking truth right there. He is preaching. And look, we just talked about it when we opened it. We were talking about how this has become a professional model, right? Semi-professional, whatever you want to call it. It is a professional model. You need to have everything else under that same professional model, right? The professional rankings have a certain time period where all of these transactions can happen. From coaching conversations, you cannot talk to a coach until a certain time in the offseason, right? Which is right after the Super Bowl or right after the season or something where you can have those conversations. But I agree wholeheartedly with him. There is so much, like I was just reading something in the break talking about the Ole Miss D tackle, talking about Lane Kiffin. Right, and how Lane Kiffin, he's a fake, and he was trying to demoralize his team, and he's out there for publicity stunts and trying to ruin us. But we've actually come together now that he's gone, and we actually have a real coach. Like, you can just see the effects of all of this stuff happening to a team. right? The JMU guys getting new jobs, the Tulane guys getting new jobs as they're getting ready for the CFP stuff. As much as they talked about it not being a distraction, it is a distraction.
100%, yeah.
And so, yeah, I think he's speaking 1,000% truth, and I agree with him. I just hate that these guys know this. I don't think Nick Saban is saying anything groundbreaking, right? They know this. Why is it taking so long to implement these things?
Because there's no authority. The NCAA has been
1,000,
sued.
yeah, you're correct.
Their pants have been sued off. I can't think of a better way to describe it.
Who do we talk to?
So the NCAA is afraid to do anything. There's no commissioner of college football. You know who's in charge? Two entities. Number one, the TV networks. Number two, the commissioners of the Big Ten and the SEC. Don't for 1 minute think that Brett Yormark's in charge of anything other than the Big 12. He does.
He puts up a good fight, though.
The
I like Brett, but he puts up a good fight.
Yeah, but does the Big 12 honestly have a voice?
No.
Does the ACC have a voice?
No.
Okay, so who's in charge?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame has some power. Notre Dame has some power, but not as much as they think either.
Right.
As they just found out. It's the commissioner of the Big Ten, it's the commissioner of the SEC, and it's the TV networks. So how are you going to regulate those? You're not. Now, Nick Saban says he thinks Congress needs to get involved. Ugh. That's where I'm like, ugh. Do we really think the government knows how to fix this too?
Of all people?
No, but we got some issues here. And in order to get real change, I think you do have to have a commissioner. And you do have to have some kind of governing body that has power. But not the NCAA, a governing power that doesn't have a special interest. Like the NCAA had a special interest. They had their own power they were lording over. The SEC commissioner has his own special interest. The Big Ten commissioner has his special interest. Coaches and players have their special interest. You need an entity over college football whose special interest is the integrity and sanctity of the game.
Yeah.
And the brand of college football.
Right.
And protecting that. Why is the NFL so successful?
Because they're one unit.
Protect the shield.
They're one. They're not that many voices. They have a governing power, which ultimately is one person, Goodell, the commissioner. Because everything
he works for 32 owners.
Right, but there's that one voice.
Yes.
It's not 50 million voices that people say like, yeah, you have a voice and you have no. Look, there's an arbitrator. There is a guy who makes the decisions ultimately, right? It's why
they negotiate with the NFLPA, which is all the players.
Right.
And if they can't come to an agreement, then
there's
so
a
be
stalemate.
it.
But there's still this reason why you go into business is 51-49. It's never 50-50.
Right.
Right? Because you need somebody to be able to make the decision at the end of the day. And that is where the NFL and these professional leagues are. The NCAA is I don't know how many times we've said it's the wild, wild west.
It's chaos.
It is chaos. And that's the simple word that everybody is consistently using these last few years. It's disgusting. And it gets worse and worse every year. You think like it couldn't get any worse. And it does. You're like, what are these kids doing? What are these coaches doing? What are these universities doing?
Yeah.
I am bewildered and shocked every single time because I'm just like, how in the heck did we get to this point? How is this not prevented? How did you let this happen? It's been so asinine that you think that it's not possible for them to do, and it happens anyway. How?
Anytime there's an extreme, the pendulum will swing the other way. So the extreme in college football for a long time was the NCAA having too much power.
Right.
I mean, guys becoming ineligible for eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah.
Okay? That's pretty far on that other side. When these players that can't have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich are making that same institution and the NCAA and everybody else involved millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So a wrong was righted. The players now can get NIL. The players can now benefit from their work, which is it's ridiculous and downright immoral that they weren't for a long time. Right? We all agree with that. Change needed to happen. But it swung the complete other way, where it's the wild, wild west, and you don't know who's playing for one school 1 week after the next. We just talked about the portal opening up today, and these Utah players that are some of the best Utes are in the transfer portal. Why? They have all their own reasons. But 10 years ago, there's no reason for those players to leave.
No reason.
You're building legacy. You're a part of a program. You're getting a degree. All that stuff doesn't matter anymore. It's about how much money can I get in the transfer portal, or can I go jump and follow my coach to whatever school he's going to next? It's musical chairs. It's wild and crazy. We just talked about Sam Levitt. Reports aren't confirmed, but it looks like he's going to land somewhere in the SEC. Why? What are we doing here? How many schools is this? All these players are going to bounce around. That's not healthy either. So someone has to come in here and find the middle ground. And I'm glad Nick Saban, like you said, I'm glad Nick Saban is saying it out loud, that everything needs reform. The problem is, who's going to reform it? And are the people currently in power willing to give up a little bit of that power for the benefit of the game?
That is the question, because I'm like, who is going to approve this, right? Which organization is going to say, we got to get behind it? You think the players are going to want to get behind somebody giving them more structure?
They don't want to give the power back.
They don't want structure.
They don't want to give up the money.
They want Sam Levitt going to Kentucky for $5 million and not having to.
They're all high-fiving him,
Yeah.
I guarantee you, next time they're at media days.
I want to go to Vegas and drop $1,000 hands on blackjack.
Well done, bro.
Like it's nothing.
Way to work the portal, bro.
At 18 years old.
I respect his game. What's the middle ground? Who's going to establish it? Because the health of the game moving forward depends on it. Look, we're still going to watch. We still are. But there are some real problems in this game, and there's a lot of people that are being hurt by it. Look, how many high school players right now have no chance to play Division I football because they're not getting looked at?
That's a shame.
These schools, I guarantee you, unless you got a 4-star next to your name, I don't care. I'm in the portal, baby. Yeah. They don't want to have to go travel around the country and watch a bunch of high school games and sit in some parent's living room. They want to just log into the portal, say, yeah, I know who that is. Right. How much money do we have to throw his way? I mean, Oregon and all these programs are running around with blank checks.
Right.
They don't have to go evaluate film and build relationships and win over mom and go have dinner with the family. And those days are over.
Well, the problem is the winning over moms is the same conversation now. Normally the kids had a different.
It's easy to win over mom with a big check.
Exactly. How much can you pay my son, a.k.a. us?
Yeah.
Right? And so, yeah, it's just, it sucks because that's what Coach Whittingham was talking about. He's like, going into these living rooms anymore, it's not even just the kids saying it. It's the parents, too. Just like, so how much can you give us? That's the conversations that are had now. So, I mean, that's why I'm telling fans and whatever, it's not the same football we used to know. And once you accept that and move forward and try to understand what the new game is, just be open with what the new game is, that's how we can push forward. But we sitting over here asking, like, why do they do this? Why do they do this? You'll never know. You'll never understand. And it is business. There is zero emotion that should be a part of this game anymore.
We've got to get back to this middle ground where the players can be compensated appropriately, where coaches don't quit on their team after game 12,
right?
With staffs and all this stuff shuffling through. We don't need multiple portal windows. There needs to be a structure in place, and Nick Saban is absolutely dead on. The calendar must be fixed. The problem is we have no idea who's going to fix it. And as long as the powers that be like things the way they are because they're rolling in dough, no change is going to happen.
Yeah, how does Lane Kiffin jump in the portal at 11-1?
It's a joke. It's stupid.
You were in the top conference, and you're leading that conference. You have one loss on your entire record.
And you've built something special at Ole Miss, and you're going to walk away from that to
you got
what?
A first-round draft pick last year.
To what? Why?
Money, of
prestige.
Course.
Oh man, I'm the head coach at LSU now. Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me. That's all I get it.
Yeah. I don't know. It is crazy, but like nothing makes sense, and that's what I've taken from it. I was like, I've stopped trying to make sense of this stuff because it doesn't. The morality that we used to understand and think that people have is out of the window. It is pure. I am taking care of thyself. And that's the bottom line. Coaching staff, players, and now universities. And you know what the crap, I tell you, man, I wanted to know. I've said this 2 years ago. I was like, I want to know the 30 for 30s that are going to come out in 2027. from all of these stories from people being butt naked on the streets because they thought they would make it in the portal and nobody got picked up. And now you don't have an education anymore. And this is what's crazy, too. Is like these universities are so much in debt now because of all this NIL stuff, right? Like, and they're still giving out full ride scholarships. You're still paying for these kids' school.
Yeah.
They don't care about school. Nobody's talking about school. They don't even go to school anymore. Everything's online, and they're having some chick they paid $200 after they signed for $2 million. They pay some chick $200. Hey, take care of my class for me. To struggling college kids, take care of my class for me, do the exact same stuff that you're doing. And we're good, right? We're good. Take the student.
Do they check and see if kids are going to class? Are they checking their
Take
eligibility?
the student out. This is a farm league. This is barely semi-pro.
They're employees now.
How
They're
are
not
you
students.
paying somebody $2 million plus and paying for their education that they don't care about? Literally the universities are just forking it out. Universities, a.k.a. the community, a.k.a. you guys. You guys that are donating to this university. Where's the ROI? That's the bottom line, and that's what these private equity firms are going to correct. They're going to self-correct that. Please believe, if anybody cares about business and the bottom line, it's these PE firms.
Uh-huh.
So, change is going to come.
ROI.
Is it going to be what you want or what? It's going to come. Be ready for it. Stop trying to understand it. Just adjust.
All I know is there's got to be a correction. There's got to be some way to get back to the middle. And Nick Saban has some pretty good ideas. Maybe he should be the commissioner.
I like that. He don't put up with no stuff. I like him.
That's what this game needs right now is some organization, some structure, and a new calendar. All right, when we come back, it's a bowl version of the top 10. Let's see how Alex and Sly do on their knowledge of bowl games and bowl history. Coming up next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
One crash on northbound I-15 still being cleared up between 53rd and 45th South in Murray, but it is over on the right shoulder and not the cause of many delays. The southbound trek through Salt Lake County is, in fact, all the way through Utah County is looking just fine on I-15. When you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. You've heard me and Alex talk about this program and the change that it's helped us execute. How about you? Do you need to make that change? Do you need to lose some extra pounds? Are you ready for a new you in the new year? Well, consider Salt Lake City Fat Loss. This program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. It certainly helped me do that. So what's the secret? Well, Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to a pound of fat per day. Without pills, without injections, without the GLP-1, just eating good food and having a plan. And right now is the perfect time to start. And due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's Day sale, over 20% off for a limited time only. Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit in better clothes, improve your health, feel more confident, be healthier as you age, whatever your reason is, whatever it is that you have set as a goal, let Salt Lake City Fat Loss help you reach that goal. Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Again, their huge New Year's sale is ending soon, so schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow, BYU's at Kansas State, 11:30 on 102.7. You can listen to Big 12 Hoops. And the Utah Mammoth are in New Jersey to play the Devils at 1 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah State Aggies tip off at home against San Jose State at 2 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And then the Utah Jazz play the Golden State Warriors in California at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To start the new year with a little yacht rock. It's a good vibe.
You can do this all year.
I mean, you got your Sunglasses at Night by Corey Hart as your soundtrack. That's from before you even born in 1983.
Hey man, that is just because I wasn't born. I mean, they didn't make good music.
Exactly. So Sly, make a little room in your life soundtrack for some yacht rock.
Oh,
You'll
yeah.
thank me later.
Oh, it's already there. I'm there
Little
all
Michael
day, man.
McDonald. It's a good vibe.
Yeah. He made some good tracks.
All right. It's time for the top 10. And got to do a bowl theme here because bowl season's almost over. So I gotta sneak this in before bowl season's over. You Annapolis, I want to test your bowl knowledge. And this is not hard. This is really not hard. So consider this a New Year's gift to both of you that I won't completely embarrass you live on the radio. But I'm going to ask you to name the 10 winningest college football programs in bowl games. What 10 FBS programs have won more bowl games than everybody else? You guys ready?
More bowl games?
Most wins all time, from number 1 to number 10.
All right, and this is not just Division I. This could be...
This is FBS. This is Division I. This is FBS. Bowl games. All time.
All right, let's go.
So, Weber State's not eligible here. So you don't have to worry about that. They're not on the list. Okay.
They were going to be my first guess.
Excited about what Weber State's doing, by the way. Coach Kerr's got a good thing going there. Some great assistant staff hires and talent. All right, let's go. Start the counter. When you're ready, go.
Miami. Texas.
No Miami.
Notre Dame.
Texas is a ding. Notre Dame.
Georgia.
No.
Alabama. Utah.
Georgia, ding. Alabama, ding. Utah, no.
UCLA. USC.
USC, ding.
Michigan.
No.
Ohio State.
Ding.
Let's go Tennessee.
Ding.
What about Illinois, Texas A&M?
No, did both of those.
Oklahoma.
Ding.
Oklahoma's
yeah, you got
on
it.
there.
Yep.
Oregon.
No Oregon. They were bad forever. People forget.
Western Kentucky.
Western Kentucky. The Hilltoppers did not make the top 10. These are doing pretty good. Annapolis isn't helping you out much.
What about Rutgers?
No Rutgers.
Maryland.
Rutgers sucks. Maryland, too.
No, not North
These are all
Carolina.
blue bloods, so
Yeah.
it wasn't a tough
Oh,
list.
they're all blue blood. I didn't say Florida State.
Oh, it was after the buzzer.
I should get a mulligan because Annapolis was quiet.
We're gonna go to the booth. We're gonna go to the booth. The replay says no good. No good. It was after the buzzer. Florida State actually comes in at number 10. So I'll read them from 10 to 1. Now, barely missing the cut. You'd never guess who barely misses the cut. It is a SEC team, but not one of the most successful. I didn't even realize they'd been to this many bowl games, but it's Ole Miss with 28 wins at number 11, just edging Nebraska and Clemson, which are tied for 11th. So Nebraska and Clemson not in the top 10, which may surprise a lot of people. So Florida State is 10th all-time in bowl wins with 29. Their bowl record is 29, 18, and 2. Yes, 2 ties in bowl games. Glad we don't do that anymore. Number 9, Ohio State, whose bowl record is 500. 30 and 30.
500?
Ohio State's bowl record
you're telling
is
me
500.
The 9th and the 10th, is that big of a difference?
No, their record's 30 and 30. Like they've won half their bowl games.
They're 500. I thought you said 500 wins.
So Ohio State historically,
is that possible?
Ohio
500
State,
years?
no, 30 wins, 30 losses.
Okay, 30 and 30. Okay.
Ohio State historically,
my bad,
mid in bowl games. They've won 30. They've lost 30. So the other teams on this list all have winning records in bowl games. LSU comes in at number 8. They have a 55% win percentage, 31, 25, and 1. Tennessee, number 7. Oklahoma, also with 31 wins. So Oklahoma, Tennessee, and LSU, all with 31 wins. But organized by winning percentage, that's how it comes out. LSU's actually on the top of that. So Oklahoma, Tennessee, LSU, all tied with 31. Penn State.
How did I not say Penn State?
Comes in at number 5. I think that was one of the few you missed and didn't mention.
Yeah,
Penn
I didn't
State
mention that.
has played in 57 bowl games.
Wow.
34, 21, and 2 during that time.
That's a great record.
They have a winning percentage over 600. Texas comes in at number 4, 34, 27, and 2. USC is number 3, 36 and 21 bowl record, which is outstanding. It's one of the highest winning percentages among the blue bloods, among those that have played this many bowl games. USC's won a lot of bowl games. Didn't win this year, though, did they? Enjoyed every second of that. Georgia's number 2, 38, 23, and 3 record all time, 64 bowl games played, and coming in at number 1 in both wins and bowl games played, Alabama, 46 wins, 30 losses, 3 ties. They've played in 78 bowl games. They've won 60% of those bowl games, but not this year. Enjoyed every second of that, too.
Like I said,
can you believe Indiana absolutely crushing their souls?
Oh my gosh, that was an obliteration.
Wow.
That was an obliteration. And it would rain for 3 days straight in California?
Yeah. Who's beating Indiana?
I don't know. I
never thought in my lifetime I would say this, but I think Indiana's clearly, easily the best team in the country.
The way they beat Ohio State in the
They've already
Big Ten
beat
championship.
Oregon at Autzen.
They beat Oregon already handily.
And then who are you playing in the championship game?
Miami
or Ole Miss? Indiana's going to win a national championship.
How
folks.
about that? In 2 years.
It's a crazy story. Kurt Signetti is
Hey, I win, baby. He got 2 losses in 2 years. That is well done.
Pretty crazy.
Two more wins and he got his natty. How about that?
It's one of the most phenomenal stories. And without a 12-team playoff, without the transfer portal, without NIL and all these things, this wouldn't be possible. So while we talked about a lot of the negative things about the change in college football, this is the positive change. Is a program like Indiana, when you hire the right people and you do the right things, you can become great. Why not BYU? Why not Utah? Indiana did it.
Yeah.
Nobody has excuses anymore.
Right.
Just you don't have to be Alabama.
They did it in a year.
You don't have to be Georgia.
That jump in a year. And look, there's only one SEC team left.
Yeah.
That's great. That's
and the only reason they're left is because they beat an SEC team.
I like that. Cannibalize yourselves like everybody else has done all these years. Love that. I love that narrative more than all the rest. Is that there's only one SEC team that's even possible.
I know. It's been that part of it is fun for me.
And it's not a traditional SEC, Georgia, Alabama.
It's
none of
Ole
those.
Miss.
Yes.
Who's really never been there before, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So many narratives going on with college football, so many stories, including Indiana and others. And, of course, we want to get a lot into this. Kyle Whittingham of Michigan, the future of BYU and Utah. Pete Futak, a friend of the program, will join us next. He covers National League college football for the College Football News. We'll get to hear his takes on all this stuff coming up next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
O'clock hour here. It's the 5 o'clock hour on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and Before we head off to a weekend, we've got some breaking news to share with you. More news on the coaching front. Instead of losing coaches, the Utah football staff is keeping one and promoting him. Colton Swan has just been announced as the new defensive coordinator at the University of Utah. He's been the linebackers coach for 7 years, and he will now call the defense under head coach Morgan Scalley for the Utes. Before we get to Pete Futak, I wanted to get your take, Sly, on this news. Your thoughts on Colton Swan now as the new defense coordinator at University of Utah.
It just makes sense, right? If you understand Morgan Scalley, here's the thing. Morgan Scalley his standard is going to be extremely high. He was a defensive coordinator for Utah where his defense is revered, right? Where he has a defense that is top 20 in the country often. Bringing somebody else in has to be able to compete with that first and foremost. You're gonna have, if there's any leniency in this football program, it's gonna be on the offensive side of the ball. As far as like, okay, maybe that's not. As far as defense, that cannot suffer. That has to be at the top of it, because that is Morgan Scalley, and that's where he's going to hang his hat as far as defense, right? Which is Coach Whittingham. His defense cannot suffer, whether it was Coach Anderson being his DC or whether it's Kalani or Morgan being the DC. All of those guys were within that program, know exactly what's going on, know how to do it. So we have always known that it's probably going to be most likely to be a hire from within. Right? Who's that going to be? Is it going to be Sharif Shaw? Is it going to be Lou Powell, Luther Ellis, or Colton Swan? And then you look at, who would be the best play caller. The way that Morgan Scalley called the defense, who would be the best at doing that, right? Assessing the defense, giving the play call in kind of late, signal calling and all of that. Linebacker coaches are normally the person to do that because linebackers are seen as the QB of the defense. It just made so much sense if you do the X's and O's numbers, if you want to run analytics or whatever, it was going to end up being Colton Swan. And that's it. So it's not surprising. It actually makes a crap ton of sense. Colton Swan has been in this program for a number of years, and Morgan Scalley clearly trusts him. And it's something that I know. As we said, Morgan Scalley's been waiting for this opportunity to be head coach. He knows he cannot call the defense like that and worry about all the other stuff. Who's it going to be? Who's he been training and getting ready to take this over? It's been Colton Swan. And so this is ultimately not a surprising breaking news notion, but it's just great to let it be known. Now you can move forward with everything else in your program.
Colton Swan is the new defensive coordinator at the University of Utah. Some continuity on that Utah coaching staff. All sorts of things going on in college football. The college football playoff. We're on to the semifinals. We got change all over the place. Transfer portal. Kyle Whittingham to Michigan. Utah and BYU dealing with changes. We'll get into it all with Pete Futak of College Football News right now on The Cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Cut's brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Give them a call today, your local financial fiduciary. If you need help with anything related to finance and money, go to 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. We're excited to hear from Pete Futak of College Football News. He's been writing for college football for a long time, and he joins us often on the program, and I can't wait to get his take on what we just witnessed in the college football playoff. Pete, Happy New Year. How you doing?
Happy New Year. How you guys been?
Busy. We're supposed to be able to enjoy the holidays, Pete, and we have this bomb dropped on us a week ago that Kyle Whittingham's the new coach at Michigan, and it not only impacts Utah, it impacts BYU, and it's been pretty wild here over the last 7 days.
But does it impact you? He's gone. Why does it impact you?
Because all the coaches he's taking with him and potentially players.
I guess. But, I guess that would matter. But, all right, well, you're Utah. You've got all this money coming in. Don't you just go get new players? I mean, it's kind of how it works.
That is how it works, right.
Just go shopping. Go buy yourself some more players. And buy better players than Texas Tech, because if they get Brendan Thorsby, that's kind of a problem. But first of all, it'll be fine. Utah will be just good. Utah's got the things in place, and Michigan's Michigan. You can't compete with that,
Right.
so it's okay, whatever.
Right.
But look, I don't really love this transfer portal. Last year, the quarterbacks in last year's portal were killers. I don't like anybody, including Sorsby, like I like the guys in last year's portal. That last year's was just humongous.
Yeah.
This is kind of okay. There's guys. There's no one in this portal like, oh my gosh, this guy's gonna get $5 million. This guy's gonna get okay, but you're overpaying because I don't know if he's gonna really
Everybody's
help,
overpaying.
but-
You're overpaying every year. What guy's worth it right
Exactly.
now? None of these quarterbacks have panned out to be worth $4 or $5 million.
Well,
Maybe
like you say,
Mendoza.
Darren Mensa with Duke did. They won an ACC championship. He was pretty good. But like, look, here's the thing. This used to be done underneath the table and to like 17-year-old kids and recruits.
Right.
Now it's just above the board to guys who are
In your
out there already.
face.
So exactly. So nothing really has changed all that much. It just looks a little more, not as much fun. It stinks. If you've grown accustomed to some of these guys on your team and now they're gone, it's not very fun.
Isn't Sorsby to LSU a lock right now? So you say you don't like Sorsby. I actually like Sorsby.
He's fine.
Yeah, but
he's fine.
I'm
Yeah,
with,
he's
I'm
fine.
with
Yeah.
Pete because we saw him against BYU and Utah this year, and they made him look. I don't know.
He has a great arm.
He's
talent,
got some
though.
talent. He's mobile.
But
is this a guy that's going to take? Is this like a guy that can have a Mendoza
If you're
effect?
that good, go to the NFL.
Right.
But here's the thing. Why? You can get $4 million in college.
Because if you want to be, I like the Bill Parcells line. If you want to be in the league, be in the league. Like, what are you doing?
Hey, Pete, I do not
go.
argue with you. I'm with you on that because I feel like I'm a little old school on it. But at the same time, these kids are making $3+ million and they don't have to sit. They're getting $3+ million in the air. And guess what? The NFL's not going nowhere. You can still do
Justin
it.
Herbert. Well, unless you hurt yourself, Justin Herbert's making 55. So it's
It's only going to get higher.
Contract,
Trevor Lawrence is making 54, isn't he?
Yeah.
You want to get to that second contract as soon as possible. But yeah, I get it. And actually, that's more of an NBA thing because there literally is a cutoff in the NBA draft where it's like the 13th pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you don't really, because at that point you don't really want to come to the NBA because chances are you're not going to last in terms of history of the NBA draft. So you might as well get your money up. But whatever. So it's who's going to. All these teams are going to get the same. The guys that they're going to want to get. They're going to fill in the gaps and. And then you get a guy like Trinidad Chambliss, who the dude was from D2 Ferris State. He wasn't Nico Yamalieva. He wasn't one of those superstars in the portal last year. And now he's, a guy balled out yesterday. Now he's got a shot to, get to the national championship.
And give Ole Miss credit for doing that kind of homework instead of just going with the big name that has a great agent. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're benefiting from the homework
Nico
they did
like crap.
on a D2 player. Right? Nico was not. Yeah, it obviously didn't pan out for UCLA. So I still think the teams that do their homework and actually do the work are going to be rewarded more than those that just throw some money at a dude.
I actually kind of disagree. I think Nico's actually awesome. He just has nothing. Had nothing around him. Let's see what he does.
Well, then it's a bad fit, right?
The decision was terrible. But I said he looked terrible.
$4 million ain't no bad fit. But
see,
that's fair.
See, there we go. Why do I need to go to the league if I'm getting $4 million?
This is all show business, son. Who cares how much you fits or not? But I get what you're saying. But in terms of talent, and look, Lane Kiffin always got 5 different guys, in from the portal and from transfers, and he'd find the one who would fit and go from there. So it's a lot of luck. It's a lot of help. Is it the right guy at the right time? Look, who are the best quarterbacks coming back next year? Probably Julian Sayin. He's, I guess he was a transfer, but okay, but that doesn't really count. He never really played for Alabama. C.J. Carr was homegrown for Notre Dame. He's going to be a superstar next year. So. It's just kind of the way this all works now. And allegedly these guys are supposed to go to class to be college students, but okay.
Yeah, I think we all know better than that. Speaking of entertainment, I thought that this round of games, the quarterfinals were great. A lot of interesting storylines. I don't even know. Let's begin with Texas Tech because as a Big 12 market here, I think we were all pretty stunned and disappointed with how poorly they played especially on offense. Defense was fine. I think the defense gave them a chance, but that offense was putrid. How big of a negative impact can this be on the perception of the Big 12, the way Texas Tech no-showed on offense against Oregon?
It depends on how Oregon does, because remember how these narratives get framed. First of all, the SEC isn't that good. So, everyone's like,
Thank
oh,
you.
wow,
Thank
the
you.
SEC. They're like, ooh, the SEC. Ooh, look at this team. Well, again, the whole thing, I got in big, giant trouble for dogging the Alabama gauntlet. Well, look at that gauntlet of teams. Every team they played, Vanderbilt, Missouri, Tennessee, all the way down, they all lost their bowl games. Like, the gauntlet just was a disaster. So it wasn't that great. And I was like, oh, look out for Georgia. Well, Georgia looked great against other SEC teams, looked like hot garbage against Georgia Tech. And now it's like, oh, well, look at Texas Tech. They weren't ready for this yet. Look at the Big 12. Maybe Oregon's really awesome. Look, I think we're sleeping on them because
fair.
Because look, there was Michigan 2 years ago. It was Ohio State last year. I thought it was going to be Penn State this year to start the season, and now everyone's all hot on Indiana. But why is everyone hot on Indiana? Because they beat Alabama, who's just kind of meh, who was awful over the second half of the season, but they played a bunch of SEC teams. So now everyone's overrating Indiana, and maybe, just maybe, Oregon is that team. So if Oregon goes out there, beats Indiana, I think it's going to be Miami, they're the national championship. And also it's like, well, it's not Texas Tech's fault. They just lost the national champion maybe.
That's fair. We build narratives after each and every game when that's probably not very wise. So do you think Oregon getting a second chance against Indiana on a neutral field, do you think they can get it done against Indiana, or is this Indiana team, is this none of us? I mean, this is one of the great stories in college football. If they're able to finish this off, you're right. I agree with you. Everything you said about Alabama, but my goodness, Pete, 38-3. I mean, they absolutely throttled them. Indiana looks like a juggernaut.
At some point, someone's going to wake up and realize that Indiana doesn't have the talent of these other teams. They are so well coached. They do everything right. I mean, man, those receivers, Brewster and those guys run the most precise routes. They don't get penalized. They don't turn the ball over. They make every right angle on every right play. These guys are so well coached. They're so smart. These players are so well disciplined. They just play everything perfect. But like yesterday, the big problem was Alabama's got more talent than Indiana. They ran the ball 17 times. You've got this massive humanity on your offensive front. All those guys are going to play in the NFL. Well, run the ball. Start pounding on these guys. And they ran it like they quit. They just quit running the ball. And so I'm still waiting to see. Look, remember what happened last year where Oregon beats Ohio State in the regular season, rematch in the college football playoff, Ohio State brings it back. Look what happens this year. Oklahoma beats Alabama, flip the script. Georgia beats Ole Miss, flip the script this day. I think Oregon just is a different team now. They've got all the talent. They've got the offensive line. They've got so much speed at every position. They've got the possible number one overall pick in the drafted quarterback. I'm not dogging Indiana. I just kind of think that Oregon is they're due. They're due to rise up and have a great game here.
Yeah, but isn't that the name of the game? To be well coached. Isn't that why we're paying these coaches $2 million a year, right? So I think that's a part of it, a part of talent. Excuse me for bringing up old days, but 2008 Utah playing Alabama, I just thought we had a great game plan. We were well coached, right? Alabama, on paper, had way more talent than us. Barry Switzer said there's not a guy on the Utah roster that would even make the 3 deep for Alabama. But I think being well coached is a part of team organizations, right? Team games, right? And so Indiana being well coached is a part of why they are so far. So talent can only take you so far. That's why I don't agree with this transfer portal stuff and just ramming together 5-star guys and 5-star guy here, 5 guy, and thinking that you have an all-star team. But being well coached is a part of the team. So isn't that the name of the game than just racking together all this ultimate talent? It's who can fit better, right?
Oh, yeah. That Alabama team was also super sad, and then they never lost again after that. But, you're right. I mean, it's part of it. I mean, sometimes it just, whose scheme is right. Like, sometimes, how does a Navy compete with anybody? They don't have anybody who plays at that level. But if you have the right schemes and you do things the right way, like for years, like in Oregon, Well, they didn't always have the talent. They ran that, Chip Kelly offense way back in the day that just was a differentiating factor, and sometimes you neutralize the talent. And, yeah, sometimes that works. The difference, though, in the end, to win the national title, you kind of need to have both, because this isn't like college basketball where you just get hot from three. We're never going to see a Tulane or a James Madison go on a run in the college football playoff. It's just not going to happen. Who ends up winning? Well, last year Ohio State had more talent than everyone else. You knew that was coming. Michigan, you didn't see that one was coming. Georgia destroying TCU, that was overdue. But this year you've got 4 teams, and I'll throw Indiana in there. Indiana, Mendoza could be the number 1 overall pick. I mean, they've got NFL guys. But, man, like Miami, for example, that team's got some NFL guys. I mean, that Miami-Ohio State game, you could take 10 guys off there and come up with a top 10 in the NFL draft, and you wouldn't be crazy wrong.
Right.
So Indiana's going to have to keep scheming and keep doing everything right. There's no blip. If there's the stray interception, if they start to have a penalty problem, if all of a sudden something goes the slightest bit wrong, all of a sudden this all changes really fast.
We hammered Alabama in the SEC for good reason, but what in the world was up with Ohio State? Was this team we talked about how great the defense was all year, and Miami just took it to them. Was this Ohio State team not as good as we thought? Were they not battle-tested enough this year? What happened to the Buckeyes?
And if the kid hits the field goal straight in the Big Ten championship, and in that game, Ohio State probably is the undefeated team that everyone's picking.
Right.
I mean, it's just that crazy. I mean, the defense only gave up 13 points to Miami. I mean, they had the weird pick six there that changed everything. But here in both games, the defense, as awesome as it was, like historically great, they didn't come up with the stop it had to have against Indiana. It did not come up with it. There was time left. There was like 5 minutes left on the clock, and that NFL offensive line for Miami just pounded away. But you can't blame the defense for this. Anytime you have a head coach who starts calling his own plays, be it Dan Campbell with the Lions or Ryan Day with Ohio State, things kind of tend to go a little bit wrong. And they didn't have it in the first half, and then all of a sudden they realized, all right, let's just keep this to the basics. All of a sudden Julian Sand started playing well again. They marched down the field. Everything was going just fine. They looked the part again. They just didn't quite have that fire this year. It sounds kind of weak, but last year's team was just crazy. They were fanatical about, oh my God, we have to win this. It's now or never. This team was just clinical, and it worked for most of the year. But all year long, Ryan Day kept saying, well, eventually we're going to, put it into gear, and we're going to step this game. Now we're going to, go get this thing going. Well, they just never did, and they got caught in the last 2 games of the year.
Well, yeah, so let's talk about this, the last 2 games of this year, right? We got this semifinal, and then we have the national championship, and the matchups are set. Ole Miss, the story. How about the story of Ole Miss and the new coach coming in and this matchup against Miami and how that's going to be in the Fiesta Bowl, man? So, what are your thoughts with the Peach Bowl and the Fiesta Bowl and who's going to be our eventual champion?
Ole Miss is probably going to win the national championship just because that's the one team I think can't win this thing. So I don't think they don't have. I mean. Look, this is again. They played an SEC team. They played Georgia. It was a nice story. They came up with a great win. They've got so much turmoil with their assistant coaches now having problems because Lane Kiffin wants them at LSU already. Again, if Miami plays like it did in the first 2 games, it's not going to have a problem with Ole Miss. But this is look, the narrative writes itself. Miami playing the national championship at home. That would be kind of insane. But this team, they have the NFL talent. They have figured it out. Carson Beck's playing like the star he was supposed to be a couple of years ago. And, again, those lines, those pass rushers, they're just crushing all. I mean, crushed Texas A&M, crushed Ohio State's offense. I think they'll be able to keep Old Trinidad under wraps a little bit here.
Yeah, that pass rush is elite. That's for sure.
Teams of the first round bye now 1-7 in the 12-team playoff. Do you think that's something that's going to get changed this next round?
It might, but first of all, last year, you had Boise State and Arizona State as 3-4. So better teams won those games. So it wasn't like it was the time off. It was that Ohio State was better than Oregon. It was that Penn State was better than Boise State. This year, I don't. Indiana looked just fine, and plus I think Miami was just as good or better than Ohio State, and certainly Oregon was the better team than Texas Tech, and you can't blame the time off for Georgia's loss. That was pretty dead even after the first thing. So I think it's just sort of a quirky thing that happened. In general, I know how coaches are, and they like the thought of they want to keep things going and continuity. I kind of am the bigger fan. Well, you figure that one out because the one thing you can't afford is an injury. And if you don't have to play and you get time off to get your guys all healed up and ready to go, that's probably the net positive compared to having to play an extra game.
Real quick, your take on Kyle Whittingham being hired by Michigan. We'd love to get your outside perspective on that.
I mean, it sounds great. It's Michigan, so they're going to have talent there, and they're going to run the ball well. If you can get the guys there and run the Kyle Whittingham style with defense and great line play and running and pound away and do all the things he did at Utah over the years. When Utah was rocking, then yeah, absolutely. But this year was good. They didn't win the Big 12 title, and it was kind of a struggle for years before that. And that part of it was getting the quarterback situation right, so he's got to get that in place. So yeah, it should be interesting. He's an interesting hire. I'm not sold that this is all of a sudden going to make them better than Ohio State and Oregon and even maybe Penn State under Matt Campbell and USC with what they got with their recruiting class going forward. But all right, you can't really dog the hire because Whittingham's a made man, a Hall of Famer, and let's see what this guy can do if he's rejuvenated and can put this all together. But there's where the transfer portal has to kick in because it's not like there's a 5-year program here. He's coming in to tweak. There's no rebuild happening under Whittingham.
There's still plenty of players in that cupboard. Yeah, he should have plenty of talent to work with. Pete Futak, college football writer for College Football News. Pete, always a pleasure. Thanks so much. We'll have to catch up with you after these semifinal games are played to get your take on that.
Absolutely. Have a great one, guys.
Happy New Year, Pete.
That's good. Yeah, this is so crazy. There's so many thoughts around everything, man. This is an ever-moving thing, and what we say now can change here in March because of what happens. And
yeah,
it's definitely for the controversy. Maybe that was the goal of the NCAA. Let's just do nothing and just see how chaotic we can actually be.
We like watching chaos.
Hey,
all of you out there,
people,
while you're driving home from work right now, what happens when there's an accident on the freeway?
Everybody's noodle necking.
Everybody looks.
Everybody's noodle necking.
Everybody watches.
Even Alex.
So what are we doing with college football right now? Do we love everything about it? Is it perfect? Are there some issues that need to be addressed? Sure. But are the games fun? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
The college football play, I mean, I was critical of the field that was picked, and you know what? Miami shut me up. They went out and won the games. That's all that matters. So they've won 2 games now.
Yeah, who's to say BYU couldn't have done that, though?
Exactly, which is why we need to get Notre Dame's got a – but, I don't like the way that Notre Dame reacted. But
right.
And Pete would have come on here and told you that Notre Dame probably would have been in the semifinals had they been in as well. They probably would have done the same thing that Miami's did. Why? Because Notre Dame did that last year.
Right. All the way to
They were just on the other side of this. They barely made it in last year, and they went on a run to the national championship game. The solution to that is the 16-team college football playoff. And I think that's probably the sweet spot where you get to 16 and like, are we really missing a national championship contender if you get 16 teams in? And this was an odd year where you had the 2 group of 5s get in because the ACC couldn't get their act together. So I think 16 teams solves a lot of problems and eliminates the possibility of missing a team that could go on a run like that because Miami's proven that they belong. And
so who's the 4 teams that would have been in it?
Who else would have been in? Well, Notre Dame and BYU. And would it have been Vanderbilt and Utah? Yeah. So Utah fans, you probably would have snuck in this year.
You would have had a shot against JMU.
Hey, that Utah team full go against one of these teams, I would have rather have watched that than Tulane getting a shot. That was a dud. JMU actually fought and did. JMU did a lot of good things against Oregon,
right?
But Tulane, But that's why you play the games. And give Miami credit. Eating crow on that one today.
Oh, for
Miami proved that they belonged. Indiana doing what they're doing is incredible. I am not at all feeling bad for the SEC. I love watching that thing burn.
Yes.
And I think everybody's tired of the SEC thinking they're the best, and they're no longer.
This self-proclaimed.
I don't think, Pete's right. This is the third straight year you're going to have a team outside of the SEC win a national championship.
Because of good playoffs, right? There's good. You actually have to play the games. It's because SEC's been on the tip of Alabama and Georgia's in the championship, so you'll have always a title, a person holding the title, and so they can always say, well, an SEC guy won. Duh, when you play yourselves.
Right. It just means more. Okay. It's all rigged.
Football is football, baby.
It's not rigged anymore. Alabama and Georgia and everybody else, you're going to have to beat some of these teams. They got a lot more money and resources than you. It's a new world. So I think it's fun, and I love the fact that we're having Indiana and Oregon, one of the others probably winning the national championship, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I love that.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the other playoffs, the NFL playoffs just around the corner. Who's going to be in what position? We're going to learn a lot more after Saturday. Can't wait for this slate. We're going to break it all down. The final week of the NFL regular season next in the NFL Blitz on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I can give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about veteran Kyle Anderson and what he has brought to the rotation against the Clippers.
He's a really good ball handler, and so you can put him in a bunch of different spots. I thought he did a good job of beating his man one-on-one a few times. I did a good job playing in the pocket, had a couple of nice cuts. So it was a variety of things that made him successful, but that's who Kyle is. Like, he's always been a really smart, crafty player on the offensive side of the ball.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health. For you, for life. The NFL Blitz starts right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Steven Sylvester in for Alex Curie today. And it's getting to be that time in the NFL where it's just tough to top the NFL. postseason. I love it.
Especially not with intro music like this.
Oh, doesn't that? Oh, yeah.
Brings back memories. Everybody's playing video games in the hallway, and I'm just watching NFL films. In the living room, I got the control of the TV.
Nice.
Just jamming out.
Football nerd, and he's not ashamed to admit it.
Oh, yeah.
The frozen tundra of Lambeau Field.
Super Bowl I.
Vince Lombardi.
Legend. But yeah, man, this is nobody tops the NFL. This is great. This is where everybody, as far as football, is aspiring to. Best news on the planet.
So let's get into this week. It's week 18. There are 2 division titles up for grabs, and along with it, 2 playoff spots. And as far as the seeding goes, it is wide open. So Saturday, the Bucks host the Panthers at 2:30 p.m. Mountain Time, and then after that, the Seahawks and 49ers for not just the NFC West Championship, but for the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. How is it that the NFL does this every year? Can you beat that for drama? The last game of the season pits the 2 teams that can win the number 1 seed in the NFC, and they're facing each other, and it's for a division title. And it's in the stadium. It's going to host the Super Bowl. The storylines, the narratives, the drama. I love it. So, Sly, as you look at the Saturday slate, we'll get into some other key games, but I want to start with Saturday because then everything else will fall into place. Your thoughts on those 2 games? Who do you see coming away with the victories?
I just still am shocked that the Panthers are even in it, let alone top of the division, and it's win it or lose it, right? It's totally in your control. The Panthers being in that scenario and not needing any help to make this happen, they just have to do what they have to do and make it happen is wild. It's wild, but I think the Buccaneers are starting to get healthy, and their playmakers, Mike Evans is back, and Baker Mayfield it's Baker time, it's playoff time, it's veteran time, man. 3,500 yards on the season. I got to give the edge to the Buccaneers, but man, am I happy to see the Panthers back in the mix and not just that losing franchise that you're just talking negatively about all the time. So absolutely love that. But I got the Buccaneers in this one. But on Saturday, it's going to be crazy. The way the Niners played last week, man, you cannot miss that. You'll be like, these guys were in the Super Bowl last year. They are willing to literally be primed to do anything. Hate that Fred Warner's not there, so I got to go with the Seahawks in this one. I got the Seahawks lining this one up and taking it.
Seattle Seahawks and Sam Darnold going 14-3.
How about that?
He did this at Minnesota last year, and they just let him go. And then he goes to Seattle. He does it again. I think he joins this elite group of quarterbacks who have ever won 13 or more games with multiple franchises. Peyton Manning's in that group. I mean, it's just, does he get any due? Does he get enough respect for what he's been able to do as a quarterback in this league? Are we finally going to say Sam Darnold's elite? Can we say that now comfortably?
Nobody's going to. Keep hating. He's putting together his resume that you can't refute.
Yeah. And how about the 49ers?
Yeah.
They could win the number 1 seed.
How do they only have 4 losses?
After all the losses, all the players that they lost this year.
All the memes.
Brock Purdy only played half the season.
All the handicap memes that they've had all year from their injuries, and they only have 4 losses. That's what the value of a good backup quarterback is.
It's the value of a great coach. And I think you got to give Shanahan his due.
Yep.
How do you navigate that, those waters? And they've won 6 in a row.
Right.
It's a great story. Both teams are a great story. Only one of them can win that number 1 seed. It's the difference between being the number 1 seed or the number 5 seed, which is massive. So there's a lot on the line tomorrow night. And back to the Bucks and Panthers. The Bucks are 7-9 right now. They are 2-8 in their last 10. What has happened to that team? They've lost 4 in a row. This should have been over a month ago. There was a point, they were 5-1? There was a point where I thought they were the best team in the NFC. When the season, when they were 5-1,
yeah,
you're looking at the Bucs, you're like, this might be the best team in the NFC.
The squeaking out those wins in those first 4 games,
2-8 in their last 10. Here's the funny scenario: they could beat the Panthers on Saturday afternoon, and by the end of Sunday, still be out of the playoffs. Because if the Falcons also win, the Bucs are out on a tiebreaker, and the Panthers go to the playoffs. Because the Panthers, Falcons, and Bucs would all be at 8-9. Talk about mediocrity. That division sucks. But somebody's got to win it.
Always has been, too.
And the funny thing is, whoever wins that division is hosting a playoff game. Here's the bad news for the Panthers. They're probably hosting the loser of that Seattle-San Francisco game. Good luck. Good luck to you. You don't think Christian McCaffrey would be highly motivated for that game against his old team?
Is that Panthers? Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah. How about that?
I think the Bucs, I don't know what to think. I really don't. Because the Panthers could have clinched this last week, and they didn't really show up either. I wasn't impressed with them either. So, I mean, somebody's got to win it. But that 49ers-Seahawks game, I'm all over that. I'm going to watch every second of that game. Broncos-Chargers doesn't have the impact we thought it would. The Chargers, basically, they're basically conceding they're going to be the 7 seed. They're not going to start Justin Herbert. He's not going to play. They want to get him healed up for the playoffs, but if the Chargers lose that game to the Broncos, they're likely the 7 seed. They cannot win that division anymore, so that game lost a lot of its luster. You look around the Sunday slate, and we've got to get to Ravens-Steelers. That is the game on KSL and NBC Sunday Night Football on Sunday night. Sly, I don't think you could script it any better.
Oh, no.
Steelers,
for
Ravens,
the division,
for the playoffs,
for everything on the line. Harbaugh, Tomlin, TJ Watt coming back with a collapsed lung. Lamar's healthy. Lamar's playing.
Lamar is playing. Is he ever healthy?
Aaron Rodgers.
No. Is this Aaron Rodgers' last game if they lose?
Hold on. Is DK Metcalf done with his suspension?
He's suspended. It's 2 games. He's not playing.
He's got one more?
That really, really hurt the Steelers last week.
Jaylen Warren. Oh, yeah, they did. Jaylen Warren couldn't make some things happen because this is just a tough battle. This is what you want. This is how you end the season with this game right here. I've been in it. I know the type of energy behind it. This is something where you want to end the game. And just all the stipulations on the line is just so amazing. And so really, really, really looking forward to seeing how this one ends.
Would the Ravens be better off starting Tyler Huntley?
The way Lamar Jackson has played, absolutely. I would say yes. Tyler Huntley is throwing for 120 yards a game and playing way better than Lamar Jackson, who's $300 million in.
And I think it has allowed them to really focus on getting the ball to Derrick Henry, who, by the way, felt like he had a quiet season because he didn't push for 2,000 yards this year. He did rush for 1,469 yards and 16 touchdowns.
That's great.
Derrick Henry had a quiet year with 1,469 yards rushing and 16 touchdowns.
Last week's effort definitely helped out too.
He was awesome. If I'm the Ravens, I'm like running. I'm running behind Derrick Henry and I'm running into the playoffs. I'm worried that Lamar Jackson and coming back. I think that's exactly what the Steelers want to see in this game. But Sly, I have a hard time picking your Steelers because who's Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball to?
But that's the thing. When you got elite quarterback play, it shouldn't matter, right? You shouldn't need your number one receiver. You got tons of others.
But is Aaron Rodgers still elite?
That is the question.
This is a big moment. This is a big moment for Aaron Rodgers.
I think he can still lead the charge, but for me, it's a lot of different things, right? And I know you missed your DK Metcalf, but I love when they go to their 3 tight end set with Darnell Washington, Pat Freiermuth, and I'm forgetting who the other tight end is, Jonnu Smith. But like, you got your Calvin Austins who can come up with a game or two, or even Scotty Miller. I loved when he was with Tom Brady and the things that he was able to do. But, this Roman Wilson, the guy from Michigan, I think that he's a guy who could be a game breaker, right? He's doesn't do it often, but he's a guy who can step up in the moment, and these are moments. And honestly, if I can be totally honest, these games don't ever go like that to where a number one receiver is necessary.
That's fair.
These games never go like that. But a running game
it's black and blue. You're right.
A running game, black and blue is exactly how it is. Running game is. So now you got Jalen Warren and Kevin Gainwell versus Derrick Henry.
Fair.
Right? That's how these games go. And so, and then, of course, who can make a play at the end? Is the veteran quarterback in Aaron Rodgers going to make it happen against whoever the Ravens quarterback is going to be?
So Lamar Jackson back for the Ravens. TJ Watt back for the Steelers after that punctured lung situation. This is going to be an interesting game because I think the fallout for the loser is going to be enormous.
Oh.
The winner will basically say, hey, we got up in the playoffs.
It's going to be heads are rolling, hot seat stuff.
Can you imagine Tomlin or Harbaugh not being there next year? Right. I think that could be the fallout from this game to the loser. This game is massive. I don't think there's been a more massive Week 18 game in this league that could impact two of the highest notable franchises in this league when it comes to head coaches, when it comes to their quarterbacks. This game has massive implications, not just for the playoffs, but for the future of both of those franchises. Can't wait to watch all the drama on Saturday and Sunday. Week 18 of the NFL will not disappoint. And then we're going to get into the playoffs, and it's going to get even better. The NFL is king, and we are going to be watching. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap up this with the best and worst next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
Never-ending Story is more compelling than Short Circuit.
No.
Stop it.
No, stop.
Never-ending Story would win a poll against Short Circuit. Guarantee you. I can't even believe I'm putting this poll together. How do you spell circuit?
By the way, I almost hope...
Do what you feel is right, listener.
I almost hope Never-ending Story wins, because if Short Circuit wins, we're going to lose you for the rest of the show. Show memorandum. Let's just euthanize Short Circuit. My guy is as upset as any time I've ever seen him in the history of this show.
Why? Because we speak truth?
No more Short Circuit. Take Johnny Five and put a crowbar to his head. He's done. Disassemble Johnny Five.
No disassemble!
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. You've heard me and Alex talk about this program. It helped us lose a lot of weight, and it's helped us keep it off too. If that's what you're looking for, if you've struggled to lose the weight, if you struggled to keep it off once you lose the weight, this message is for you, because this is an opportunity and this is a program that's going to help you reach your weight loss goals for good. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So what's the secret with Salt Lake City Fat Loss? Well, they use a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and help you lose up to a pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. Right now is the perfect time to start this as well. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only. Are you ready for a new you in the new year? Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Get the new year started right. Drop that weight and keep it off. Take advantage of this huge New Year's sale that is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, Doug. I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA and up to $3,000 dealer discount. No one knows Kia like Doug.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. ho, ho, ho. And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Welcome back. Best and Worst is brought to you by Doug Smith Dealerships, Dodge, Ram, Chevrolet, Subaru, Kia in Linden, and now Mitsubishi in American Fork. Before we get to the break here, we wanted to play a cut from Gary Anderson, who appeared on Hans and Scotty today and announced that he's staying at BYU, but he also dropped a little nugget that we want to play. Let's just play it first, and then I want to get Sly's reaction to it.
We do have one problem, Coach, and that is Kyle Whittingham. Kyle Whittingham leaves for Michigan. He takes a lot of Utah personnel, and those guys know that Utah is a hotbed for recruiting. So what do we got to do to stabilize this state and make sure Michigan doesn't come sneaking in along with everybody else that knows now that this talent is great? Because, Coach, this state is a hotbed for some of the best football talent in the country.
Cat's out of the bag now.
The cat's out of the bag, and they're taking that knowledge with them.
Yeah, well, maybe we should blame Utah for pissing Kyle off. I don't know.
There you go.
I don't know. I don't know. So it might not have happened. He might have just gone over and, played a little tennis or pickleball and rode his motorcycle and skied. But I texted him yesterday and I told him, I can't wait till they go tell you, hey, let's go skiing today, and you're going to go see that molehill out there in the middle of Michigan. It's not even a bunny hill here. So have fun with that.
Take you out to Lake Huron.
Yeah. But no, without a doubt. I mean, there's some opportunities out there. And Utah's there's great high school coaches here. Just watch it. I mean, the high school programs have gotten better and better and better. The off-season training programs are better. So there's going to be high-level kids that are out there playing. There's some great athletes, so you got to continually fight through it. You got to. I really don't believe this. I don't think Michigan's going to walk in here and take 3 or 4 kids a year from the state of Utah. I don't think that they need to. I think they need to stay in their own state, in their own area. And I thought that when I was at Wisconsin, I was like, we're going to come in and take 5 or 6 kids a year. But we kind of had the same kids in our own backyard because there's really good high school football at Wisconsin too. So sure, there'll probably be some fights every year, just like there is and I'm sure it's going to be the same guys. It might be Wisconsin. It might be Michigan now, and it'll probably be Oregon and Utah and BYU and whoever else wants to get in that fight. Right? That's just the way it is. So BYU is well equipped to get into those recruiting fights and battles and show kids what the school is. And it's not just about the dollar figure. It's about an education. It's about the culture, the family you're in, and I think that they'll always be in the hunt to land those elite recruits and then continue to grab kids that are in that developmental stage that we can grow and get them on the field.
All right, Sly, 2 things I want you to react to. Number one, this comment that they shouldn't have pissed Kyle off up at Utah. You think he's just joking around, or you think there's actually some truth to that?
Oh, man, this is what my wife told me when we first started dating. Behind every joke, it's a little bit of truth.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's how I take that. One, he's speaking truth, right? It's like when you're going to an area, how important is it to recruit locally, right? And so I think there's going to be a lot of local Michigan talent, but at the end of the day, Kyle's going to go with what he knows. Just like he got this coaching staff over there, the coaches that he brought to him have recruiting footprints in certain places. So just because they're wearing a different logo on their polo does not mean that they're not going to take those same relationships with those high school coaching staffs and with those players that have seen them before and get those to those new destinations, right? And so what they're going to preach is kind of culture, and this is what we want to do. We want to win. They're going to preach Signetti, right?
Yeah.
I win, right?
Yeah.
I put great football players together. I put guys into the NFL. I develop guys. I make sure you get the best out of what we're going to get, and we're going to compete, and we're going to be at the highest stage doing it. And with the name Michigan, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be in every conversation that there is. right? And so with Utah pissing Kyle off, I don't know exactly what happened. Because I thought exactly what he said. I thought that Kyle's going to sail off the sunset and play a little pickleball, ride his motorcycle. But that is not true. The guy's the heart of a competitor. He said he didn't want to be Lavelle or any of these guys or his dad to coach for the rest of his life. But look at him. He's 66 and he's still pushing. He loves this stuff. I was interviewing him after games. He come in before we talk. He's like, man, I love this coaching stuff. I'm like, man, what are you going to do? What is it? What do you want to do? And so I understand business is business. It is what it is. But this is just a situation and everybody's got to deal with it, whatever it is. As he said there, which I really liked as a competitor, he said BYU is equipped to get into these recruiting fights. We know the conversation that we need to have. So if you're a fan or you're the University of Utah or whatever, just be prepared to get in these recruiting fights with Kyle Whittingham. Simple as that.
What about the grandkids, Kyle?
Hey, man.
I thought you were going to go hang out with the grandkids.
Hey, grandkids don't listen, no way. All I got is candy for you. You can come into my Michigan office. I got tons of candy, and everybody else can get it, man. So grandkids will be there.
Kyle Whittingham was going to hang out with the grandkids. He was going to play pickleball. Everything would be fine.
What's better?
No changes were going to happen.
What's better if I can go to kindergarten?
All these players would still be at Utah and BYU, not in the portal, but somebody up at the Hill had to piss off Kyle. Who is it? Who did it?
What's better to say that I'm going to kindergarten and say my grandpa is the head coach at Michigan? Who else can say that? What's a better show off than that? My grandpa is the head coach and he's going to Natties or in the CFP or whatever. That's the narrative of show and tell that I'm bringing into every week.
I'm telling you, Utah and BYU better keep Michigan out of here because they're going to push.
Hey,
like Gary said, you're not going to get a lot, but if they get 2 or 3 out of here every year,
that's what's going to happen.
Oh boy,
right?
Oh boy. Well, that's the fun of it. Going to be a lot of battles ahead, but I want to know who pissed off Kyle. I think we all want to know who pissed him off because look what happened. It's your fault.
Hey, Joe Glenn knows what happens when you piss Kyle Whittingham off.
It was the third quarter. It was the third quarter.
Still play the game. The game's not over from what I'm saying.
Slide's been fun. Thanks. We got to go to a break. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Kind of a sad day. The realization that the holidays are over. It's time to get back to reality.
Depends on who you are about being sad, though. There's a lot of people who are excited, a.k.a. my wife. She is screwed. She's just like, yes, the Christmas tree came down like hours before midnight.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, she's the worst.
She's done. All right.
So depending on who you are, some people are happy it's over.
Okay. So there's a lot to get to today as it pertains to these coaches that are leaving, some coaches that may be coming in, some coaches that are staying, some players that are leaving, some players that are staying. There's a lot going on right now, as we expected. I warned you before we left you, before the New Year's. When we come back, there's going to be a lot going on. Everything's going to go crazy after New Year's once the seasons officially end at both Michigan and Utah. And that's exactly what has happened. So it's a good thing Sly's here today. Steven Sylvester in for Alex Curie to discuss a lot of this stuff that's going on both at Utah and BYU. Let's get to it. We got no time to waste. It's The Cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Cut's brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Give Trajan Wealth a call today, your local financial fiduciary.